and welcome to Sewing Street on this gloriously foggy Monday morning. But at least it's not raining, is it? They've dressed Christmas since I've been here. I didn't know when they did this. Lovely, isn't it? Really pretty. Look at all these lovely things. I've got parcels and trees, advent calendar. It's lovely, isn't it? We have got a fab day for you today. So thank you for joining me, getting up so early on a Monday morning. We've got a jam-packed show today. Brilliant early bird, and then we've got Christmas fabrics and kits in our first hour, which is fab, and got the lovely Sandi with us who's presenting, and we've got Yarn Lane at 12 o'clock, and of course we've got Christmas gnomes in crochet as well as Draught Excluders. Anyway, I'll go through all that in a minute, but to celebrate the fact that we've got a little bit of Christmas in our first hour, we have got a very special early bird for you. Now normally we don't get a kit for an early bird, quite surprised at this. Normally it's fabric or tools or something, but today we've got a kit. We have got the whole kit for Kerry Liveling and Loveliness's pleated cushion. Not just the instructions, no, the whole kit. So in the kit to make the pleated cushion, it's beautiful. It's a very simple make, very achievable, perfect to gift to somebody as a whole kit if they love sewing, but also equally a lovely Christmas present for someone. So there's the finished cushion. Basically, it's just pleated rows of Christmas fabrics. Now, the normal price for this is $24.99, but not today, no, because it's the early bird. So if you're thinking, I'd like to make something for someone for Christmas, don't know what to make them, everyone loves a Christmas cushion. What are we dropping it today to, Ben? No way. $18.99. Lowest price this kit has ever been. So in the kit you get the full instructions, loads and loads of them, and then you get all of this fabric. They've done it like this so you can see what it looks like when it's pleated. Beautiful. Now these fabrics are, so you get a beautiful holly one, and that's got, can you see all the gold around the edge? That's actually gold metallic. Then you get the same fabric in a red. So holly, berries, you've got Christmas roses, all like, you can see when I go like that, you can see the shimmer of the outline gold. Beautiful quality fabric. You've got a green spot, and again, the spots are gold metallic. You can see that shimmer. And red spots. Then you get a plain bright red and a plain dark red. So you're getting all of that fabric, and you're getting the instructions to make this cushion. So, you know, we have a Christmas tree, we have decorations, we have bunting, we have all of these different things. So a Christmas cushion is a brilliant thing to have to dress your house. So if you've got people coming around for Christmas, you want to make your living room look a bit more Christmassy, this is perfect. If you want to decorate your house, or if you want to give it as a gift for somebody, if you're really not sure, you know someone who's got most things, what can I give them? Make them this cushion. It's a really simple make. $18.99. Now, we are limited in stock on this one, so we have got very low numbers left, and well, I was going to say that when it gets to midnight that price will go back up, but we are very limited. We've got less than 20 of these left now, so if you want one you need to get it in your basket, and please do check out, and good luck with that. But once you've put it in your basket, it isn't yours until you've checked out, but we are very limited in numbers on this. So for $18.99 you are getting the full instructions, and you are getting two plain fabrics, a bright red and a dark red. You're getting the red with gold metallic dots, you're getting green with gold metallic dots, you're getting red with the holly and the Christmas roses with the gold metallic, and green as well. All of that fabric to make the cushion. I'll leave that with you. Very, very low in stock, so please do check out on that. Anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up today. I told you we've got a good day today, but coming up today, so to start with, we have got, it's all about Christmas kits and Christmas fabric, including the Helen Newton's Gnome kits. Now, if you didn't see these, they were on air with me about 10 days ago. We've got beautiful gnomes and gnome cushions. We've got the kits for those, as well as loads of other Christmas gifts, including kits, gifts, fabric, all sorts. So if you want to do a little bit of Christmas shopping this morning, 8 o'clock's your hour. At 9 o'clock, we've got the lovely Sandi on air, and she is bringing us the next 4 instalments of Dog of the Month. Whoa, she's woof. Woof, I said whoa, woof. So we've got the next 4. Sandi's going to be showing what you can do with them. We've got a lovely bag pattern. She's going to show us how to make the gorgeous collie into this bag. She's going to do a little bit of a hack to show you how you can adapt the pattern to fit any of the Dog of the Months or any of your own panels and patterns as well. So she's going to be showing you how to do that. She's a real sewing expert. So if you want to know anything about patchwork or home sewing or bag making, just message in. She's done a beautiful hack of it to show you how you can adapt a pattern to fit what you want. So we've got the next 4 Dog of the Months that are all there today, and we're going to be talking about how you make them. At 10 o'clock, it's Amber Makes Christmas Gift Bag. So I'm going to be showing you how to be sustainable this Christmas. Wrap your presents in style. Don't use wrapping paper. Now, the kits for these, on the panel, you get all the outer pieces you need to make 4 bags. So you get to get a bottle bag, a gift bag, a drawstring bag, a gift tote, and 4 matching gift tags, and all the instructions. That comes in 4 different colourways. There's the Christmas scenes, the Christmas classics, and the Christmas gnomes, obviously. So that's at 10 o'clock. So really good value kits, because you get all the stuff to make the 4 bags. You need a bit of lining fabric, but we'll talk about that at 10 o'clock. So please do get ahead with them, because they've been selling already. 11 o'clock, Sandi's back. Now, we've got a fab brand new launch of our new fabric range called Bake Off. I can't think what might have inspired that, but it is the final tomorrow. I know who I want to win. Who do you want to win? Message me in. Or who don't you want to win, more importantly. But if you've been following that. So we've got the brand new panels. Now, the beautiful baking design, it features all your different baking implements in beautiful shades of like a pale teal and peach. So we've got a panel to make that beautiful apron, and Sandi's going to be showing you how to do that. Isn't it gorgeous? So if you've got a baker in your family, again, I'm always thinking, I think I'm just obsessed with thinking about my Christmas presents at the moment. You want to make them a special apron. That's absolutely perfect. We've also got panels in that hour. We've got hexagons on the panels. We've got jelly roll strips. We've got 5-inch squares, and then we've got a special multi-pack where you can make a really big saving if you buy all of them. Sandi's going to be showing us how to make the apron, but also what you can do with the panels, and she's made some gorgeous things. So again, perfect for you if you've got people coming around for Christmas and you want to make some extra special things. Lovely gift as well, and really easy. So if you're a beginner to sewing, you're thinking, oh, I would like to make somebody something, have a go at the apron. She's going to be walking you through step by step how to do it. Then at 12 o'clock, it's Monday, it's Yarn Lane, and Sam Sabido will be in the house. She's got Christmas Gonks. They are the most beautiful crochet Christmas gnomes. There's 3 different ones. I think there's Rudolph, Snowy, can't remember what the other one's called. Holly, maybe? Beautiful. She's also got, there's so much in this show, she's got Draught Excluders, she's got a crochet dog Draught Excluder, a cat Draught Excluder, and a granny square Draught Excluder. She will be with me at 12 o'clock. So get your crochet hooks ready for them, because that's going to be a great hour. If you're new to crochet, Sam's kits are all based for sort of beginners and intermediate. So if you're new to crochet, or if you love crochet, then please stay with me for 12 o'clock. Anyway, shall we have a look at what we've got in today's show? Let's do the website first. How to shop. Now, the easiest way to shop with this is all you need to do is go on to www.sewingstreet.com. If you have a look on the top bar, you'll see various things that say like TV guide. Next to that is watch live. If you click on that, you will then get a little screen that looks just like this, and there'll be the live of me talking to you. And then you can see as you scroll down, there's the early bird. So that's the first thing we've talked about. Coming up on today's show. So those are all the products that I'm going to be showing, demonstrating, talking to you about today. But you know what it's like, all the things that we're low in stock, or the very popular things, they just sell out. So if you want to get ahead, and also if you think, well, I'm popping out at 10 o'clock, I'm popping out at 11, I need to get that, you can get ahead with it. Or if there's a demo you think you'll be interested in, buy it now, then you can just sit back and enjoy it without having to worry about buying it. So there's all the products that are in the 8 o'clock show, all the Christmas gifts, all different things. Then we get to the next show. There's all the gnomes. Don't forget to get your gnomes. They, again, fantastic Christmas decorations and presents. Now we're on to Dog of the Month. So we have got all of those there. We've got the Staffy. Look at that one. We've got the Staffy, the Collie, the Pug, and the Labrador. There's all the items that you need for it. So we've got special faux leather straps, lining, fabric, all sorts. Those are all the bits and pieces you'll need. We've also put the rest of the Dog of the Months on. So if you've missed any of them, if you've got, I'm trying to think which ones are those. If you've got a French Bulldog and you want to have one of those panels, they are all on there. Then here are the Amber Makes kits. So they're in 3 different sections. Each kit will make the 4 bags, but you just need to choose between Gnomes, Scenes and Classic. There. So you can get ahead with them, and all the lining fabrics that you could choose if you want to. If you don't... Oh, H640 sold out already. Oh, we need some more of that. Must be some more of it. Then there's all the, this is the items for Sandy's 11 o'clock show. There's the Bake Off panels. So remember, we've got the mega bundle that includes all the panels, and there's a really good saving on that. And then you've got the Hexie panel, the Charm Square panel. There's the apron. Now look at that, $14.99. That's all the fabric to make the apron. And Sandy's done a really good version of it where she's lined it as well if you want to make yours a bit extra special. But whenever we do our new panels, they fly out. We've also popped in the other aprons that we've done previously. Here's Yarn Lane. Now, with Yarn Lane, all the items are on the Sewing Street website when we're on air with it. It just makes it easier to shop. So if you want to get ahead with your Gnome kits or your Draught Excluder kits, they are all there. So there we go. Obviously, you can also shop on the phone. There's the phone number. There. UK call centre, in fact, it's just upstairs. It's a free phone number. So if you would rather speak to someone, or if you've got any issues or problems with your order, or if you press the wrong thing, you're not sure what you've done, they are wonderful, really helpful. They'll be able to sort you out. So you can either shop online, or if you prefer to speak to a human being, phone that number. Anyway, let's get on with the show. Right, let's start. There we are. Let's start with the door stops. So we have got the kits for these. Now I have got an example of one. This is the Tartar Gnome. Look at him. So let me find the kit for that one. That's that. Yep. So this is the Tartar Gnome. Look, he's got a pom-pom. He's got a lovely, almost like a brownie tartan. He has felt beard. You get the fur for the beard, little nose. He's even got little felt feet as well. So let me show you what you get in the kit. So for $28.99, you get the full instructions, which come with templates as well. Everything that you need to know to make that. Then you get the panel. Now this panel, this is what's brilliant about this kit, which makes extremely good value, is the panel has all the fabric pieces needed to make the gnome. So you've even got extra fabric. So you've got the red check that you need for the body and the arms. You've got the peach fabric for the nose. You've got the brown check for the hat. You've got that's for the hat brim. So everything is on there. There's the gnome arms. It's all labelled, and all you have to do is trace the templates from the pattern, pin them onto here and cut round them. Really easy. Now, that's not the only thing you get in this kit. You also get the fur, the beard fur. You get the green felt that's used for the hands and the feet, and you get the white fleece that's used for the hat brim. So everything you need is in there. You'll need some filling as well, and some, if you want to make it into a doorstop, you'll need some weighted filling and you need some soft toy filling. But everything you need to make the Tartar Gnome is in there. Absolutely gorgeous. Only $28.99, and you can have your own gnome. And obviously, once you get the kit, you've got the pattern, you've got all the templates. You can then use your fabric stash to make more gnomes. So use the kit, make one gnome, and then you can have loads of them, whole family of gnomes. What you could do is you could even scan, photocopy these and reduce the size. You can make some baby gnomes as well. But who is it? Again, a great Christmas present idea. So, you know, when you're thinking, oh, I don't know what to get my nephew, my niece, oh, I don't know. Gnome. Everyone loves a gnome. There's also a different colourway. There are 2 gnomes. So the other colourway is the snowflake gnome. Is here. So again, you get the same instructions, but the panel on this one is the snowflake version. So this is quite nice, particularly if you have to, you know, when you have to buy something for 2 people, you want to get the same thing but different colourways. So with this one, you've got this lovely blue and yellow check. You've got a lovely blue snowflakes for the hat. There's the nose, there's the arms, you've got the hat brim. So that's the colour of the snowflake gnome. Beautiful. So that's more of your icy winter version. Absolutely, I mean, he is gorgeous, isn't he? It's just lovely, look at him. And obviously in that kit as well, you will get the fur for the beard, you get the blue felt that's used for the little mittens and the feet, and you get white fleece. Now the white fleece is for this hat brim, but let me just show you what you're getting. So if you're thinking about, well, I might make some more gnomes, look. So you are going to get loads left over. And once you've got, now we have got loads and loads of you who've got these in your baskets, you need to check out. We are getting very low on numbers now. So if you don't check out, you are quite likely to miss out. So if you want to get your gnomes, now I was on air when these were demonstrated. They're fairly simple to make. So if you know, if you've done a bit of sewing before, maybe you've made a cushion or something, and this is your next step. 4th, yes, demoed on the 4th of November. So if you want to watch back the demonstration, it was with Emily, to see exactly how it's done, just go onto YouTube and you'll be able to find it there. You just need to put in Sewing Street 04/11/2022. If you put all of it in that way, then it will come up on YouTube and you'll be able to watch the demonstration. They're simple to make, absolutely gorgeous. Good morning, Rebecca and gang. I want to say a big thank you to your helpline peeps. Brilliant service. Have a great week from Yvette. Oh, thank you, Yvette. That's lovely feedback. I mean, they are really helpful, the help. Sometimes I've done it before when I've been ordering things and I put the wrong thing or got really confused, and they are really helpful. So we will pass that back. Thank you for your message, Yvette. So if you want to make the gnome, you just need to choose between the 2 or get both. That's 2 Christmas presents ticked off, isn't it? I will leave that one with you. Now, we've also got, if you love the gnomes, we have a gnome cushion. Let me show you Helen's version of it. Look at that. So now, obviously, this is Helen's original version. So what you will get in the kit is slightly different, but this gives you the idea. But he's gorgeous. Look at his little nose, and it's really 3D. He's got the furry beard. He's even got a little pom-pom on his hat, and he's standing beside a pile of presents. And then on the back, it's been kept very simple, just a simple envelope back. Now, that's how the instructions are written. If you want to put in a zip in yours, there's enough fabric to do that, but it's very simple. But how lovely would that look on your sofa this Christmas or on someone's bed? It's just gorgeous, isn't it? So let me show you the kit for this one. I'm going to start with that tartan one. So now this is very limited, this one. So you get the full instructions and obviously full templates, everything you need. So when you've made yours with your kit, you can make more. Now you get a printed panel, because this is the most economic way of doing it, because you need for this lots of little pieces of fabric. And so rather than us have to give you, well, we wouldn't be able to cut all the little pieces of fabric up. So, you know, there's the, that's the bit for the back of the gnome, the front panel, that's the border. There's the fabric for the hat, there's the body. All of those little presents, the little gift boxes, they're all printed here in different ones, and that's for his hat brim, feet and mittens. So less than 20 of these left. Please do check out. So that's all the fabric you'll need for it. But not only that, you also get the fur. so you can have that 3D furry beard. And then you get this lovely green, and there is enough fabric here to do the border that goes around the outside, but also the back. So all you're going to need to provide is a cushion pad to put inside and some Bonder web. And all of the fabric, so it's a really great way. For $28.99, you are getting all of the fabric you need, including the furry beard. Now, we are very low on numbers now of that one, so you need to get checked out. So we've also got it in the snowflake version, so it's a really nice thing if you've maybe bought somebody the gnome and you want to do the matching cushion. So again, full instructions, and then the fabric panel. Let me show you. So I love this one. So this is the back of the gnome in this lovely muted check. So it's the sort of the bluey yellow version of that brown check. You've got the snowflake in a border, the hat. So this matches, both of these kits match perfectly the doorstop gnome. So they're exactly the same colourways. So they would make a nice matching gift set if you wanted to make someone the cushion and the gnome. You've got the hat, the body, all the gift boxes down the bottom, and then you've got the hat, the brim, hat, brim, feet and mittens in there. You then get, obviously, the fur for the beard. So you get your furry piece there. And then you get ivory fabric, and that is used for the outer border and also the cushion back. So everything you need for all the fabric you need, obviously you'll need a cushion pad and some Bonder web and thread and a sewing machine, but all the fabric you need is in this kit for just $28.99. But I leave that one with you. Oh, now we've got a special offer running today. So I'm just putting that over there. If you spend more than £100 today, you will get a free, worth $39.99 free Sewing Street Advent Calendar for free. If you spend over £100, free, worth $39.99. Wow. That's amazing, isn't it? So Sandy's going to be demonstrating the sewing machine, the 680 Plus. If you bought one of those, you get a free Advent Calendar, wouldn't you? So if there's a few things that you're thinking about buying, you're not, over the week, think, do I do that? It's worth getting your basket up so you can get over that £100, free Advent Calendar. That's amazing. We never give away things like that. $39.99 for free. Anyway, fantastic offer. Right, which one should we do? The bag, where's the bag? Which is this one? Advent bags, yes. So this is an Alison Marion kit called the Advent bags. Now these are fab, so obviously there's still time to make them ready for Advent. So this is a set of hanging Advent bags that you make, obviously 24 of them, and they all hang on a string, and then you pop a little gift inside each of one. I mean, that is just brilliant, isn't it? So in the kit, should we have a look what you get? Oh, let me just get post scissors. This is brilliant, isn't it? Really, this is a really unusual one. I mean, I've seen Advent calendars with little pockets and with little stockings, but these are little bags. So in the kit, look at this. All the instructions that you need. Now, all of these bags have little zips as well. So look, she's showing you a picture that you can hang them on a string. You can hang them on, like on a fireplace. These are hung on a string of LED lights. So in the kit, you are getting all of these, you're getting all the ribbon. I'm going to show you this so much. I can't believe this is only $19.99. Look, you get all the ribbon, you get the little tags to write the numbers on, and you get all of the lobster clasps so that you can hang them on. Look at all the little tags. It's gorgeous. This is beautiful. I cannot believe this is only $19.99. Unbelievable. I'll put those in a minute. You've got loads of those. You get a marking pencil. You get all of the zips. I mean, do you know what? I think for $19.99 it's worth it for all the zips. So you get 24 zips. And then in here, let's see what you get in here. Oh, Oh, I should be more careful with this one. You get bells and little jump rings to attach them all on. So all of the little bags have a zip, obviously, so you can put your presents. So that's quite nice, isn't it? That means that there's no peeking. You can put a little present, whether it's a chocolate or you could put like a little rubber in them. You could even make them for someone who's sewing. So obviously you don't get the fabric in here, but I know that some of you have a little bit of a stash, don't you? Some of you. So you have to cut, yeah, you need 96 4-inch squares because the bags are lined as well. So that's quite good, isn't it? You get an absolute, I can't believe how much you're getting in here. And she's written on here when it was demonstrated. So when you get the kits, 22nd of October last year, you can then go back and see it. But how lovely is that? So you make all of these little bags with their zips, and all of the zips are there. You then hang them up, whether that's on a length of ribbon or some LED lights. That's quite nice. Or you could hang them going down a door. And then you just pop a little gift in for each day. And every year you reuse it. But I think that this is fantastic gift. So, you know, if you were making it, it doesn't have to be for children, make it for a sewer and put a little reel of thread in each one. Or if you know of a gardener, you could put seed packets in it, you know, anything really. But I think that's amazing. So $19.99, you get 24 bells, zips, clasps, the little cards and the pencil as well. The pencil is for writing on the little black gift tags, by the way. So you can write the different numbers on them. Or you could write someone's name. Maybe if people are sharing it, you could have different names. But because all those little bags are all zipped up, they'll be a complete surprise. I think that is absolutely gorgeous. And the instructions are really clear. You've got photos, diagrams, everything that you need all to do it. I think that's lovely. So you will need, what it says on here, is of your own, you will need 5 fat quarters of fabric. So that's great. I mean, that's in total, isn't it? So you can just use lots of different bits from your stash. You could use some plain fabrics, some Christmas fabrics. We've got quite a few Christmas fabrics coming up. Now, half of the stock is gone. I mean, I think this is fantastic because I think a lot of us, it's lovely to buy the complete kit with the fabric, but we know it's like we do have our own fabrics. So it's lovely. The fact that you can use your own fabric, and you know, like with this, it doesn't even need to be Christmassy. You could just use plain white fabric with the zips. It look lovely, and it's got the ribbons as well. So you get those full instructions, 24 zips, 24 lobster clasps, 24 bells, 24 gift tags, and even the white pencil to write on them. And then you just use, well, in total, 5 fat quarters. But you could use, if you wanted just little scraps, you could use just even smaller pieces. So we've also got it. That one is green. Let's just open this one. I won't open all the bags for this one. So this one, exactly the same. Full instructions. I won't take them all out. You've got all the lobster clasps in there, all the bells in there, and then here you've got red zips and cream zips. So you just need to choose whether you want the red and cream zips or the green and cream zips. Again, you will need, or get both if you need to make 2 sets. Really simple to make as well. So I don't think you're going to find this one a difficult make at all. And they're just so cute, aren't they? That you've got these tiny little bags to put all the little presents in, and they're all zipped up. And the little bells as well, so the whole thing will jingle and jangle. And every year, you just get it out, you fill it back out again. It's reusable, it's sustainable, it's the sort of thing that every year goes up and goes, oh, where's the advent calendar? What have you put in it this year? And you can spend the year collecting different things. It's a nice challenge, isn't it? Think, oh, what little things shall I put in? You can do a mixture, so you can have some that are mini gifts, like for children, those little bouncy balls, you can get a couple of those in. And then you could put some chocolates in other ones, all different things that could go in there depending on who you're making it for. So this one, $19.99, this is the red zips and the cream zips. The other one was the green ones. But we are very low on stock at the moment. So this, again, you've got all the lobster clasps. It's all the lobster clasps and the ribbon and these. Really, really popular. I imagine, should we check this one? That it's got red ribbon. I wonder if I can open it without ripping the bag. No. Oh, well, that's mine. This one, obviously, because it's got the red zips, this one has red ribbon. And it does have the little, I love the little black tags as well to write the numbers on. And all the lobster class. So this one has got the red ribbon and the red zips, and the other one has the green ribbon. So if you want to make 2 sets, if you've got two different people you want to make them for, I mean, what a lovely present for somebody. If you're not sure what to buy them for Christmas, get this done, send it to them for the 1st of December. They've got then a gift every single day, and it's just nice. I think for particularly, well, I mean, obviously children love them, but don't forget the adults. If you know someone who's living on their own, then every day in December, they'll know that you're thinking about them because you've given them a little gift. I think that's quite nice. Yes, we've got crackers next. Let me just, I get too much stuff on my desk. Yeah, so this is, again, an Alison Marion kit. She's brilliant at these. This is the alternative Christmas crackers kit. So I'm going to open it up. So in here, you get the instructions, 4 zips and charms. Again, this is another scrap busting kit. So what do we get? This was demoed on the 2nd of October. So here's the picture. Oh, these are lovely. Create these alternative Christmas, oh, I can do it on the overhead, with this simple step-by-step guide. So you've got enough pieces, because you've got the zips in here, to make 6 of these alternative Christmas crackers. So they're not the Christmas crackers that you pull, they're these little pouches, like triangular pouches with zips, so you can really put a nice gift in them. You could then buy a little paper party hat. So what you'll need to make this is you will need 2 fat quarters of fabric. She said use Christmas one, up to you, but you get 2 fat quarters. You also get in here, look at the little charms. Can you see these? There's all the zips. Look at the little Christmas charms. So these are for hanging on the crackers. These are beautiful. You've got one, oh, let me go over. Should we take them off and then you can actually see what they are? Because these are amazing value to get these in the kit as well. These will make them, and you hang these on the end of the zip slider. So you've got in here, you've got the little jump rings to attach them. You've got Rudolph. Let me take them off, the instructions are easy. So you've got a reindeer. You've got a Christmas tree and a stocking and a snowflake. So there is enough in here to make 4, because you've got 4 charms, oh, that's why it was just a picture of 6. So you've got 4 charms, 4 zips, and the instructions, and this is what they will make. But remember, obviously, once you've got them, the instructions, you can make as many as you like. So the idea is you can then put your own gift inside. So you can have beautiful Christmas crackers. I was having a look on Fortnum & Mason website yesterday, which sounds an odd thing to do. My husband decided he was going to make a Christmas cake. So on the Tesco order, he made me order everything for the Christmas cake. It came to 40 quid. 40 quid! I said, do you know what, I reckon you could buy a Christmas cake from Fortnum & Mason, and I was right. 40 quid. I hope this is a good Christmas cake he's going to make. Mind you, he did have a whole bottle of whiskey in that, and I'm not sure you need that for the whole cake. Anyway, when I was on the website, Fortnum & Mason do a beautiful hamper, like a wicker hammer with the straps, with 6 crackers in, £1,000. £1,000. I mean, obviously you get to keep the hamper, but that's ridiculous, isn't it? But you see, for $14.99, make 4 of your own. You can put beautiful gifts in. Put them in a hamper. I still can't get over that. Who would spend £1,000 on 6 crackers? I mean, that's ridiculous, isn't it? I was quite impressed that you could get a fully iced Christmas cake for £40. I tell you what, I hope this Christmas cake's good. Though I think with a whole bottle of whiskey, it might be a little bit much. But I just can't believe how much he spent on ingredients for a cake. Anyway, this is fantastic value for money. So if you want to have them, bring them back every year. Once you've got the instructions, you can keep making them, and use your fabric stash as well. Oh, we've got a beautiful Moda quilt kit. Ben's not seen this one before. Merry Little Christmas. Isn't that gorgeous? So if you're thinking about, you've got guests coming for Christmas, you want to decorate your bed, what a lovely gift for a sewer. They've got a whole year then to make it, haven't they? So a lovely gift for a sewer, or a lovely gift for you to make someone. Or, well, you know what it's like, we all have, well I do, the best of intentions to get all our Christmas sewing, never get it finished. Buy this now, and I know then, you know, you think, like, well, next Christmas, I am going to make this over the next year. That, you know, that Twixmas time between Christmas and New Year where there are no dates anymore. Oh, no days, there are only dates. You know it's the 27th, but you've no idea whether it's a Friday or a Tuesday. That time, when it's a bit quiet, you could start it, and then next year, how impressive will that be? And this gives you a whole year, and it is a beautiful quilt. Now, £144.99, you are getting everything you know. This is 74 by 84 inches, so that's a good double bed size. So it's a very generous single, but it would fit a double as well. And remember, if you buy this, free advent calendar. So you've got your advent calendar. I mean, if you're really quick, you could get it done, but I would be thinking, I'm going to get this, and do you know, I am going to make it over the next year, and I'm going to give it to somebody. So you've got full instructions here. Really good, really, really good. The Moda kits are always very good with instructions. It's got all the cutting diagrams, the piecing diagrams. It's fairly simple. I mean, basically, it is half square triangles and squares, and a little bit of snowballing, so it's nothing complicated at all. And then look at all the fabric that you get in it. Look at all of this. I love this. So it gives you all of the fabric for the quilt top and the binding as well. And all of the fabric is from the same fabric collection, which is brilliant, isn't it? So you know it's all going to match together. I mean, this is a Christmas present to drool over, isn't it? Look at the fabric. I love this one with the little houses on it. But all of this fabric is from the same collection. So these is used for the presents and the stockings. If I put that picture there. Are we going to have a... Yes, we'd like a gift. Ben says, do you want a gift from the Deal Fairy? Yes, please. Whoa. £119.99. Wow. That's an amazing saving. Oh, I mean, and look at all of this fabric you're getting. All of these different colours. We've got Christmas stripes. We've got dots. And you see, at £119.99, you still get your advent calendar. Now, also, you can spread the cost if you want. So if you want to do split pay, interest-free, 2 equal payments of £59.99, buy it now. You've got the whole year to make it. What a lovely gift for somebody or for yourself. And then you've got bigger pieces. You've got this lovely green snowflake, the red dot. I love this mint-coloured dot. Gorgeous floral. Oh, that floral, that's used in that border all the way around the edge. And then you've got the ivory fabric that goes in the background. It's not plain, it's got a tiny little dot. So if you look at the dots that you've got on this one, that's all over the cream one as well. I think that's amazing. So £119.99, fantastic saving. Fantastic saving. Is it £100 spent by midnight or in one single checkout, please? By midnight. By midnight, because remember, we don't look at or notice how often you check out. You can check out as many times as you want between now and midnight. Your basket is closed at midnight. At that point, your P&P is applied. If you buy something and we reduce the price of it over the day, like Ben has just done, you will be charged the lower price. So your basket is a daily thing. So all you have to do is spend over £100 between now and midnight, and then you'll get your free advent calendar. But this is really, really worth thinking about. If you think this year, I wish I had done that, get it now, make it for next year. But I mean, it's not a difficult make. Once you get it home, if you've got yourself a bit of time, you can still get it done. It's beautiful though, isn't it? And it's really fresh. It's very Christmas colours, but with the addition of the mint, it's very fresh. Beautiful quilt kit. Low double figures of this kit, so if you want this one, you need to get checked out. If we have any left at midnight, that price will go back up to, was it, how much was it? Can't even remember what it was now. 179. Wow. 119.99. And we are in low figures of this one now, so you need to get that one checked out. Let's do some fabric bundles now. We've got 2 Moda fabric bundles. Which ones are they? Okay, so that's this one. So this is a bundle of 4 Moda fabrics. I love the colours of this one. Let me open them out. The green is a really soft, it's not your like bright evergreen, it's a really soft Christmas green. But look at the print on this. It's like a poinsettia, but it's got green leaves and then red berries and then these little red and white flowers. It's beautiful, it's very subtle, it's like a nod to Christmas. So this works out, what you're getting here is a ½ metre of 4 different fabrics. That works out at £6.74 for ½ metre, which is an amazing price for Moda fabric. £29.96 for 4 ½ metres. So that's one of them. And here's the next one. So again, you can see these are all from the same fabric collection. So they go together beautifully. Isn't that one lovely? So you've got the paler version. The darker green is in the green of here. And then you've got all of these little berries all over it as well. That's number 2. Number 3, you've got the larger poinsettia, again with this lovely green background. It's really subtle, isn't it? And you've got the red poinsettias and little snowflakes popped around it. I mean, beautiful quality. If you've used Moda fabric, you'll know it's so soft and lovely. Beautiful quality of printing. It's nice sometimes to see a slightly different colour palette for Christmas. It's still keeping to the traditional greens and reds, but with softer tones. And look at the paisley. Gorgeous Christmas paisley. So if you put all of those together, if you're thinking, I'd like to got guests coming around for Christmas, I want to make some napkins. Now, ½ metre will make 2 napkins. What I would do is I'd cut a strip off the bottom of them, of each one, and use that to bind round the others. So you could have your napkins a little bit smaller, bind round the edges. What a beautiful set of 8 Christmas napkins. Gorgeous. So that's that Moda one. I've got another Moda bundle. Is that this one? No, it can't be that one. It's only got 3 in it. There it is. Now, this is very similar. So if you've bought the other one, this one goes with it really well. Or it's fine on its own. So this is that green one that I showed you. This is the version. This has got, it's not bright, I would say an ivory coloured background. So again, you've got the leaves, you've got the berries, you've got the little flowers. So this and the other bundle go together beautifully because they are from the same fabric collection. Then you've got the smaller print, again with the ivory background. Again, I am thinking Christmas table runner, patchwork Christmas table runner. Cut it into, depending on how wide, I'd go for like maybe 10-inch squares, join them together, long table runner. Very lovely. And again, bring it out every Christmas, but wouldn't that look lovely? And then that's the large poinsettia print. And then finally, you've got the red paisley. So all in together, let me put them in squares. Sometimes nice to be able to see them together. That one, then the smaller print, but they are gorgeous, aren't they? So that's those 4 there. But if you've bought the previous bundle, you see how all the colours go together? You see? So if you want both bundles, you are making a saving by buying all of them together. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, let's have some Christmas stash topper-uppers. Red, green and white. So if you've bought some of these, what's happened to my hair this morning? It's all sort of, you know how when it goes funny, it's all gone funny. There we go, that's better. And yes, let's do this for £9.99. So what you're getting is ½ metre of your Christmas plains. You're getting red, Christmas red. You're getting proper white. proper bright snowy white, and you are getting Christmas green. £9.99 for 1.5 meters of those Christmas fabrics, just £9.99. So if you've made something, you want maybe a bit of lining fabric for something, for £9.99, that is a fantastic value for money. Definitely add that to your order. So maybe you've put a few things in your basket, you want to get over the £100, so you get the free advent calendar, £9.99, 3.5 meters. Lovely. Oh, we've got Macawa Christmas fabrics. Oh, so is this one green and red? Oh, let's have an image. Yeah, that is the one I had. So this is Macawa Christmas fabric. So again, 3.5 meters. So this one, now look, can you see it's all outlined in your gold metallic. So you've got a lovely evergreen fir, dark green background with sprigs of holly and gold. Oh, now Hannah, producer Hannah, who's not in today because we've got Ben, did something special with this, and Ben's going to have to honour it. So it was £17.77, £13.98. You're getting 3.5 meters. So can you see everything is outlined in metallic gold? There's only 2 left. You get the holly and you get the plain red. One left. One left. Right. Another Macawa, which is, must be this one. Yeah. So same print, different colourway. White background. Again, you've got the holly leaves. Everything is outlined in gold. I love the little spruce, and then you've got little gold stars in the background as well. You get 0.5 meter of this one, again with the white background, holly leaves and berry, all outlined in shimmering gold metallic, and then you get 0.5 meter of a plain red. So perfect for your Christmas makes. Maybe you wanted to make those advent bags. Maybe you wanted to make the reusable Christmas crackers. You might already have a bit of Christmas fabric, you just want to up your stash a bit. £13.98 for 2 Macawa fabrics and 1 plain red. Amazing value. £13.98 for that one. Yes, we're talking about... Yeah, so Christmas, we've been talking about Christmas, but what about all those poor, I wouldn't say poor people, all those people who have birthdays in December? Is that you? And then they get forgotten about. Everyone keeps talking about Christmas, and you think, no, it's not just about Christmas, it's about me. My birthday isn't in December, by the way. But if it was, you get forgotten about. But there are still people, we still need to buy birthday cards, we still need to send things to people. So I've got a set of greetings cards. Let me open them up. So these are originally, they have been designed by Amy from Amber Makes and then stitched using applique and embroidery, then photographed and printed. These are not stitched, they are prints of the originals. Now they're blank inside, so you can put whatever you like in, printed onto recycled card. So if maybe you need to write thank you letters to somebody, maybe it's for a birthday, maybe it's just a get well card or happy moving in. So in the pack you get for £7.99. Now if you think normally when you go and buy a card of this size, because these are 15 centimetres square, normally you're talking £2.50, £3, you're getting 5 for £7.99. So you've got the bike, enjoy the ride. Obviously we have a sewing machine. So happy, because you need, that's for send to somebody who loves sewing. We've got a cake. Everybody loves a Victoria sandwich. We've got the watering can with flowers in. And then finally, there's a cup of tea with a jammy dodger. You also get 5 brown recycled envelopes. So they're all originally stitched, embroidered, applique. Then these are prints of them. That's what they're like on the back. Just blank for your own message. Recycled card. 10% of the profits get donated to charities who support trees. And they're all packaged in a biodegradable bag as well. So if you want some thank you cards or general gift cards or greetings cards, it's always nice to have them when you need to write a little note to someone. £7.99. That's them. Next. Yes. Should we do, what should we do? Oh, this one. So a bit of Christmas gifting. Now, this one comes with a tote bag. Whoa. Makers, that's not a nice bag, nice big one, isn't it? Movers and shakers. Seams. That's quite a nice size tote bag. So it comes with the free tote bag, and what's inside? Well, we've got the Seams hand cream. Now, if you've never seen Seams hand cream, it is absolutely brilliant. So it has been designed and formulated for sewers. So the good thing about it is that if you need your hands to be nice and smooth, particularly if you're doing a lot of hand sewing, they can get a bit rough. So it's nice to keep them really moisturised, but you don't want your hand cream to be transferring to your fabric. So it absorbs instantly, doesn't leave any oily trace, and it is beautiful. I've used it absolutely loads. So it is it has been formulated for sewers, which is why it's called Seams, but it can be used by anybody. So anyone you know who has dry hands who would like this, it is a beautiful gift. But not only that, so there's the hand cream in there, but you also get the, I'm going to just open that one up. So it's for soft, supple hands, smooth quickly into hands and nails daily whenever they need help, and at night before you sleep. And it is, I mean, and the smell of it. So there's the tube. That's what the tube looks like. Gorgeous. And it smells divine. I can't, it's just like, you know when you buy something that's really luxury and that has that smell to it. And I have used it. It is just gorgeous. So Karen, who designs it, says, working in fashion left my hands and nails rough, sore and dry. I wanted non-greasy hand care to use throughout the day, so I created for Seams, and it is beautiful. So that's the hand cream. You don't need very much of it, by the way. If you've got dry hands, particularly, you know what it's like in the winter, it doesn't even need to be when you're sewing, but that's what it was developed for. It really does make a difference. You also get then, as well, a little bottle, this is in the pack that comes with the free tote bag, of the cuticle hand and nail oil. So this miraculous oil is packed full of natural actives to help soften and condition cracked cuticles, nourish dry patches of skin and restore nails to their full glory. Message from Jackie. I just put in an order, but the free advent calendar is not on my invoice. It will be added after midnight, Jackie. Don't worry. When your basket is closed at midnight, because that's how we do it, it will be added to it then. Don't worry. It will come to you. So, but it will be added after midnight because that's how we do it. So this is beautifully light and powerfully nourishing. Seams is luxurious without being greasy. Regular use will help protect skin and keep nails strong. So what a lovely gift. And the fact that you get the free tote bag as well is great. For £39.99, saving £10 as well. And it is real quality product, honestly. And take my word for it, because I've used it and it's brilliant. Bit of Jason Yenter. We do have on the website more of the Seams products in different ways. So if you like the idea of the hand creams, have a look on the website. We have got more of them. I just can't go through them all. Right, so we've got the beautiful Jason Yenter fabrics. Some of them have sold out already. But that's because they're beautiful. So let's show the rest, shall we? Oh, another one's just sold out. The border one. Yeah, okay. So, but don't worry, we've still got a load. Look at this one. So Jason Yenter, you know, he's a brilliant designer. He works in layers. Everything that he has is always layers of fabrics. Absolutely gorgeous. I love this one. Now, this fabric is sold by the half metre. So if you want more of it, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. So I'm thinking Christmas tablecloth. So the way, let me show you, it works sort of almost in rows. So you can use these individually. You could use them to make a cushion. Isn't it there? If you cut this one in a square, that could be a cushion. But I'm thinking, join it together, make a tablecloth, make a table runner. It's beautiful, isn't it? So if you look at the sprig, you've got beautiful poinsettias with Christmas roses. And then you've got the, let me move that one so you haven't got the sticker, blueberries. And I mean, the quality of the print, it's designer quality fabric, but when you look at how fine and beautiful it has, obviously it's all hand painted, the original design, but when it's been transferred onto the print, it's been done amazingly. Isn't it beautiful? And you've got mistletoe in here as well. That's £7.99 for half a metre. Now we've got another these fabrics all go with it. I love this one. It's like your sort of two-tone holly. Again, Christmas tablecloth, or apron, special apron for Christmas Day. Or if you want to make some gift bags, just little drawstring bags, this is ideal. You've got the dark holly, you've got the sort of more muted lighter holly in the background with these really vibrant red berries. Or sometimes, you know, I've seen where people just take a piece of fabric and use that to wrap their present. No tape, just some ribbon around it. But because it's so Christmassy, but it's really classic as well, I think it's absolutely ideal. £7.99. That one goes with it. Oh, I'm trying to get through all of them. This one, I love this one. Now, this is a real border print, because it's all in rows. So what's great about this is you can use the fabric as it is. Remember, it is sold by the half metre. So if you order more than half metre, oh, is this one sold out? It is OSUQ 56. Oh, no, that one's sold out. I've got it in a check, and that one's sold out. And what about the cream snowflake? We're okay with this one. So if you want, this one goes with the other two. So if you want a fabric that goes with them, you've got a lovely, deep, creamy ivory background, and then you've got white snowflakes over it. So it's very pretty and very delicate. Goes with the other fabrics, but you know, it works really well on its own as well. Again, nice if you wanted some really classy Christmas napkins, 2 from half a metre. Beautiful, because it's very, very subtle, that one. Have we got time for anything else? Okay, the Christmas dessert, is that this one? Ooh, look at all of these, the Christmas design roll. So 10 pieces of fabric, these are all Christmas colours. So each one is, ooh, I was going to say your normal 44-inch length, but it's not, I think it's about 150. Quick message. Morning, Rebecca. Where's it gone? If I order an advent calendar, will I receive a second, assuming I reach £100? Not a problem. Yes. Yes, of course you will. If you spend £100, more than over £100 on anything, even if that's an advent calendar, you will get a free advent calendar. Yeah? So each of these, I think, 150 centimetres wide, 2.5 inches long. There are 10 of them. So only £14.99. So if you want to do some Christmas, maybe you're binding something. This is perfect for binding. So you get red ones, 2 green ones, 2 white ones for the snow, 2 grey for the sky, because it's always a bit grey at Christmas, isn't it? And 2 yellow ones for the stars. But if you just want to bind some Christmas item, £14.99, 10 2.5-inch strips, 150 centimetres wide. Anyway, I haven't managed to get through everything, but have a look at the website, www.sewingstreet.com, if you want to see the rest of the Christmas items. I'll be back with you in just a few minutes' time with Sandi. It's Dog of the Month with 4. We've got 4 different dogs. She's going to be demonstrating how to make a really handy tote bag that's got a lovely faux leather strap on it, how you can adapt that to fit other sizes as well. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here really soon.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Morning, welcome back to Sewing Street. It is time for Dog of the Month. Da, 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 da. So this is the full quilt of all of the Dogs of the Month. So if you've been watching from the beginning and you've seen us demonstrate all of them as we go along, we have got 4 extra ones today. 4 Dogs of the Month. So the first one is, I think it's this one. No, it's not. Right, I've got to find it now. Why I can't even read upside down. So the first one is the Black Labrador. Molly the Black Labrador. There it is on here. There she is. There's Molly. And since she's gorgeous, she belongs to Amy actually. And it was her birthday on Friday. She was 3. Happy birthday, Molly. And luckily, she is on air today, but in a fabric panel. So there's Molly the Black Labrador. So if you've got a Black Labrador, this is for you. So on the panel, you've got a 10.5-inch square of Molly on a lovely teal background. And obviously she's got her name there, but you can put your own names in there. Then you have got 5 2.5-inch strips. They're all 43 inches long, so just like you would on a normal design roll. And you can use these for your makes. I'm going to show you in a minute a few of the different makes that have been done using the Dog of the Month panels. So this one, Molly the Black Labrador. Isn't she beautiful? Look at her little face. Look at her little face. Gorgeous. I know. Happy birthday, Molly. But if you've got a Molly or you know someone who does, absolutely ideal. So that's one of them, because we've got 4. Which one should we do next? Right, the next one, how about a collie? Have you got a collie? Where's Constance on here? Ooh. Oh, she's not on that one. She must be an extra one. I know we did do some extras that weren't on the quilt. Oh, I love this one. Look, Constance the collie. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, you know, and if you've got a collie or you know someone who would not love one of these, and I'm going to give you a few ideas, and Sandy as well, what you can make with these panels. So whether you want to put them together to make the whole quilt or you just want the panel. So look, isn't that gorgeous? On a lovely, I like the fact this is on like a grass green background, because that's what collies spend their time doing, running around fields, chasing sheep. So you've got that. It's beautiful, isn't it? Love that one. So there she is on the green background. And then as with all of the other panels, we have got 5 coordinating fabric strips, all 2.5 inches wide, 43 inches long. So you've got a white with a green fleck, green with a darker green, mini collies, rows of collies, and then you've got the black strip at the bottom. I love this one. I think that is really gorgeous. So $9.99 for the whole panel, where you've got the 10.5-inch square featuring Constance the collie, and then you've got the strips as well. That's number 2 Dog of the Month. Right. Oh, right, so this one is, this is Paul's dog, Paul the buyer's dog. Ted the Shorkie. Ben says he's an old boy. What, Paul? That's a bit rude, isn't it? Ooh. Oh, the dog. Oh, not Paul. So Paul, who else our buyer? This is his dog, and he's an old boy, and that's not Paul, that's the dog. Ted the Shorkie. Look at him, he's so cute. What is a Shorkie? A Shih Tzu and a Yorkie, do you think? It could be. A Yorkie that likes shortbread? Ted the Shorkie. So you've got the 10.5-inch square of Ted. And then you've got 5 2.5-inch strips, all 43 inches. So they all match it perfectly. You've got like the light purple, the darker purple, miniature versions of him, big versions, and then a darker one that's got all little paw prints all over it. $9.99. Right, this is, and then Ben has saved his favourite one till last. Which one is this then, Ben? What number's that? 5'8". Oh no. Oh yeah. No. Yay! So So, this is Roxy, the staffy, who belongs to Jess. And unfortunately, she's passed away, we've just been told. So what a lovely tribute to her that she appears today. Oh, that's gorgeous. So if you've got a staffy, or you used to have a staffy, and you want to remember them, this is a lovely way of remembering your favourite dog. So it's on a beautiful mustard background with the staffies. Look at his face, gorgeous, isn't it? And then you've got all the strips that go with it. So you've got like light stripes, mustard stripes, miniature Roxys, bigger Roxys, and then the black stripe there. And again, all with the labels. So $9.99, that's the whole panel that you can make into all sorts of different things. Now we have got all of the other Dog of the Months as well that we've done previously. They are all on the website. So you can have a look which those are if you've missed any of them so far. They all feature on the quilt behind me, but obviously we have put some extra ones in as well. But let's see, what did you do with yours? Good morning, Sandy.
Good morning, Bex. How are you?
I'm fine.
Lovely to see you again.
So you've made a bag.
Made a bag.
Gorgeous.
With the collie.
Love that.
With the lovely two-tone dyes.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yes.
I love that. So you've used this pattern for it.
That's right, yes. We used
the Debbie Harris, the Camden bag pattern.
Yep.
Here it comes. So $9.99. This is all the instructions that you will need to make this bag. All brilliant instructions with lovely photo walkthroughs. Everything that you need to know is in here if you want to make yourself. Now you can use any of the panels for this bag.
Absolutely, yes. Just adapt them. I adapted this slightly, so unfortunately just cut his ears off. But we got most of the dog on it, and you'll see the other one's slightly bigger again to try and get the other dog on as well.
Yes, all the dogs are slightly different sizes.
They're all slightly different sizes. So if you just cut it to
I love the strips you've kept joined together.
Yes, yeah. So the strips here.
We'll put them on your cuts here. Then we can have a look better.
So they look like they've all been sewn up.
Yeah, they look
but we
lovely.
haven't just left them together, which I'll show you in the panel that I'm going to do.
What a
now.
lovely way of knowing your dog, isn't it? And
Isn't
showing
it
it off.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
It's really nice.
Lovely bag. And it features a faux leather handle.
Yes. And it's got a clasp on it as well, which is nice. I'll show you how to put on later. It's got a nice pocket
and
inside.
A pocket as
so
well.
we've got the little dogs inside on the pocket, inside and out, and a
beautiful
little keyring holder as well.
Oh, so it hold everything with you.
So you've got everything in there that
Great
you need.
for your dog walks even,
Absolutely.
isn't it?
You could put all your little spare bags in and toys in and a water
flask.
bottle.
I always take a flask of tea
Biscuits
with me.
for
And all
yourself
my
or the
neighbours
dog.
say, have you got gin in there? And I'm thinking, why would I have gin in a flask?
Well, why not?
I know, I've got tea. But then I always take like a carrier bag with me to put my flask
With the flask in with the gin in.
Yeah. Stop people asking.
That's right.
But that's lovely. I really like
nice,
that.
Isn't it? And it's got a nice leather handle on this one.
Yes, beautiful.
So you can either use the leather handle or some of the strips that you've got, because you've got some left.
Oh, fantastic. Right.
So you'd be able to do that.
So you need to change the bag. You're going to show us how to change the bag size.
Yes, if you notice, it's just the panels are slightly bigger.
Right, okay.
So I'm making this bag a bit bigger. So with this, just cut the size out that you want. So I've cut it so we've got all the dog in. We've got a lovely dog here. I've made one panel here, so we've got the back panel or the front panel, and with this one, so I've done it slightly different. With here we've got the stripes on it, and then we've got the stripes here. So that's the back panel already done, and just make the size that suits your bag. So it doesn't have to be the size the patterns are fine, but just do the sizes differently, and then you can make it up exactly the same. So I've cut out all the panels to the size that I wanted it. So if you make sure you cut the first one out with the full dog, and then just make sure you've the same panels on the other four.
So you've just used a plain fabric for the other rectangles?
Yeah, so you could do whatever you want. I think on the bag we've got the dark black.
Right,
you could use a nice sort of denim colour with it. You could pick up the purple on this one as well, or a dark brown. But we've got the beige on it, and I've used the same for the lining as well.
Oh, okay.
So if you cut those out, so I'm just going to sew these up now. So it's a lovely, easy bag to do. Oops.
Okay, so again, I'm thinking Christmas present.
Absolutely, yes.
I'm a bit obsessed with Christmas presents. I had a panic the other day and started Christmas shopping.
Most friends have got a dog, haven't they? So,
Yes,
and you've got
yes.
so many different dogs here. I'm sure most of your friends have got one of the
We'll
dogs
have
on
one
the
of
panel.
them. Yeah, that's true.
My daughter's got the little Westie in the middle
Oh,
there.
it's gorgeous, isn't it?
It looks just like little Oscar.
Really?
Absolutely, yes. So she would love that. I'm going to have to make a cushion, I think.
You are, with the Christmas
with the
jumper on
Christmas,
even.
Absolutely. So literally we're just sewing the 4 panels together to make a square or oblong. And I have got quite a snazzy colour in my thread here, because I'm going to show you in a minute how to do the on the seams here. So at home you would put maybe a different coloured thread in.
Okay. I know, but it's nice. We can see what you're doing.
Well, A, you can see what I'm doing, and also it's nice to show you on the fancy stitches in a minute as well. Have you got a dog, Bex?
I have a Cocker Spaniel. Oh. She's like a red colour. They're called golden, but she's like red. Oh. Red.
Oh, how
and she's beautiful.
Called
Luna.
Oh, Luna.
She's my lockdown puppy. I got her the day before lockdown.
Oh gosh.
Because I really wanted another dog, and I couldn't have another dog because I worked. Oh. Because my dog died 2 years before that. I was absolutely devastated.
Oh. No, they're part of the family, aren't they?
Do you know, I never thought I'd ever get over it. And
it's so hard.
And then my daughter came home early because of lockdown. She goes, right, we're going to get a dog. So we drove all the way up to Derby, picked her up, and then the next day they locked down. Fantastic.
Did you know?
Well, we knew it was about to happen.
Coming, yes.
Fantastic. And my husband goes, well, what happens when we go back to work? I went, we'll deal with that then.
That's right. And what do you do?
Well, we kind of muddle through, to be honest.
Manage together, yeah.
And he'll say, well, I need to go into work. So I go, we can't.
Too bad you can't.
And she is just adorable, and I love her. And she gets into bed with me in the morning. She does sleep in a cage. I'm quite good, but in the morning she runs upstairs. She jumps on the bed. She goes under the duvet.
Does she get so excited?
Yes, and then she goes to sleep with her head on my pillow.
Oh,
and it's lovely. And people say, "Do you let your dog upstairs?" And I think, under the duvet. And
so many people let the dog sleep with them, though, don't they?
Oh no, I don't. She'd be up and down all night. She'd be a nightmare and barking at everything. But she's just delicious. Adore her.
I think so many people got dogs in lockdown, didn't they?
Well, I thought I wouldn't be able to get another one, and she healed my heart.
Oh. A lot of people do, don't they, after they've had one? It's so heartbreaking, isn't it, when anything happens that you think, that's it, I can't possibly get another.
And then I thought, because the other one was older, so you could leave her on her own longer, I thought, well, there's no way we can get another one.
Right.
And anyway, she's nearly 3.
So was she a real puppy when you got her?
Yes, she was 10 weeks old.
Lovely.
Oh, wow. Just delicious. It's the only word.
They're gorgeous.
I love
when
Cocker
they're puppies,
Spaniels.
Oh, they're beautiful dogs, aren't they?
And actually, we haven't got the Cocker Spaniel on our
I can't believe you've not got one on here.
No.
I'm more a cat person, so I've got a cat. Who thinks it's a dog.
Oh, really? I think my dog thinks it's a cat, actually. Sleeps on your lap like that.
Right, so we've done the 4 panels together. And the only thing you've got to match is make sure in the middle.
Okay.
And then that's it. And we've got some wadding, so we've got some nice iron-on wadding.
Right.
And this just sort of makes it a bit firmer.
Just to give it a little bit of...
It gives it
okay, nice.
bit of luxury as well to it. And I've just done it slightly bigger than the panel, which we'll trim later. So make sure when you're ironing it, you don't catch the iron on the bit. So I always place it on and then iron the material on top. Okay. Because sometimes you can find with the iron, it can sort of melt the interfacing a little bit. And it's also, it's normally best going on with a steam iron. I always find it sticks better with a steam iron.
So that's the H640, that's the one on screen at the moment.
Which
H640
is
basically an iron-on wadding.
And it's fab.
You see, sometimes people say you should use steam,
some people say they don't.
So you use steam?
I always use steam.
Okay.
I just find it just sticks that little bit better. But again, I would always test a bit first.
It does make it look a bit more professional, doesn't it, the iron-on wadding?
Oh, God, absolutely, yes. It gives it that structure. It makes it look like not just a handmade bag.
Yes.
It
posh.
It does make it look a bit
and
posh,
sort of protects things as well.
Absolutely. So there we go. So I've ironed that on.
Oh, okay. Easy.
Now then, I find, I'm using the wonderful Elna 680 again today, and it's got some fabulous stitches on here. How many times do you use fancy stitches on your sewing machine?
I have actually started making an effort of late. I reckon it's because last time you were on air, you said we need to use these.
That's right, yes.
And the other day, I've got one on mine that says handmade.
Oh gosh, really?
I did it all the way down a strap. It looks fab.
Oh,
so I am on an effort to use stitches.
Well, you do. Do you know? I mean, I've got a fancy machine as well, and it gives you so many stitches to use, and you use straight, maybe zigzag, and that's really all you use. So when I get these panels, I just love using all the fancy stitches.
Yeah, it's a really good idea because
it makes it look like it's quilted, doesn't it, as well?
Yeah.
So it really does. So this panel here, if I left it, it just looks like a panel with strips on, doesn't it?
Oh, actually, I'll come over.
There you go. Do you want to come over?
I'll come over. Have a look at this one that Sandy's done. So you've got a blanket. Pardon? Oh, sorry, the sewing machine, the Sandy's talking about, the 680 Plus, that's on screen at the moment, £1,249, comes with free advent calendar.
Only one?
Yeah, only one, yes. Only one free advent calendar.
And it's a fabulous machine, and it's got all the stitches on it, and you literally just program the number in that you want.
I love this blanket stitch.
It's lovely,
really
isn't it?
clever,
it's really
isn't
good.
it?
So it makes it look sort of slightly handmade as well,
really
so you
like
can sort of do that. And then on this one,
what have you put?
I've done sort of like almost like a little.
Move that one over.
I call it almost like a little heartbeat
Oh,
sort
I
of one,
like
isn't
that
it?
one. You see, you never use these, and what's great as well is that you can change the width and the length, so you can.
Yes,
you've got like more than one stitch within each stitch.
Absolutely, yes. And I've done a lot more on the sample that we're doing on the next show.
Also, I think with these, if you haven't matched your seams,
it's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
What do you mean haven't matched your seams?
If you've never, which happens, I go, I don't know. Oh, I'll put a decorative stitch.
And it's brilliant. So you can make the stitch as large as you want, or as small as you want.
We'll have them larger in the bit.
That's right. They go really large.
It's really I mean, obviously here these are joined anyway, but that does remove any slight errors.
Absolutely, yes.
I love that. Oh, okay.
And it holds the wadding in place as well.
Yeah.
Which is great. So you could just sew down in the ditch. So you could do a straight line all the way down and across. But I don't like to do that. What I do is I've got a piece of material first, and I've tested the wadding, so I've tested ironing with it as well, so that we know that it's okay with a steam iron. And then I've tried different stitches on it, and then I write what number they are as well, which is quite handy. So if you again come back and think, I loved the stitch that I did on that one, but I can't remember which one it was, if you've got a little sample that you keep by your sewing machine, and just try all the different stitches. So I've got lots of different stitches here that I've tried on the different pieces of material, all with the numbers written down, so I can go to the sewing machine and think, right, actually I'm going to do number 62 today. So we can program in. So I think I'll do 62, put that one in. Then when you start with fancy stitches, you have a little mark in the middle of your sewing machine foot. Don't look at the needle, follow that on the line, and that will keep it straight, because obviously your needle's going to go backwards and forwards with the stitch that you're going to be doing. But if you follow the line that you want to sew it on with the middle of the foot, you should get a straight stitch down it. So if we start with this one here, and we'll just go straight down. And it's a lovely relaxing thing to do as well. If you've got a few panels together, decide on what stitches you want to do and sit down and just relax doing it. Don't know about you, Bex, do you find it relaxing when you're sewing?
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I'm totally distracted. I'm trying to get the Facebook. I can never get the Facebook on. Do you know, honestly, me and this iPad are not friends.
Me and technology aren't friends, I tell you.
Not
apart
friends.
from sewing machines.
Not friends.
No.
Becky's going to sort it out for me. I do. Do I find it relaxing?
Yes. And
until it goes wrong.
Yes, right.
And then I walk away. I was making something the other day, and it was just, I wanted to throw it across the room. So I thought, I'm just going to leave it. And then the next morning, actually, I solved it, and it was fine. So mostly, yes, I do. But when you sew something, it doesn't sew into the seam properly, so you have to unpick it and do it again. And it's but it's amazing what 24 hours will do.
Do you know, it's best sometimes. I think sometimes you can unpick something time and time again. But if you just walk away, or sometimes I've got a couple of projects on the go at the same time, and I think, right, I need to leave that one alone for a minute now and go to another project. So I've always got 2 or 3 projects on the go. So the only thing is with the fancy stitches, you can't rush them. They just take their time, but it's quite nice to just sit and relax. Try and keep your shoulders down. And
particularly also, I've discovered with these built-in stitches, if you try and move the fabric, it all messes it up. You just have to let it do its own thing.
That's just what I was going to say, that sometimes you have a habit of trying to push it along. Don't.
And I've discovered that, particularly, some of them that are pictorial.
And I'm just going to do...
Like my one that said handmade.
Yes,
they really mess up if you try and interfere.
Absolutely.
But I was so chuffed when I found that one. It looks really nice.
That's fantastic. I was just looking to see
There was all sorts on this thing. So Sheila says, morning ladies, loving the show. Rebecca, we have a Cocker Spaniel, but crossed with a Whippet, and he's 14 now and still goes under the duvet.
Oh.
Yes, honestly.
Naughty
Now,
doggy.
if you haven't got a dog you don't then you might understand, but there is honestly very little better on earth than a dog in your bed, lying under your arm with his head on the pillow snoring. Little better.
They are man's best friend, aren't they? Or women's best friend as well.
I said to her yesterday morning, I said, I need to get up, I just can't.
It's hard to get up then, isn't it?
Yeah, and I know you probably shouldn't do that, but it's just so lovely.
I think there's not many people that can't resist, is there?
I know.
Having a cuddle with the dog in the morning.
They just love them.
So I've nearly finished. It doesn't take too long, and as I say, you can almost let it do itself, but just you have a habit of keeping an eye on the needle and you're thinking, where's it going?
Right,
but
so just
steer it and keep that front part of your sewing foot directly in the on the line.
Because even the less complex, the simpler machines have a few stitches, even if you just use a zigzag.
Absolutely, and you can I should think on all the machines you can alter the zigzag, can't you? So you can do it larger. So there you go. It just makes that bit of difference, and it does make it.
Can we have a look on the overhead, Charlie? At Sandy's amazing stitching. Oh, I like that one.
That's lovely, isn't it?
It's like a Greek.
It is, isn't it? Almost, yes.
Don't know what that's called.
No. So just give that a little iron just to smooth it out. So then we've got the front and back panels, and literally
easy.
All we do now is I'm going to trim this up so that it matches my front panel that I've trimmed, because as you remember I said just get that, make it a little bit wider. The interfacing,
trim it after.
yes, and then trim it afterwards, because then you can start your fancy stitches on the interfacing and then just sort of bring it in, so you're not sort of having that the start of the stitch. Whoops. Oh, there we go. I put a new blade in there. It's lovely. Isn't it nice when you put a new blade in?
I put a new blade in the other day and then I went over a pin.
Oh,
Less than 24 hours. But I'm very loath to change it.
Yes,
so I'm just going with it. I'm using rotary cutter pair of scissors for the next few days because I'm so annoyed it was less than 24 hours.
Well, I was using the rotary cutters so much over the last couple of weeks. I'm making some lovely Christmas sacks for a lady out of her child's first clothes.
Oh, how nice.
So I've got...
What a good idea.
So she sent me a lovely
And is she
big
using that, like, going to use them just for the...
She's going to use it for Christmas.
So how old is the child now?
2.
Oh, wow.
So it was her first Christmas last year, and she had the most adorable clothes. So she sent me a lovely big bag of clothes, and I'm making a couple of stockings and some Christmas sacks and some tree ornaments out of it, so she's got them to remember.
Wow,
forever.
I've just got all of mine in like a big plastic box in the loft.
Yes.
I should get them down.
Get them
I
down.
know, I can't bear to cut them up, but it's ridiculous.
But then you don't see them in the loft, do you? So whereas this lady will see them every year when she brings it out, so it reminds her of her daughter's first Christmas, which I think is really lovely.
Oh, how nice, what a good idea.
So,
right, so if you've got lots of clothes left...
You know what to do.
That's a really good idea, isn't
it?
And
they're looking absolutely stunning. So, right, so literally you can pin this or clip it, but it does stay together quite well actually. So I'm just going to sew all the way around it. It's a very simple bag. There's no sort of bag bottom on it or anything like that. So it's just a nice tote, and as you say, very handy for taking out.
But I guess you could box it if you wanted to.
You could, absolutely. There's lots you could do with it if you wanted to. I think that's the beauty of these bag patterns. You can make them as much or as little as you want.
Depends how much time you've got as well, doesn't it? If you've got a nice, long, rainy day,
Absolutely.
well, I'm going to really put some time into it.
Yes.
This is a great pattern, isn't it?
It's a lovely pattern.
Really, really nice.
And just adapt it to the size that you want.
Well, I like the fact it's got that little key thingy.
Yes, the key fob, which I'm going to show you. The key fob, yeah.
Inside as well.
How
is
often
lovely.
do you go out and you think,
Oh,
where's
I
my
know.
keys? What have I done with my keys? Whereas if you can just clip them in your bag, you know you're not going to lose them. You know they're not going to fall out. So next we're on to the lining. So the main part of the bag's done now. And as I say, you can spend as much time. I only just did stitches crosswise. That you on the back, I did it on all the little stripes.
Okay.
So
that's the instructions on the screen at the moment if you want them. £9.99, and that will explain everything, exactly how to do it. All the measurements and the sizes as well, which are quite important.
Yes. But as I say, you can adapt the sizes.
But you can, once you've got the basic pattern, you can then work through that and then adapt that. You can use that for all sorts of things.
So then we go to the pocket.
Right.
And so we've got the lining. So I've measured it to make the same size as the bag. Make sure if you do alter the bag pattern on the front with your dog sizes, make sure your lining's the same size as well.
Yes.
Now what I've done is I've put one clasp on. If you've got time, I'll pop the other one on. You then cut out 2 pieces for your pocket. So again, you can do it any size you want. There's a size in the pattern, but you don't have to do it that size.
If you want it bigger or longer.
This is it. Sometimes I like quite a nice big one. Or you could put like an invisible one in with just a zip on it to make it even stronger as well. So with this, I've cut the 2 sizes out, the same as the pattern. And I'm just going to sew round all the sizes. Make sure you do back stitches at the beginning and the end, because you need to leave a little gap so we can turn it inside out as well. So I'm literally just going to sew round it as a square. And again, with this one, you could do it fancy. You could do some fancy stitching on it. I've just left this one plain, but I think in the bag, I've added some fancy stitching on the pocket in the bag sample that I've done.
You have?
I went mad on the stitches,
I reckon you'll have
didn't
used
I?
every stitch soon.
I think so. So I'm trying. But how many are there on here? There are hundreds on here, isn't there? Goes up to at least 85 different ones here.
I know, that's mad, isn't it? And when you think that, like with the blanket stitch, once you change the length and the width of that one, it turns into a buttonhole stitch or a really big one. So you've got loads of variants as well.
Tons.
And I discovered the other day, who showed me, there's a stitch that I thought was 3 parallel lines.
Oh, they go over each other, don't they?
But it's not. I thought, well, I don't know why do I want that, but it isn't. It's the 3 parallel line stitch is actually 3 stitches on top of each other. So it looks like if you're doing top stitching and you want a really heavy top stitch, if you choose the 3 parallel line ones, you just get a really solid stitch.
On that blanket stitch, it goes over it 2 or 3 times as well. So it's not just so
it's really
a
solid.
one, so it goes over it really solid. And it looks like you've used quite a thick embroidery thread almost. So I've just trimmed the corners off.
I think you need to get this machine.
I know,
Clearly.
I do, yes, it's great.
Yeah. It's only £1,249.
If
And you get a free advent calendar.
I do it just for the advent
Just
calendar.
do it for the advent
Just
calendar.
do it for the advent calendar.
And it is, you can spread the payment as well. So if you want to pay 5 equal payments of £249.80, the machine is sent straight to you, and then you pay the other 4 instalments in monthly intervals, interest-free.
If you're thinking of buying a machine, it's a fabulous machine to get.
It is fab, isn't it?
Because it's so easy for a beginner to use. And if you are more advanced, there's lots of things you can use on it. So you're never going to grow out of it, I don't think,
I know, and I
are
think
you?
sometimes with these sort of fancy machines, you think, oh, well, I'm new to sewing, won't be any good. But actually, almost the fancier the machine, the easier they are.
They are. And as I said, me and technology don't mix at all. I mean, my family laugh at me, especially with my phone, my computer, everything. I think I've got one of those fingers that just doesn't like technology. But with the sewing machine, no problem at all. It's great. And they are just so easy to use.
But they are more user-friendly, aren't they?
They are, absolutely.
There's even diagrams on the machine to set it up.
Yeah. So with your pocket, you want to put it, again, put it wherever you want to put it. I've put it just a little bit further down. If you want to do a fancy stitch along the top, just to keep that, I've just ironed it at the moment. And the bit where I've turned it out, you've got a gap. So just iron that in to make it flat. Then I'm just going to pin this pocket on. Again, I haven't measured it. I've sort of eyeballed it, but it looks fairly Okay. Fairly straight to me. What you can do is just fold your material in half.
Oh, okay.
So if you've got, and look at that.
Look at that, that's amazing.
Spot on, there we go.
You've obviously done quite a bit
I've done a few of these. I think you do get I mean, you can spend time and measure it exactly, but I think sometimes you just know when you put some pockets on, don't you? So again, you can use a fancy stitch to go around it. I'm just going to use a plain stitch to go round. Just pin it on lightly so that it's not going to slide when you're sewing it. Okay. And what I tend to do is start just a little bit above the pocket.
Right.
And then go backwards and forwards. So, because when you're going in and out of a pocket, there's a lot of stress just on that little bit of the pocket. So you find that if you just sort of go over the top of it, it just gives it that little bit more strength, just to hold it, especially when it's on sort of like a thinner lining, so you know. So.
Oh, well, that's worth it, because that's always the bit that comes undone, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. So I'm just going to start it only just probably a couple of millimetres above, and then just go back over it so you've got that little line there. Oops, just locked off my pin then. Butterfly fell off my pin. And with the pocket, as I say, make it whatever size you want, make it fancy. It's up to you. But they're great for if people do craft fairs, I think, aren't they, making these sort of bags like this if you've got some nice stash material?
Well, I know, I think it's great because, well, we all have a bit of stash, don't we? And
Absolutely.
It's nice that you get to use it, but also sometimes I find where I need something for the lining, you then have that specific, oh, well, I'll get that specifically for it. Or a lot of even the beautiful designer fabrics are worth saving for linings. Because they make bags really special, don't they?
And I mean, we've sort of done it so that it matches the squares. You could do like a patchwork one, really. You could do a different one so that it doesn't have to match, just as long as you, there we go. So that's your pocket on it.
Brilliant. So you could put one on both sides?
You could put one on both sides if you wanted, absolutely. And I've got, oops, I've lost all my little bits. I've got some clips somewhere. Here they are. Right. So this is the fob. So you need to make 3 little, what would you call them? Little tabs. Tabs.
And you've got D-rings, and we have got D-rings.
That's right.
If you need D-rings, we've got a pack of 4 D-rings here.
So to make the tabs, you cut your material to size that you want.
There we go, on the overhead. I keep forgetting we've got an overhead. Don't know when that happened.
In half, and then in half again.
There. Look at that. So if you want you get 4 in there, and you only need 1 for this.
So you can, well, you need 3.
Oh, 2 for the other.
It's 2 for the other one.
Right.
So then you've got a spare one. So if you get 2 packets,
one.
you can do 2.
Okay, so a little tab.
So you made the little tab, then we're just going to go round it. And again, with it being the nice purple on here, it looks quite nice too.
And you just cut that off one of the strips?
Yes, yeah. So you can do whichever strip you want. And I'm actually going to just lengthen the little stitch size. I do it to about 3 for a top stitch.
Okay.
And then just top stitch round. You only need to go round 3 sides because you'll have them tucked in anyway. There we go. So you need to make 3 of those. So I've done 2 the same for the outer bag, for the handles, and I've done 1 different one with the little doggy on it for your key fab. So literally you make a little tab. Have you got the swivel clips in?
Yes, no, that's the strap adjusters. Have we got the, do you mean
they're like little lobster
have we got the lobster
clips.
clasps, Ben? We'll have a look. We'll have a look.
And then those go on really nicely. So literally, again, you can put it wherever you want. You think, when I go into my bag, where would I like my keys to be?
Right, okay.
So just pop this on.
Have a look on the website for the lobster clasps. Have we got them, Ben? Okay. We're just having a look.
Oh, my pin's breaking today. I need some new pins. Right, and then literally just go backwards and forwards. In fact, I should have just turned that under, but and you could put a fancy stitch on top of that to disguise it, because I should have just turned that under. So I've just put it on, but to make it neater, just fold those
Well,
sides
that's
under.
quite a quick
and then
and
just
easy way, isn't it?
have a lovely little
Yeah.
key fob on it. Then you want the second side of your lining, and we're going to put the other clasp on it. So I put one side on. So we need to line the linings up, and I'll show you how we put the other bit of the clasp on. Now again, I'd fold the material in half, so you've got, so you know it's exactly in half there. And then line that up, and then with a friction pen or an erasable pen, just put a little dot where you can see the one underneath. So you know that you're going to have to put this one on here. And what I tend to do is get a little bit of the interfacing that we've got, the fusible, and just iron it on the, oh, I should have done the dot first, a second, shouldn't I really? Because I'm now going to iron it off. So I normally iron a little bit of the interfacing on the back here.
Okay, why's that then?
Just keeps it sturdy. When you've got quite a fine material or a linen to make a bag lining, which most of them are, it just makes it, they're quite heavy, the clasps I find, and you find that if you don't put anything on it, it just, they droop a bit.
Okay, so that gives it a bit of stability.
Yes, so I always put quite a bit on, you'll see here. So you get your washer and you go either side of that dot that we've put on and put your dot from the washer in the middle of the dot.
Right.
Then put two little marks
Okay.
either side. Then you get your seam ripper and you need to go into it and just rip up a little bit. And you can put a sort of fray check or something on it if you want to just hold it. My little bit of interfacing came off as well. I'm just going to didn't iron on very well. There we go. So that's on the back.
So those are the magnetic
So those are on the back.
straps. So
that's right. Yes. So you've got those.
That's your pair. So you've got, it's one, but it's obviously the pair.
That's
but you've
right.
also got the washers as well.
Yep. So they all come with it. So you push
we go.
that through, then go onto the back of it.
£2.99. Always worth having for a
Oh,
bag.
they're always handy to have in.
Yes.
Then I actually use a little bit of foam as well
Oh,
to put on
okay.
the back, because when you bend the metal back, with wear and tear, you find that they can sort of rub onto your lining
Right.
and start coming through. So if you just put a little bit of foam on it, when you put them back,
Oh,
as
it
you can
just
see on
holds,
this
yeah.
one, it just stops it and it makes it really firm on the back. And it just, you can see that's a lot firmer than just putting
That's
it
a
on
very
a lining.
good tip.
So
Quick question. Hi,
Yes.
Rebecca. Do you have to order £100 of goods in one transaction to receive the free advent calendar, or can you spread it out over the day? From Jane. Over the day. Over the day. Anything that you can check out 395 times between now and midnight, should you want to. And your basket will be closed at midnight, at which point the advent calendar will be added. So if you've spent over £100 already and you haven't seen it, that's because it's added at the end. So you can just keep adding a little bit all day, and then at the very end, if you've spent over £100, you will get your free advent calendar.
There we go.
Hope that helps.
So I've put it on with that little bit of foam. You can trim that down. Sometimes I'll just sort of like trim the corners so it doesn't make it too obvious underneath. And just trimming those corners on that bit of foam, but it does make it really sturdy. And I've made quite a lot of bags, and I find that it just
helps it.
yeah. So you can see there, you've not got, whereas before you'd have, where they come
Yes,
out, you'd
that's
have them
true.
sticking out.
Yeah.
Because I don't like to put them in because it causes a bit too much bulk again when you put them in. They're always better if you put them out.
But use a bit of foam.
yes.
Very good tip.
So then you can find that those clasp up together really nicely. Then we want to sew the lining up. How are we doing for time? Are we all right?
We've got 15 minutes.
Oh, right, okay.
You're fine.
So I'm going to put a couple of clips just to keep the lining
Okay.
in place. And again, this is going to be sewn in purple, but I would sew it in the beige if I was at home. And all you need to be careful of is where do you put the key fob? It's not too close to the lining.
Right,
seams at the
okay.
side. And just make sure you push it in. You don't want to sew that into it when you're going along. So I'm just going to go back to the machine and with a straight stitch and just reduce it down a bit again. I'm just going to
So
sew
you just
that all the way
change to
around.
what sort of stitch length?
I've got it on 2.4 here.
Okay.
And again, what I tend to do is then you go around, you sew it all up, and you can't turn it inside out. So do make sure you put a little mark at the bottom.
For your turning.
For your turning. You can use the bottom, people use the sides. I always tend to use the bottom. And you want it about 3 inches.
Okay.
Are you inches or centimetre girl?
Oh, do you know what? I like cutting in centimetres.
Yes.
I like estimating in inches. It's
Right.
It's a nightmare. I wish I could be one or the other.
I know.
But I think in inches. So if you said like a 3-inch gap, I go, yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah,
I
I
love
think
cutting
in
in
inches.
centimetres because it's so accurate.
Yes.
But that's no use of using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I'm just always all over the place with it. The problem is that I was taught to sew, you know, by my mum, who's an inches person.
Yes.
And then in school, everything was centimetres. It's
really difficult,
when I
isn't
worked
it?
on Simply Sewing magazine, we did everything in centimetres, but the quilting magazines did things in inches. So I'm just all over the place, really. I don't know.
Well, I was that age that sort of like, we weren't quite taught in inches because they were going out. We weren't quite taught in centimetres because they hadn't come in yet.
Oh, really?
So, yes, so I was sort of one of those kids right in the middle. So we learnt a little bit of one and a little bit of the other. So it's very difficult, really. Yes.
It is really difficult, but, you know, if someone says 2 inches, I know exactly what that is.
Yes, I am more of an
But
inches
then I do like
person.
the accuracy of a centimetre.
Yes.
So just all over the place, really.
It is, yes.
And my first sewing machine, well, not probably my first, the last sewing machine I had, which I'd had for quite a long time, its stitch plate was in centimetres with no inches on it, so I always had to stitch it anyway, just all over the place.
And then we've got metres and yards still as well, haven't we?
Yes, but
So-
luckily, well, that 680 has centimetres and inches on it, doesn't it? On the stitch plate, very handily.
Yeah, which is great. And most of the rulers have inches and centimetres still as well,
Yeah,
don't
well,
they?
I
Which is
have
fab.
a rotary cutting ruler, I have a metric one and an imperial one.
Oh, right.
Depending
yes.
on what I'm doing. It is really hard, isn't it?
Yes. Right, so we've got the bag lining done. Now we've got the little tabs that we made. Now you put one on the front and one on the back. So you just slop it about. Slop it around. You just slot your D-ring onto it.
Okay.
And then you want it about 1 inch and a bit just in from that side on the front. And I'm going to put a clip on there. And then we've got the one on the other side. So again, so you want it on opposite sides, so your bag handle goes over it.
Okay.
Then I've got another D-ring here, and I've got my other tab that I made. So just pop your D-ring in, and again pop it about 1 inch in from there, and pop a clip on it. Then we want to put all this inside your lining, so it's right sides to right sides. So you've got your bag your right side out, and you've got your lining the wrong way out. Now decide which side you want as the front of the bag and the back of the bag, and decide which side you want your pocket on, whether you want it flush to your body or you want it on the other side. So I think that's probably the front for me, and I like the bag pocket sort of at the back, so I'm going to slot it in. Did that make sense?
Yes.
Yep. So,
yes, it did.
so I'm going to,
So have a think about where you want the pockets.
Yes, before you put it all in,
Right.
just think about it. Because it doesn't really matter, but I always find, you know, when you go into a handbag, I quite like it so it's here rather
Yes.
than on.
Yeah, no,
and you
I always think
pull
that,
out.
yes.
So just sort of make sure now then. Then push the lining down. And then I always match up the edges first, the seams. So if you've got your seams out, now you can iron the seams out, which makes it handy, but with it being a bag, it's quite nice. You can use, that's when I would use my ham or roll and get inside there and flatten it out.
It's like a pillowcase now. It's looking like a pillowcase.
It is, doesn't it? Yes, it does. And literally you just want to join the seams together here on either side, so you've got those matching. And then this is where you need clips, I think, much better than pins. And then just go around, and where you've got your little tab, make sure that stays in place and pin them together, clip them together there.
Okay.
And when you're putting your little clasp on it, make sure it's low enough down so that you can sew around to sew the bag lining on, and also when you turn it the right way in a minute, you'll want to put a top stitch on it as well, and you don't want it too close to your sewing machine.
Okay.
So you find that your sewing machine's trying to go over the clasp there. So if you do it, make sure it's down. You think it's quite a way down, but actually by the time you've sewn the bag together
And you top stitched,
and then
yes.
top stitched, it's not really.
So it's a good idea to have clips for this. Have we got clips then?
These are great, the clips. They're really handy to have.
Oh, fabric clips, sorry, Ben, not hair clips.
No, if you're short, a few hair clips would do.
Well, he said, what clip?
That's right.
Not hair clips.
Not hair
No, fabric clips. I love fabric clips.
Now, I'm not, does it, oh yes, does it come, no,
Yeah,
it does come off, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has a free arm.
There we go, look at that. So when you're going round, it's best to take your free arm off here, and then you can just slot the bag into it here.
And it's got quite a nice long free arm
It's
as well,
great,
hasn't it?
isn't it? So then you can just, if you haven't got a machine that it slides off, sew it on the inside rather than the outside, because then you can put it in and sort of
Right.
feed it round.
Yeah.
So you're sewing from the inside rather than the outside. It's a lot
Okay.
easier. But if you've got a free arm to come off, then it's really nice to just sort of go around it this way. So I'm going to sew in a straight stitch all the way around the top of the bag. Now there's a couple of ways that you can put your handle on. You can either have, I think you've got a leather strap there, haven't we?
We have.
That I've put onto one of them.
We have got a PU faux leather strap. Now this is amazing, it's $2.99. You get a metre of it, which is enough for this strap. But it's really nice. If we have a look, I'll show you on the overhead. It's like top stitched either side already. I know. For only $2.99.
And it goes through the sewing machine so easy. I think people sometimes worry when they're going to
Yes.
put faux leather
But it's amazing. But
handles
if
on,
you
but it
have
goes,
a look at it, so
yeah.
it's an inch wide, and I mean it's obviously cut. It is like two layers, and it's already top stitched down the edge, and it comes as a metre length, $2.99. So depending on what sort of bag you're making, if you want really long straps, I'll show you what the metre looks like. You'll need 2 of them. But if you are using maybe handles, then that's what half would look like. So it just depends on what sort of bag you're making, but it's really useful. $2.99.
I use just the one piece,
Did
I think,
you?
on here, and it doesn't go across your body, but it hangs very nicely.
Yeah, so that's just one. Look, that's fine, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it depends what sort of bag you're making, but for this one, Sandy just did one, and she's got the strap adjuster on it as well.
Yes.
It's nice, isn't it?
So I just trim the corners off, and then we need to. Do you birth your bags? Do you birth them, or do you call them something else? I always birth my bags.
Oh, what, where you turn them
Yes,
right
that's
sides
right,
out?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, with trepidation, thinking, I
That's-
hope I've sewn all that right.
That's right, yes,
Because I hate turning
yes.
it back again when I haven't.
That's right. So there we go. Then whilst it's out, I tend to just iron it here,
Oh,
because
we've
it
got a
makes it
picture.
easy. There we go.
Oh, look.
Oh, look.
Oh, a 12-week-old black Labrador called Molly. Oh, called what? From Jane. That's Jane's Molly. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, look.
Look at the paws on that.
Cannot. Honestly, there's nothing better than a puppy.
There isn't.
Just isn't.
Look at that.
Just want to give it a kiss, don't you?
And a cuddle in bed in the
Oh,
morning.
and cuddle in bed, under the duvet, cuddle in bed. Oh,
So once you've ironed it
thank
out,
you for the photo, Jane. Gorgeous.
once you've ironed it out flat, tuck it all in and iron it again. So again, this is when I tend to, whoops,
Please do send in your puppy photos. Oh, I love a puppy photo. I used to love it in
Just make
school in the
sure-
playground, but this is when mum in the playground, not child.
Oh, right,
And,
yes.
and everyone, there was a point at which we all got dogs, puppies, and then when everyone got their new puppy, they'd bring it in their arms in the playground, and the whole playground would just melt. So please do send me your puppy photos.
and we can all drool
we
over
can all
them
go,
all morning. I
"Oh."
know. You ought to bring yours in here.
Oh
Would it
yes,
stay
she'd be a
underneath the-
nightmare. She'd be running around barking and oh dear. Yes.
So you want to make sure we're just sort of rolling it so that it makes it the linings inside and not on the top. And then just give it a good iron. These small irons are absolutely ideal for something like
Yeah,
this.
no, they are ideal for that because you
They're
can really.
brilliant. So you can keep them at the side of your sewing machine when you're sewing. I've always got mine on in the sewing machine room. my husband comes in, he goes, "Do you know your iron's on?" I go, "Yeah."
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Any problems with that?
It's supposed to be. Yes. I'm so impatient. I think, I've got to wait for the iron to warm up now.
No, I
haven't got time.
It's on all day, which isn't very good with this. I keep telling him it doesn't cost very much at all.
No.
Does it? Pennies.
Well, I've got one of the Eliso irons that go up and down, and that turns itself off if I forget.
Well, you see, that's what I keep telling him. I said, if you bought me one of those lovely irons that keep going off, it would
They
be
do.
fine.
They turn themselves off, which is quite handy. So it's not wasting anything.
So we're just going round with the ham, which I think we sell these as well, don't we?
Yes, we
They're
do.
so handy for bag making. They're great. And then again, I'm just going to put a top stitch all the way round. And again, this is where your fancy stitches could come in. You could do a really lovely
that's
fancy
true.
stitch, or you could just, and I tend to start at the seam. And I'm going to lengthen my stitch because you've got wadding and quite a few layers in there as well. So I've put it to about a 3. And I'm just going to do a straight stitch all the way around. And again, I use my foot to sort of guide it. So if you have a point on your foot where the edge of your bag is, you can get a nice neat line all the way around.
Well, it's lovely with that machine. There's so many different markings on the plate. That it's very easy to get it all nice and straight. And also, with the walking foot as well, it just feeds it all through beautifully.
It does. Because there's quite a few layers now on this bag, but it's going through it like it's butter. It's.
And I think that makes a difference when you get yourself a new machine. You think, that's how machines should sew, is it?
Yes. So that was through the 2 interfacings, the lining, the bag, and the tabs as well, without any problem at all. Again, you can see it's just on the edge of, you can feel your clasp underneath it, and we've done it just so that we can get the foot past it. And then back to where we start. I'll just trim that off first. Then just a couple of back stitches. And it's got back stitch and a cutter as well, hasn't it, which is fab. There we go. And there's the bag.
Beautiful. That was so quick, wasn't it?
Really quick.
Bag in an hour.
Absolutely. There we go. So I've got the front there, you've got your clasp, and then you've got your pocket inside here, and you've got your little key fob as well. And then the strap. Shall I show the strap round it? Oh, it's on here. So
yes,
we've got this, and then we've put a little ring slider on it.
Yeah, we've got those
so
as well. They're on the website if you want a slider.
And they are easy to put on. I sewed on the one side, and again, this is so easy to sew through.
Just goes through.
Just goes through it. So, and you don't need to fold it under because you can just cut it off. It's not going to fray or anything like that. So you can just literally cut it off. Or you could even put a little stud through it to hold them on. I see, if you want to really elevate your bag, you can get the little studs to put through to hold it on. You can use, there's enough material left if you just wanted to put a bag handle made out of the material on it as well.
That's amazing. Amazing. Well, that's lovely. Thank you so much, Sandi. I mean, you've made that so quickly, but made it look really simple as well. So make your special dog bag. So have a look on the website if you've missed any of the dogs that we've already got. All of the dog panels we've done previously, they are all on the website. And don't forget the instructions for this, and also the machine that Sandi is using. Free advent calendar. Buy it today, free advent calendar. Anyway, I will be back with you in a few minutes' time. It's going to be Amber Makes in the next hour. I'm going to show you how to make gift bags to wrap your presents in style without having to use wrapping paper. It means that you don't have to put quite so much effort and money into the gift if you make them a gift bag. We've got exclusive panels, brand new today. I'll see you back in here in about 3 minutes' time.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. It's all about the gift bag. So, I quite often make gift bags for presents when I'm either making them for friends for birthdays or for Christmas, because I always think if you make a gift bag, it makes it a little bit extra special. You don't need any wrapping paper then. If you want to keep it a little bit hidden, you can always use a little bit of tissue paper. But I find as well, my friends always say, oh, I kept that, and then they reuse it or they use it to store something else in. It means that you can have a few little gifts as well, and it looks a bit more special, doesn't it? So I decided this Christmas we would, Amy and I together would do a panel that you could make 4 different bags on, but we tried to keep it, obviously it's an expensive time of year, keep the cost low. So what we've done with the panel is that we've put all of the main pieces, the outside pieces, they're all in the beautiful prints that Amy designs, and then all the linings you can use plain fabric for, any fabric you want, so it just keeps the cost low and you get 4 beautiful gift bags. So Oh, so we've got them in 3 different colourways, and Amy and I we never ever guess right which will be the most popular. So, well, I thought the gnomes would be the most popular. Oh, that's the second. So the most popular, should we start with that one then? So I'm going to show what you get to make. So each panel you get to make the same thing, but just in different colourways. So on the Christmas Classics panel, you get to make a bottle bag. Now, I called it a wine bag to start with, a wine tote, but actually you can fit in here. I've tried all sorts. You can get gin. You can definitely get a bottle of champagne. I've put my Prosecco in there, so that fits. Now, I've put a wadding inside this one. It's got a nice base on it. It's wadded so that you can keep it more protected. You can put like a thermolam in here if you wanted to keep it cold. It has little handles. This one features a postbox on the front and the back. It's got a little tartan bottom, and then you use your own fabric for the lining. So that's the bottle tote. So, you know, when if you've given someone a bottle of wine for Christmas, maybe you're going to someone's house and you want to give them a little gift, how special is it to have it in the bag? Now the next bag is just a general gift bag. It's really, and by the way, these are all really easy to make. Really easy, simple. If you haven't done much sewing before, if you're new to sewing, you can do this. So this one is a little gift bag, ideal for all sorts of gifts. It's just like a baby tote, isn't it? So you've got Merry Christmas on the front and the back with the robin, and then on the sides you've got the tartan that goes all the way around. So it's got a nice wide gusset, so you can get lots of presents in there. But you know, something like this doesn't even need to be a gift bag. You could use that to store things in as well, but a lovely present. The third bag is this little drawstring bag. So I was going to do just a drawstring bag because it's quite useful for putting smaller presents or hanging on the tree, or, you know, for little gifts. But instead of just a normal one, it's got a really nice casing that just sticks slightly above. It's got the 2 drawstrings and then just one handle to keep it really simple. No box bottoms, just really simple. It just says Merry Christmas on it. Again, you get all of the pieces for those, and then the lining is just a plain fabric. But that's a really simple bag to make as well. And then the final bag. Now, I made these last year for my table presents. So it's called the fold over bag. So it just has elastic with a little button, and then it sits, I should have filled it up with something, but it sits just flat like this. But what's good about these bags is they're much bigger than you think. Because they open out like this, you can get quite a lot in them. So if you've bought maybe you've bought somebody some perfume, or just something like that's so, well, exactly what I was going to say, Charlie, or Terry's chocolate orange or something like that. I put like a few little presents in there, and then you fold it over, simple button, and that's your little gift bag. So all sorts of things. Now on the panel as well, you also get 4 gift tags, and there is one for each present. They actually match. So this is the gift tag that's for the wine tote, because it's got the post box on. Obviously you can put them whichever one you want. So on the front there's the picture, and then on the back it says to and from. So you can either write with this with a permanent marker. You could embroider if you wanted to be really special. So that's one of them. On the panel, or I'll show you the panel in a minute, they're all labelled with which one they goes with. So I think that one goes with the little bag. That one says the most wonderful time of the year again, and I've just put some ribbon on this. There's another one. And then there's the final one. That one goes with the gift tote because it's got the little wreath on it. So you get all 4 of those. So that's that section. Now let me show you the panel. So for $14.99, you can make all 4 bags. And this is the panel. We can even do it on the overhead. It's quite a big, I'll show you what it looks like. So it's quite a big panel. It's got everything that you need on it. So if I show you on the overhead what it looks like, on the brand new overhead. There we go. So you get the front, there's the gift bag front and back. There's the bottle tote. There's the bottle tote gift tags front and back. You've got the side panels for the bottle tote, drawstring bag casing, the fold over one, which is that little, let me find him. Where is he? This little fold over bag here. That is this. Yeah, that's this bag here. So it's been done as one whole piece, which makes assembly way easier. There's no templates needed at all. In the instructions, I explain exactly about when you're cutting linings, you just cut out the outers and you pin them onto the lining. So it's really easy, but that's all done. And then there's the little drawstring bag. There's the photo. You've got the photo of all of it. That's everything that's on it. So there's all of the pieces, and here's all the little gift tags. So half of the stock of that one has gone. You also get the instructions. So we have done panels before where we don't do this. These are full. Now this is a big set of instructions. Let me show you. So normally we would charge £9.99 for the instructions on their own and £9.99 for the panel. So for £14.99 you're getting both. So let me show you the instructions. So, and they're nice and, we've done them nice and red because it's Christmassy. So you've got everything you need. It tells you what. Now, as I said, you don't get any of the lining fabric because I know you've all got a big stash of fabric. So for all 4 bags, you need 3/4 metre. A normal quilting width fabric, you will need 75 centimetres. That's for all of them in total. Obviously, each individual one uses less than that. And then I've also listed what you'll need for each one. So whether you want to put wadding or a button, if you go onto the website with that code and look at product description, underneath it, I've listed all the materials you'll need as well. So if you want to have a little check of that, see what you've got and what you haven't got, I've put all the extra items onto the website for you to purchase, but you may have some of those already. So look, all of the instructions, really detailed. I've taken little pictures of every step so you can see we've got photos of all of it. So that is the instruction booklet. So you get the panel and the instructions. Right, now panel number 2. Should we go gnomes? So the gnomes, you get the bottle tote. Now, and there's the a quarter of these sold on pre-order before we even came on air. So you've got the lovely blue gnome sitting on his presents with his feet in the air on the front. And then you've got Mrs. Purple Gnome sitting on the presents because they've all wrapped up. I love the print Amy's done down the side of it. It's like a Fair Isle jumper. So you've got all this sort of like knitting pattern that goes all the way around the bottom as well, and it features on the handles. This is the gift tote. Again, you've got Mr. Gnome sitting on his presents. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Imagine giving that to somebody as a gift. And honestly, they're really easy to make. And again, that features that lovely Fair Isle print there and on the handles as well. You've got the little drawstring bag. Oop. Again, it all matches. You've got the Fair Isle print on the handles and on the casing. You've got Mr. and Mrs. Gnome. And I used a bit of tape measure ribbon for my drawstring because you need a bit of ribbon. And do you know what? I think that was one of the ones that came. Sometimes, you know, you get ribbon wrapped around fabric. I think it came free with one of those. And then the little fold over bag. There he is. And he just stands up. But again, he's got the gnome. That one's got the gnome front and back on him. You can choose which is the front and the back. And has the little button. You need elastic for these. I was just going to say, I used elastic from a face mask. In fact, one ear will do 2. So if you've got the disposable face masks, don't throw them out. Cut the elastic off them all. Brilliant for that. And then obviously this one comes with the gift tags as well. So you've got 4 gift tags that all match beautifully. I'll talk to you through the gift tags when I'm showing you how to make them in a bit. Really simple to make, but you get 4 with that. The panel. The panel. So I'll hold it up for you to see. I love this one. This is kind of your crisp, wintry Christmas, isn't it? And if you look at it, the way that we've put it together, Amy's laid it all out so that it all fits in. We haven't wasted any space. If I show you close up on here, even little things. So it's exactly the same as the classic one, but obviously a different print. But there's little things like here. So you've got the gift tag, and look, there's a space. Amy's put little gnomes in. So you could even cut those out and use them for things, applique them onto things. So every little bit of space. So it's a really economical way because the gaps between each one are so small that you've got loads and loads in there. There's nothing wasted at all. And we've got the gift tags for all of them. Now, obviously, you don't need to use the gift tags for these. You can use them for other presents, but they're just there. And by having these, there's so much you can then do with them as well. You can just make them up like I've done. You could applique them, you can embroider them, you can quilt them, all sorts. Just depends what you want to do. But they're just beautiful, aren't they? So that's Christmas gnomes. And then we've got Christmas scenes. This is all about the gingerbread house. We love a gingerbread house. So the bottle. Here's the bottle bag. So this is lovely. The colours on this is shades of sort of like deep teals and pinks. So on this one, look, you've got a snow globe. And in the snow globe, there's a gingerbread house with Father Christmas. Can you see? Look. So it's a really, really fun one. So whether you want your traditional Christmas, you want your icy gnomey Christmas, or you want a pretty Christmas, but I love the little gingerbread house. That's the front and there's the back. So that's the, and then on the sides, you've got this lovely pink side pieces that features little gingerbread houses as well. Look, and candy canes, gorgeous. And we've got handles as well. The gift bag is the same scene, but this time it's encased in a bauble. So you've got the gingerbread house and the tree all hanging in a snow bauble, and then the sides of it are a lovely paler shade of teal with little gingerbread houses. Really sweet, isn't it? So the front and the back are the same on that one, and it says on the bottom, merry and bright. Really pretty, isn't it? Then you've got the little drawstring bag. That's got 2 baubles on it. I'll show you it because it's easy to see like that. You've got 2 baubles on them with the gingerbread house. And then you just pull the drawstring and it's got the little handle. It's so cute, isn't it? But you see, once you do this, and it's fully lined as well, it makes your present look really special. And then this is the little fold over bag. This one just says Merry Christmas. So you can get quite a lot into these. And they're so simple to make. And then you just, there we go. But they make lovely table presents, don't they? I put last year in my table presents, I put miniatures. So we had gin, vodka, all sorts. You can get just little nice. And then, well, luckily all my children are now like, oh gosh, they're all in their 20s now. And one of them went, right, we're all going to drink it down in one. I don't think some of the older members of the party were that impressed. Especially because my dad had Glenfiddich and I didn't think he wanted to drink that down in one. But all of the 20-somethings all had vodka and they just went, well, silly idea. Maybe I won't do that this year. And there's gift tags. I put piping cord on these instead of ribbon. Quite like the chunky piping cord. And they all feature the little things, so they really match beautifully. So it's quite a special extra finishing touch. If you give somebody this bag, and you know, maybe you put a little scarf in it or some hand cream, and then you make the gift tag and tie it around the handle. That's so extra special, isn't it? Right, the panel for this one. Obviously, I didn't show. They all come with the same instructions. There's the panel. All the pieces. Again, any little gaps are filled with gingerbread houses, actually. So all the pieces are on there, everything you need, except for the lining, and we'll talk through that in a minute. You will need, for the whole thing, just 75 centimetres, so 3/4 metre of lining fabric for all of them. Look at the tiny, see, look, even little spaces are filled. Now, it's up to you what fabric you use. You might want to use a different fabric for all of them. When I did the classic one, I used a calico, or no, it might have been the natural cedar, so just something quite plain. So we have got on the shows, well, we have got on the website by the half metre a variety of fabrics. So like the pink pomegranate, I think this one is that one sold out? That would go really well with the pink one. Red, be nice with the Christmas classic. Remember, if you haven't got any plain fabric, you will need 3/4 meters. So you need to buy 2 units of this. That's the red one. That goes really well with classic Christmas. This is the natural seeded, which looks like calico. Again, that will be good with any of them, to be honest. It's really lovely. It's my favourite go-to. It sort of goes with everything because it has got like the little natural seed effect printed in it. The blue is beautiful with the gnomes, with the gnome panel. The blue works really well. And then green, either classic or it actually goes quite nicely with that one as well. So I've just put a selection. And there are some other items which I will go through as I do it. So should we move? We'll move over. I'm going to show you how to do them. I'm going to show you today. Now, there are 4 bags which I'm not going to clearly get through. The wine tote and the gift bag, I'll bring those over with me. I would say probably the easiest. I'm not going to show you how to do those because I haven't, I've dropped all the gift bags. I won't be able to do it. They are really simple. So I'm going to start with showing you how to make the little drawstring bag. And I'm using the gnomes. Well, I'm not using the gnomes. I'm showing you with the gnomes. I'm using the Christmas scenes. Right, so let me show you where is the drawstring, this one, how to make the drawstring bag. So if you've never used one of the Amber Makes kits before, before you start, get your kit, decide which one you're going to make, cut out everything. That's what I tend to do, is cut it out all in advance. Now, if you have a look at the panel, you will see that there are labels. So this says gift tote outer front. Cut round the edge, the seam allowance is included. You don't need to add any extra. Cut round the black line round the edge. Cut the label out and pin it to the top. If you pin it to the top, you know which is the top side and you also know which piece is which. Because for some of them, like for example, fold over bag handle, you need to know that that belongs to that one and which is the top. And some of them, because there's so many different pieces, like, you know, here you've got drawstring bag casing. So just pin them all to, then cut them all out. You can cut them out one bag at a time or just cut them all out and then pin them together in groups. But do keep the pieces, otherwise it's quite hard to remember which is which. Now, in the instructions, it will explain to you what pieces you are going to need to do the lining. So if we're making this drawstring bag here, I'm going to make it in this colourway because that's the one I cut out. As you can see, I have pinned the name to everything. So with this one, you are going to need some lining fabric. So what it says in the instructions is take the piece, pin it on top of the fabric and cut round it. So there's no measurements, there's no templates, it's really simple. So that's all you had to do with that one. I used a spearmint green for this one because it was quite nice, but you don't have to think about measurements. You use the outer pieces as templates for your lining. So what we're going to start off with doing is making the casing. So they're both made in the same way. Now what you have to do to start with is turn the edges, the side edges over, because, oh, have I got a pen? Never got a marker pen. That's always the one thing I forget. Have you got a marker pen? Turn them over. Now, I'm going to turn these over by, oh, thank you. Yeah, any of those would be lovely. By 1/2 an inch. So when I do that, the best way to do this, well, this is what, oh, not that one. If you've got to turn something over, mark and measure on the wrong side, double. So because I want to turn them over 1/2 an inch, measure 1 inch. And on the other side, just like that. You can either use it with a marker pen or you can pop a pin into that. This is when I discovered I didn't actually turn the iron on. There it is. There we go. But luckily, the great thing about this iron is it heats up really, really quickly. So I've measured the 1/2 inch, and then all you have to do is fold the end in to mark up with there. Now you can use a pin for that as well instead. If you measure and mark with a pin, just fold that over to there, because you've done double what the measurement was. You now know that's 1/2 inch. So just press that over and then do exactly the same thing with the other side. This is because you are hemming the short edges, because this is where you're going to be threading your ribbon through. To just hold those into place, I'm going to stitch those down just from the right side, making sure I do it from the right side because sometimes you get a neater finish from the right side. It depends on your machine, really. Oh, helps if it helps if you actually plug your foot in, doesn't it? Oh dear, just disorganised. You don't even need to back stitch with this one. Oh, it's so funny. It's really hard getting used to other machines because I've been using my 720. The foot lever is in a slightly different place. Right, so that's hemmed the edges. I'm now going to turn it over, wrong sides together, in half. And this makes this little casing. Now then you have to then stitch it together, but you need to leave a channel. All the measurements, don't worry, are all in the instructions, so you'll know what to do when you get your instructions. But you have to stitch it to make the casing that the actual ribbon or cord is going to go through. So you do need to reverse stitch on that one. And then when you've done that, take, I don't need that too much, your bag front here, scissors, and this is now going to go onto the centre of the top, which, let's trim all these little bits off. Now when you do yours, you can see I've done mine, I've got a different colour underneath so that you can see it. Make sure you do yours in the same colour. And it needs to go centrally across the top. Now it's quite easy actually to see where it is centrally because you can see that. But just to be sure, I would give it an extra measure to be certain that you've got it in exactly the right place. So this one is 2.5 that side. Yeah, that's fine. So pin it across the top. Now this is going to be, I'm going to tack this into place. This isn't the permanent seam that you'll have later. So when you see it says tack means, well basically it's a stitch that you take out. So often tacking is done by hand with a running stitch, but I can't be bothered to do that. So I always do it by machine, but I don't want it to be seen. So if you sew within the seam allowance, and the seam allowance for this is 1/4 inch, so I sew about 1/8 inch inside, then you don't have to take it out, but it's kept it in. But you can, if you like, lengthen the stitch a bit, because it doesn't really matter. But with tacking, it's only temporary, so you don't need to reverse stitch. It's just to hold it in place and to keep it straight. You'll get a neater finish this way, but you can see from here that I'm stitching really close to the edge because I don't want to have to take this out later. If you prefer to do your tacking by hand, that's fine. And then I just stitch a little bit beyond, but that will just hold it temporarily in place. I always find when you're stitching together anything that requires more than 2 layers, if you've got a nether layer involved, this layer can often shift. So by the quick process of just tacking like that, it gives you a much neater finish. Right, now what we're going to do is, well, now I've got to check what we're going to do. We are going to sew the front and the bag together. Okay. Yeah. Right. So what you do exactly the same to the front and back. So I've done that one earlier. So there's my front, there's my back. You then have to make the handle, and I've made that in advance. So it's a strip of fabric sewn right sides together, turned right sides out and top stitch. That's the little handle. So I'm just going to sew this together down the sides. So you can see this is really simple, isn't it? And when you've got your panel as well, because you have to use it to cut out the lining fabric, if you want to make more of these bags and you've got other fabrics in your stash, you can use these to draw around and make more. But obviously they won't be illustrated like these. So just pin it together all the way around, and then I'm just going to sew it all the way around the edge. So there's nothing complicated about this at all. When I was designing these, I tried to keep it really simple, because I think when it's a bit last minute and this time of year and you haven't got as much time, you just want something simple. And as it's a gift bag, it needs to be a quick make. Oh. When you realise you've put your stitch length back again. But it'll be fine, it'll be fine. So there we go. Now with the lining fabric, that's done in exactly the same way. So you stitch the front and back together, and then, this is when I can't actually remember, we're going to put the handle on. So it's only got one handle. We'll turn it right sides out. Now I'll just give you just a little tip here before I do that. When you finish stitching it, press the seams. That will embed the stitching in the fabric. You'll get a neater finish. Now I would say press the seams open, because you will, again, it will make it look nicer. Quite hard to press the seams open on a little bag like this, particularly the seam at the bottom. So what I do as a half gesture towards pressing my seams open is just, if you just press one of the seams over, that will give the look of it. Then what I do is, because when I sew these right sides facing, it's nice if this seam is pressed open. So just fold it and just press the top open. And that's enough for it to give it a neat finish. Because with anything like this, you can't get in there to press it open, but that's fine. So turn it right sides out. And then just push the corners out. It's easier to get your bag outer all nice and pushed out at this stage rather than once you've sewn them all together. So just using the end of some scissors gently, push the fabric onto the scissors rather than the scissors into the fabric, and then you won't pierce through it. But I find that once the lining is sewn in, it's harder to get this to be a nice, neat finish. So if you get it all pressed and pushed out at this stage, it's easier than after you've done the lining. Right, so now we get the handle. So the handle goes from one side over to the other. When you're sewing any handle onto anything, if you place the handle level with the raw edges, I'll pin this and you can see what I mean. I would normally sew it like with 1/4 inch. You haven't got much fabric here. If there's a lot of weight on this, now I know this is only a little drawstring bag, but it depends what you put in it, or if somebody catches it on something while they're carrying it, you haven't got a lot of fabric here. That can easily pull. And if that fabric frayed, I tend to do this just as a matter of course, because depending on what you're using, particularly if you're making handles with webbing and things like that, it can pull out the fibres. So when you're putting a handle on, always right sides facing and extend it. Now I'm only going to extend that 1/4 inch beyond the raw edges because it's only a little bag. If I was making a bigger tote bag or something, I would probably go for 1/2 inch, because that just means that you've got more fabric threads to pull out. So centre the handle over the centre seam, and you can see quite easily the gap on both sides, and pin it at the top. And then just to keep that handle lying nice and flat during assembly, pin it a little bit further down. Now you've got to go, the bag handle is going all the way around, so make sure it goes all the way around the other side of the bag, and do exactly the same with the other side. pin it at the top, just 1/4 of an inch extending, and then pin it a little bit further down. So looks a bit odd, doesn't it? Just check, always double check it's not twisted and that it's right. So I can just turn that round and go and see, yes, it's going from one side to the other, it's not twisted. So I'll pull that back again. Now I'm going to tack it into place across the top, because again, we're going to be putting several layers together, so that's quite important. Tack it within the seam allowance. Now what you can do is you can either leave those pins in where to hold them to keep it straight, because what happens is when you sew the lining in, sometimes it can twist slightly and then you get a wonky handle. But I find, and again, it's only a little bag, it doesn't matter too much, but this is just a tip for when you're making other bags. It's easy to sew it in place, because when you turn it right sides out, you often get the pins caught. So lengthen your stitch, because this is really is a tacking stitch that you are going to have to take out, because it will be seen. So I've got mine on about 4. It just will, particularly on a close woven fabric like this, sometimes machine tacking can show. So if you do nice big stitches, it's less likely to. So just stitch across, don't reverse stitch. If you just work a couple of stitches either side, start and finish from where the strap is, then it will just hold it better in place. And it's just it's just little things like this that mean, by taking, I don't know, an extra 30 seconds to do this, means it's easier to turn right sides out because you haven't got the stitching, and also you won't get twisted handles. And remember, unlike I do, when you finish that, put the stitch length back. I always forget. So there's our handle, and then the lining I've made in advance in exactly the same way. I've sewn down the sides across the bottom, but I've left a gap, a turning gap. At this stage, I find it easier to, there we go, fold the edges of that turning gap over to the wrong side and press them, and then the other side as well. It's a lot easier when you then come to stitching that gap closed if the edges have already turned over. You can do the whole pressing the seams open like I did before, but with the lining it's not so important. But I would just press the top of the side seams open, because you want to match those, it's easier. Right, so now I'm going to put the bag inside the lining. So they need to be right sides facing. Now the first thing you need to do with this is match up the side seams. Right, so match up the side seams, and obviously you've got the handle in between them, but if you pop a pin through the seam and then see if it comes out through the seam on the other side, and just adjust it. So where you've got the pin goes through that seam, make sure it comes out through that one. That means that you've got them matched up, because the handle's in between, it's harder to see. And then go all the way around and match up the other side seam. And because you've tacked everything in advance, like the casings, and you've tacked the handles, you know it's a lot easier, because you've got several layers here that would all start shifting about. Right, once you've done the 2 side seams, you can then pin between them. Just take some more pins. And they will fit, because you use the outer to cut the lining, so you know that they're the same size. So if you want to make a few of these, if you've bought several of the kits or you're going to use them as templates, I would say do all the stages in one go. So make all the handles, sew all of the casings, and do it all like a production line, and then they all finish up at the same time. I'm now going to sew this together all the way around. So if you've got a free arm on your machine, brilliant, because you can pop that through. If you haven't, then sew from the inside. Right, so I'm going to sew this all the way around the edge. Doesn't really matter where you start. You just have to move it round a bit as you go, because obviously the handle is right inside here. But if you hadn't tacked the casing and the handle in place, you'd have to be shifting, making sure this was all staying together. So that's why it's a bit easier. Right, when you've sewn it all together, pull it all apart, and before you turn it right sides out, to make it slightly easier, well, let me put my machine back together first. To get a neater finish, press this seam open at this stage. You'll get a neater finish if you've pressed it open from the inside first. And the way to do this is press that little bit and then fold it round so you've got half of the pressed open bit there, and then press that open. I mean, it will crease the outside, but we can sort that out later. And then fold it again so that you've got half of the pressed open bit. You will get, when you turn the right sides out, I'll show you in a minute, you've got the this seam needs to leave right on the edge, and you will find that a lot easier and get a neater finish if you just take the time to press this seam open. So that's done. Now, because we've got a gap, put your hand through the gap and go all the way through. When you turn anything right sides out, get the furthest thing away and pull that through. It will come through better than trying to pull it the nearest thing. So there's the bag. Now we're going to sew up the gap in the lining, but before you do that, just have a check round, because so many times I've made bags where I've sewn the gap in the lining and found that something's wrong, something hasn't lined up. So do check that first, but it's fine. I've looked it all around, lovely. So I'm going to turn this is the turning gap. Now, remember I folded the edges and pressed them earlier, so that's a lot easier. So now you can slip stitch this by hand, but I find just a little top stitch really close to the edge, all the way along the bottom. Do it really close to the edge so your lining isn't too much smaller, and then stitch it all the way across the bottom, and that holds it really neatly closed. Now on the give that a little press as well, because this is the easiest way, the best time to press the lining to get it before you pop it inside. Undo the tacking stitches at this stage, because this is one of the reasons for doing big stitches, is they're much quicker to undo from your that you did to hold the strap down. Can you see? Just undo those tacking stitches. And on the other side. But because they're quite big stitches, they don't take too long to undo. Make sure you pull out all the threads. Right, then all you have to do is pop the lining inside, push with your finger the corners out, then you know they're nice and straight, and then we can flatten it out a bit. So flatten that one and then press there. Now what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to stitch round the edge of it. This will give it a neater finish. What you need to do is don't stitch on the casing, stitch on the top of the bag, otherwise you will reduce the size of the casing. So top stitch, I usually go for a 3 stitch length for a top stitch. It just gives you a nicer finish, and just stitch really close. Because I pressed that seam open from the inside, that's made this much neater and easier. If you don't do that, it just takes a bit more fiddling. While you're going all the way round, just keep an eye on the strap, because obviously it's goes around the bottom of the bag, and you really don't want to stitch through it, but if you just keep an eye on it and hold it out of the way, then it'll be fine. So I'm just stitching all the way around. Reverse at the end. So there's your little bag with the little handle. So the final thing, and actually I haven't got long, so I'm not going to do that. I want to make another bag. I've got some biggest twine here, this is all in the instructions, is thread it through the casing, the bottom, all the way through and out the other side, but make sure you thread inside the handles. If you look at this one, you can see, thread it inside the handles, not round the others. So you go through all the way back here and tie, and then the second piece you start from the other side. So through here, all the way around and back and tie, and then you will end up with 2 tied ends that you can just pull in. So that gives you a neat casing, because with a normal drawstring bag, if you just gather the top, it's a bit tighter. You've got less room for the gift, and it doesn't look quite so neat, because I've tried to create bags that look a little bit professional, but very easy as well. And then you just get that nice little gathered top. So that's really simple to make. I'm going to show you quickly how to make this one, the fold over gift bag. Because I mean, they're all easy. These are just the harder, easier ones. So what I've done with this one, this is really simple because you've only got 2 pieces of fabric for this one. Here is the 1 piece of fabric. So this is the one that you'll get on your printed panel. Done this one with the gnomes. And then what you'll have to do is, for the lining fabric, you just simply place this on top of the lining fabric, pin it into place and cut round it, and you cut a piece that's absolutely identical. If you're using a plain fabric, doesn't matter which size. I mean, in fact, it's symmetrical anyway. I have put in the instructions, I think, wrong sides together, just in case you're using a print fabric or in case it's directional, but this is a symmetrical piece anyway. So now decide which is going to be the back of your bag, because whichever is the back is going to be where you put the elastic. So on this one, I decided I wanted the purple gnome on the front, so therefore the elastic goes onto the blue one. So it doesn't really matter with any of the bags, but whichever you want the back to be, that's where you'll put your elastic. So it tells you how much elastic you need in the instructions, but as I said, on one of those disposable face masks, you can use a hairband, that's a really good thing as well, or narrow elastic, all those face masks, but you can get 2 out of 1 ear. So it's a piece of elastic. Now what you need to do is mark and measure the centre of this top edge. Well, you can fold it in half. So that's, actually it's probably in inches, be a bit easier. 7.5, 3 3/4. So you can fold it in half, but measure and mark that. And then the elastic is going to loop round here. So what I do with mine, this is why I always like to do it on an iron board or on a wool pressing mat where you can push it in, is just push that in. Now again, an elastic is something that can really easily get pulled out. So I'm extending that beyond the edge by 1/4 inch, because if you do it right up to the edge, that can easily be pulled out. So loop it round and pop your pins in like that, making sure that loop is nice and even. And then I'm going to pin it a little bit further down as well, because again, this is something that can go really wobbly and skewy when you're sewn together. So this is the only fiddly part of it. If you get this little bit right, it's just a neater finish, to be honest. And this is just a good way of doing it. So I've now pinned the elastic in place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tack that, but I'm also going to sew it further down, the same like I did with the handle with the other bag, but particularly even more important. If you find this fiddly on your machine, just do it by hand. It depends, you know, it can be a bit fiddly because you've got lots of pins here. So just do it by hand. It's only a little bit, but it will make a difference to your finished item by just doing these 2 tacking stitches. And remember when you do the one further down to lengthen your stitch, because you will be pulling these out. And put it back again. Right. So that's the elastic done now. So that's nice and easy, isn't it? So really, really easy. We're going to sew it together now. The important thing is at this stage is to press the bottom, because the center crease at the bottom is an important thing. It's like a marker. So pin it together. So all we're going to do is sew down the sides, not across the bottom because that's already joined together, and not around the cutout corners because they're going to create the shaped bottom. So just down the sides. Remember to reverse stitch. That's really important with this one because otherwise it will make your corners start to come undone. And I've worked it out so that this pattern piece, I've worked out exactly what I wanted the size of the bottom be, so it's in proportion to the top. So all of that's been done already. Now this seam does need to be pressed open because you'll be sewing around the top, so you want that nice pressed open seam at the top. And the bottom one you will be using. So you can use a ham. If you don't have one, just press inside as where you can get to. And then you can press that little bit open there. Again, this almost gives you a more of a guaranteed finish by doing this. Taking the extra time to just press that open gives you a higher chance of making it look really neat. Now, normally on a box bottom, you would match the bottom seam and the side seams, and we don't have a bottom seam, which is why I said press it, because you've got a crease instead. So just pop a pin where the crease is so you can see it, and then match up, open the side seam, match up the side seam with that bottom crease by pushing a pin through, and then pin across. You can then, don't forget to take that pin out and give it a little press, and then I'm going to do exactly the same on the other side. Match that one with that one. Okay, and then we're going to sew it across. Obviously when you're doing yours, you'll do it a little less rushed. So what you can do is you can, if you like the bags you want to make them, is you can get all 3 sets, because then they're different sets, sort of different sets for different people. And then they can, they look fab if you had all your presents under your tree all in the gift bags. Right, so let me turn this outside, right sides out, so I can show you what it looks like. Now again, take the time at this stage if you're ever making a lined bag, to get it all right at this, because this pressing, I'm going to press those corners, is a lot easier when it's not lined. Once the lining gets involved, it's much harder. So press these seams so they're right on the edge, and this is now to create the structure for the bag. Take those side seams, and luckily with all of these designs, there's a central rectangle with a motif on. That runs, because it's the way it's been designed, it runs exactly along the bottom of the base. That's the beauty of having the panel, is that all of this has been worked out for you, so that you know that these designs are placed exactly, so your finished bag will look really cute. So just press it along there. That gives it the structure that you'll need to give it the base. And so the way it works out now, you can see that the printed base sits exactly on the bottom section without having any seams. Right, your lining you make in exactly the same way, obviously with no elastic, and you need to leave a turning gap. There's no bottom on this one, so you have to leave it in the side. So place them right sides together. Match the side seams. Match the other side seam. Also, I'm holding it up. And then pin them all together all the way round. So again, this is just really, really simple. It's a very easy way of creating a really pretty little bag. When you come to the elastic, just obviously you have pinned or tacked it further down so you know it will stay straight. And then I'm going to sew it all the way around the edge. When you get to the elastic, because again this is where it can get pulled out with the constant putting it around the button and on and off all the time, go over it and then reverse and go back over it again. So it's kind of getting 3 layers of stitching then. That just gives it the extra strength, particularly if you're using like hairband elastic, which is rounded. Sometimes it's harder for it to catch. Sometimes the seam can miss some of it. So if you go for that forward, back, forward, you've got a much greater chance of it being secure. Because if it comes undone after you've made it, you have to undo the bottom of the bag. Again, same as with the other bag, open it out. And press the seam open all the way round, because it just makes that final top stitch in the top edge and it lying flat easier. And if you always do it this way, where you press the seam open and then turn the edge sort of halfway along that seam, you're not then pressing a seam that you've already done flat again. So that's the top done. Turn it right sides out through the turning gap. Before you sew it up, just make sure everything's correct. Just have a look along, because the only seam that you've done is across this top edge. Just make sure it's all sewn in. When that's done, you can then sew this seam close. Now I didn't press that open because I was rushing. I didn't press those over like I did with the other bag. So therefore it's a little bit hard, but it's easier to do that before this stage. Again, tiny stitch it close. I'm rushing now because I need to show you the kit. Push the lining back to the inside and then top stitch around the edge. You'll then, if I just pull out the elastic, I've got to, to create, there's your bag really in essence. To give it the shape, pull from the bottom to the top and press that, and then pull from the top to the bottom and press that. That will give it its shape. Now some people, when they make these bags, to hold that together, they'll put like a little rivet or a couple of stitches, which you can, and you will hold the corners pinched. I haven't bothered, but that's entirely up to you. Once you've done that, the final section is fold the top over, tells you by how much, and then you just mark where the button goes. Bit of fabric glue, stick the button on, little tip, because it's easy to sew on, and then you can sew the button on. Let me show you on the real bag. You can sew the button on here I've done it through the lining as well. This one you can see I've folded and pressed those corners over, those edges over, so that you just loop the button round and it's done. And then you can fill it with your gift and the base will lie out flat. So there we go. There's the bag. So it's really simple. Those two, that's why I've showed you those two, are the more complicated ones. And they're really, really simple. So shall I just run through the kits quickly? I'll run back over to the other side. The classics bags, they're the ones on screen at the moment. Remember, in the kit you get enough to make... Right, there's only 26 of these left and there's 71 in baskets. You get the bottle bag, the gift bag, the fold over bag and the drawstring bag and the 4 gift tags. And that's why I forgot to show you. You can either, with your gift tags, pop a little eyelet in the top, which we've got packs of on the website. Or if you don't want to do that, you can just encase the ribbon in the seam. Right. So either the classics, check out on that one, or we've got gnomes. There's gnomes. When everyone's checked out, these have sold out. That's gnomes. And last, I'll just show you one of these, is Christmas scenes. That's the one that I was demonstrating with. That's the gingerbread house in the snow globes. Over half of the stock of that one has gone. So please do get checked out, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time with Sandy, who's going to show us how to make a beautiful bake-off apron and using our new baking panels. Don't go anywhere. See you in a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Oh, we've had a great day so far. It's been all Christmassy, but now we're on baking.
Baking.
How are you enjoying? Are you watching it?
I'm not.
I am, and I don't know why, because I've watched it so many times, you'd think I'd have had enough by now.
I watch loads of cooking programmes, absolutely loads. But I think because I'm celiac and I see all these gorgeous cakes that I can't eat.
That's quite annoying, isn't it?
It is.
I love it. I've decided, I'm not going to say because that's a bit biased, isn't it? But I know who I want to win. So
I've watched it. I've seen sort of dipped in and out. Who do you want to? Oh, you can't say.
I can't say because I'd be a bit biased then, wouldn't it? About who I want to win. They're all lovely. They are all lovely, to be honest.
Good as well,
they
aren't
are.
they?
So this has kind of been inspired by the theme, but obviously it's nothing to do with the bake-off. This is about baking. Because we all love baking.
I do like baking.
Well, if we don't love baking, we like eating. We like eating the results of the baking. And I think it's a lovely present. In fact, a few years I've made my kids aprons. When they were little, I made them all an apron. And even when they were older, I made them all an apron. My husband's got an apron.
It's a lovely present as well, isn't it, for someone?
And I think as well, particularly at Christmas, nice to have a clean apron, isn't it?
I always like a pinny on. Aprons or pinnies?
Apron.
Apron.
Yeah. I'm a really messy baker.
Yeah.
So I need the full coverage.
The full coverage,
in fact, sleeves would be good.
That's right, yeah. All overall, yeah. I know my kitchen looks like a bomb site after I've finished.
Yeah, so actually full overall would be good. So what we've got is a panel for the apron. Now the apron is hanging behind Sandi. Can we show the apron? Because this is one she made earlier. So with the panel, you can make that entire apron. Now the panel does come with instructions. I'll show you in a minute. But Sandi's done a few little extra twists on it. So here's the panel. Upside down. Here's the panel. Look at this. So you've got straps, handle. There's the instructions. There's the pocket. There we go. Let's hold it like that. So you've got the whole apron there. No templates, none of that drawing curves. It's all there. You've got the pockets, the linings. I like the part. You've even got a little mixer.
A little chef's hat. You could replicate
yes,
those on something afterwards. Yes.
You've got all the bits for the straps.
And a spare one.
And a spare piece of fabric for whatever you may want. And the instructions are printed on here. $14.99. Absolute bargain, isn't it?
Fantastic.
$14.99, and it's all on here. Everything you need. If you want to make your apron a little posher, then you can line it, but we'll talk about that in a minute. But that's the apron. Brand new today. Never been on air before, and what's more, exclusive to Sewing Street. You can't get this anywhere else, so brand new today. Now, based on that theme of baking, because the illustrations on here are so beautiful, you've got food mixers, chef's hats, jars, you've got utensils. We have done a whole fabric collection based on it. Now, what we've got for you is we have four different panels, and we're doing a special offer on all four with a really big saving. So let me show you all four. Saving $14.99. Now the apron isn't in this bundle. This is different. So the only way you can get the apron is buying it on its own. This isn't in this bundle, but this is the bundle. Now they are all available separately. You can, well, we'll show you that in a bit. So you can buy them all separately, but if you want to buy them all together, so you get, this is one of them. This is your 40 5-inch squares. Can you see? Each one, look, we've got eggs. That's my favourite.
I like the little chef's hat.
Chef's, I love the whisks.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
So you can use this for all of your makes. Anything that you've got, any designs you've got that use 5-inch charm squares, this is ideal for. I mean, just cut out a square of 9, that's a cushion. Don't even need to join them together. You can cut them all apart and join them back together, and we'll give you some ideas in a minute, things that Sandi's made with them. Or you can just use them like this. So that's the charm squares. Then, yes, I've got a very glamorous assistant today. Then we've got the fatter quarters. So this is this is 4 of the prints.
This is really good. There's so much material in
Look at this. Look how much you're getting on here. 4 of the prints. They are all 70 by 50 centimetres, which I think is 19 by 27 inches. So they're your normal half a metre, but they are more than the width of a normal fabric width. So they're fatter quarters. So they are smaller versions of all of the designs, but on different colour backgrounds. So they're really good if you want some baking themed fat quarters, or they're really good for pairing with the other panels. So that's ideal if you are buying the mega bundle, because you do make a $14.99 saving. So that's the second one. Then the third one, now this is all the hexies. So you can use this fabric as it is and sew it and make things, which we'll show you in a bit. It's also perfect for EPP because of each of the designs are placed in a way. So if you use 2-inch hexies, they're placed within the seam allowance. So cut round these. If you pre-buy the card paper 2-inch hexies, they are perfect for cutting out. So you can use them for EPP, or you can use them like this without cutting them apart at all. Whenever we do these, they're massively popular. Always amazed what everyone can do with them. So that's one of the other panels. That's in this as well. There's a hexy eggs. Remember, brand new today, totally exclusive to Sewing Street. You can't get these anywhere else. And isn't it lovely at this time of year? I mean, it's great to see all the Christmas stuff, but to have something that's a little bit springy and fresh, but not Christmas at all.
And they're nice for Christmas presents, because you don't want to always give something that's a Christmassy theme for Christmas.
It's nice to have other things as well. Absolutely. And then finally, in this mega bundle, we have got the design roll strips. Now, you've got 18 strips on here. They're all 2.5 inches wide, like a normal strip. But unlike your normal fabric, they're 55 inches in length. So massive, look at the size of that. I love that. Look at the rolling pin one. Like that one.
I like that one as well.
Love the rolling pins. So they're really good for edging any of your makes. Maybe you're just making a tablecloth. You want to join them all together. You could use these to bind the edge of them. You could use them to make tea towels. You could use them to make an apron. Napkins. Make a nice little kitchen curtain. Buy 2 of them for a small window. Wouldn't it be a beautiful kitchen curtain? Or you know how some people have a gathered curtain instead of kitchen cupboard doors?
Yeah.
Beautiful for
It
that.
would look fab, wouldn't it?
Or little drawstring bags just to keep your bread in or your potatoes.
Oh God, yes.
So many things. Maybe you want to make a food mixer cover or a toaster cover. Be brilliant for those. Now, they are all available individually on the website. So have a look on there. Go www.sewingstreet.com and click on watch live and scroll down, they're all available individually there. Or if you want to save $14.99, make them in the mugger bundle. So we're going to start with the apron,
Right.
and then we'll move on to what you
Yes.
made with the other things.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if we're doing the apron as per the instructions
Yes.
printed,
Very easy, absolutely. They're so simple to do, and you could do it in an hour or so. So say if you're going round to somebody's for tea and you thought, I can take them a little present, you could run them up a little apron, and then when you go round you can
perfect.
your pinny on. So it's great, you just cut out the pattern as it says, fold in the seam allowance, sew it round, sew your ties on, sew your pocket on. Simple
Brilliant.
as that. So I thought we'd elevate
and
it.
all of
just
those instructions are on the panel.
all and really easy to follow. You can't go
But
wrong
if you
with
want
it.
a posher apron,
If you want a posh apron, so you've got a special present you want to give. Or
Yes.
just, as we were saying, if you're a bit messy and you want
I am super messy.
a thicker apron, I think.
yeah,
to-
never trust a clean baker.
No, definitely not. Or a clean
I'm
chef.
so trustworthy. So this is the apron.
It's
Now this is really lovely because you've lined it, isn't it?
So I was saying, if you are messy, you've got two layers, so it's not going to necessarily come
So
through.
how much fabric do we need? A metre?
About a metre.
Right.
Would be fine for it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, and this one is fully lined, so it's a bit special.
very special.
Feels lovely. Now you don't need to line yours, but if you've got a metre of fabric lying
Because it's
around,
lovely material. It's a lovely material
It is,
anyway,
isn't it?
and I thought with being lined, it just makes it very special. And the pocket on this one as well, we've quilted the pocket on it, so it's made it a nice thick pocket. So
Yeah,
you
so
can
have a look at
pop
this
your tea
one.
towels or
yeah.
you
So
know,
look,
anything.
you see it's quilted. It's nice, isn't it?
Yes. So it adds sort of a bit of texture to it and a bit of strength to it as well.
Yeah, and you've bound the edge as well.
Yes.
Lovely. Okay.
Right.
So how do we do that then?
Right. So we started
Wear
off
this apron.
by doing, obviously cutting it all out exactly the same as it says on the panel.
Right.
But all you need to do is cut out an extra piece for the lining material. And what's really nice as well, once you cut your panel out, if you lay that over your material and then cut out your lining for it, I'd cut out another one as well, then you've always got a template in
Yeah,
for the
that's
next
true.
one,
Yes.
haven't you?
Yes.
So rather than having to cut it out on paper, I cut the lining out, then cut another lining out, and then you think,
And
oh,
you go, ooh.
so you've got, and you can keep going. So each time you do one, just cut an extra one
Yeah,
out. So
and then you've got a
So you've got to
template.
pin it in it. There you go. So I've cut them all out, and then we cut out the straps. Now with the straps, it says on the instructions to just you fold them in, and then fold them in again, and just sew on round them. But I've made them a bit like bag handles.
Oh,
So-
right. Yes.
So so I've done the 3 there. I'll show you with this one. I love this iron. It should pop up, shouldn't it? In a second. There we go. So just on the one end, just fold it over slightly, about 1/4 of an inch. Can you see me here? Yeah. And then just press that. And then it's not quite making binding.
Right, yes,
Because
okay.
it's you want the straps maybe a little bit bigger. So it depends on what size straps you want. Again, you can make it as you want it. So if you like a nice thick strap, maybe get some lining material and sew the two
okay.
together so
Yes,
you can have
that's
some nice
true.
thick
Yeah.
straps. What I've done is, so similar to binding, but I've just taken it in about 1/4 of an inch. So not all the way on each side. You can see I'm using one of these wonderful mats. Do you like the wool ironing mats?
I love them. I use them all the time because
do I.
just because you just get a better press, don't you?
Absolutely. And for quilting or anything like this, I sort of leave it on the side. I've got everything in my sewing machine, as you can imagine. So I've got my little iron and this mat on the side. And you don't need your ironing board. You can just have
Well, and
it
also
there.
you can pin into them,
You can, which is brilliant,
and I
isn't
love
it?
that because you can then it's so much,
Yes.
you can get the pins into them. But it's one of those things that until you've used one, you don't realise
know.
that actually it makes quite a difference to the press.
Yes.
A crisp edge.
Well, I thought maybe it's just a bit of a gimmick and
So
I
did I.
don't really need one. And then I treated myself to one when you had them on special offer. I thought,
Oh,
I'll
okay. No, it is really-
treat myself to one. And I wouldn't be without it now. Really wouldn't.
I find like with patchwork when you're doing things like half square triangles and you have to press over to one side, you've got a lot of bulky seams.
Yes.
You can get
a really good
really
seam on
good
it, you can. So you can see I'm just doing it about 1/4 of an inch on each side. And then fold it over like you would if you were doing a bag handle. So again, you've got a little bit more strength in it than just sort of turning over the edges. And it doesn't take that much longer either to do.
Yeah, it just gives it a bit more. But like you say, you could line them. Or you could even, if you had a bit of ribbon or webbing, would be nice. Yes,
absolutely. The webbing would be lovely on it as a handle, the ties on it. And then I'm just going to sew round this one. There we go. I love that iron as well.
I know, it's great. I love mine.
Oh. If I walked off with it, would you notice it was gone?
No.
You wouldn't tell anybody, would you?
I don't know where that went.
That's right, yeah. No, it wasn't an iron there. And then all I'm going to do is just go round the edges with a slightly longer stitch, about a 3 again for like a top stitch. And again, it just neatens it all up and makes it feel a little bit sturdier. You could also line it, you could put like a thin interfacing in there as well to make it softer, or...
And I guess it just, I mean, that's the lovely thing about these panels, is that you can keep it really simple, follow what it says, or you can, depending on your time, your skill, you can really make more of it.
And if you've got some of the other panels as well, you can add some of those to it, like I'll show you on the...
I like the idea of lining the straps. I think that would be quite nice. I bought an apron once, a really posh one, and it had a beautiful, just a plain lining, but really bright colour just on the inside of the straps. And it looked lovely.
It's lovely, doesn't it? Yes, yeah. So you could do that. I'm just going go down both sides, but I've not got time today. I've done it on those ones, so I wanted to try and show as much as I can. So just press that. So you've got all those finished. Then we go on to the pocket. So the pocket is, I think they've got panels, haven't they, for the pockets as well? So you cut out the 2 panels for the pocket.
Yes, there's 2 pieces.
Yes, there's 2 panels for the pocket.
Yeah, there's sort of a front and a back.
Yeah, so if you've got, you could use sort of like the lining material for the inside if you didn't want to do 2.
Yeah, so you've actually got pocket
and you could
lining.
save that as another pocket.
Yeah, you could.
For something. Yes,
it's a hidden pocket.
Yeah. So yes, it is, but mine's not hidden, I don't think, because it's...
Oh, because you quilted it, yes.
When you put it on, you line it up, which I'll show you how to line it up with it anyway, and it does sort of line up quite well. So then I've just put on a piece of interfacing, a nice, the
wadding?
Yeah.
Oh, so the iron-on, the beautiful wadding, H640.
Yeah. So I've ironed that on and made like a little sandwich. So I'm now going to just sew that round, and again, leave a gap at the bottom, about a 3-inch gap at the bottom. So I'm going to sew this round. Do you like baking, or
no, I
do you like savoury cooking?
No, I'm a much, because I've got a terrible sweet tooth. Love cooking cakes.
What's your favourite? Do you have a speciality cake that you make?
Well, I have favourite recipes. It changes. See, I've got every Nigella book.
Oh, have you?
Every single one. Those of them. Used to love hers, Murph. My favourite at the moment, actually, then I've moved on to Hummingbird Bakery, is Martha Collison at the moment. She's totally fail-safe.
Right.
So she was on the Bake Off, Martha Collison, years ago, but like as a teenager.
Yes.
And honestly, whatever she makes, they just work.
Are you a Mary Berry?
She has a chocolate cake that is fantastic. And it just works. But she always uses sour cream, so they're quite moist.
Yes.
I love a red velvet. But I think actually, if I had my favourite cake, I'd go hummingbird cake actually.
So do you have one that when anybody comes round, that's the cake that you would make?
Well, no, because that takes ages. It depends. Actually, no, not really. I mean, I love it. You can't beat a Victorian sandwich, can you?
No.
Love a Victorian sandwich. But it just depends how much time I've got, really. And But Martha Collison's chocolate cake never goes wrong.
Really?
But she's my favourite at the moment. And I have all of hers now, so I need to start buying. I recently moved all my recipe books because we moved all the shelves in the kitchen round, and I thought, well, I'm going to get rid of some.
You don't though, do you?
No.
We had a clear
Tried
out.
to.
And we had so many cookery books, and we go, do we really use this one? No, but oh look, there's a really nice recipe in that.
know.
Maybe we'll keep that one.
I kept all the cake ones,
Yes.
and 5 of them I got rid of about 50.
I'm a fan of Rick Stein. I like his cookery books.
Yeah, yes, I know, I've got loads of them. But I do love making cakes.
So, well, I'm celiac, so it's quite interesting when I make cakes because I have to try and make them
Yeah, all gluten-free.
all gluten-free. So some of them turn out and some of them don't.
I can imagine, yeah. And I've got a friend who's celiac and dairy-free.
Oh, gosh.
I'm just not making you a cake.
That is just not worth
Bring
it,
your
is it?
own.
No. At least we can eat chocolate.
Yeah, true. Thank goodness.
When in doubt, eat chocolate. Yes. The trouble is, everybody gives you a chocolate brownie. If you go anywhere,
Yeah, because that's gluten-free.
and you go, do you have any gluten-free cakes? And they go, oh, we've got a chocolate brownie.
And you go, no, I've had enough of them. I want a Victoria sandwich.
And they're not that difficult to make, really. You know, you just have to swap round the flour and put a bit of xanthan gum in it as well. And normally, sort of like Victoria sponges, things like that, turn out so well with them gluten-free. And you can't tell the difference because we eat most of the things are gluten-free, so my poor husband has to eat gluten-free a lot of the time. And whether he's used to it now, I don't know.
Well, it's probably very good for him, isn't it?
Yeah, he said, you can't tell the difference, really.
Well, then that's ideal, isn't it?
Absolutely. Right, so we've done the pocket now. So again, just turn that little opening in and press it and give it a little press. You can sew that up if you want to, but by the time you put the binding on it, it'll be fine.
Right, okay.
So what I tend to do is just put a little clip or a pin in it just to hold it. And then they're quilted this, so to quilt it, I've got my ruler. And you can do any pattern you want on it. So if you're doing a bit of free motion,
yes, you
squirrels
just did
or
like
anything,
a
but I just
crosshatch.
did a crosshatch. So for this, I started in the middle and just with an erasable pen, just did a mark right across the middle. Then for quickness, I'll just do it about 2 inches so I can show you a little bit of it. So just carry on from each side and with your ruler, just mark 2 inches down. You can do it as large or as small as you want, the cross-hatching here.
Yeah, it's funny, so something like this, you don't have to quilt it, but
No, you don't.
But it really gives it a professional look. It looks like you've bought this.
It does.
Which is a really bad thing to say. Why should
know,
that be
that's
better? But it does look like really professional, doesn't it?
Why do we always try and make things that look like they've been bought?
I know, they need to look like they've been
It's crazy,
bought.
isn't it? Yes.
Oh, it's like shop bought. Oh,
Yes,
rubbish
that's
then.
right. And then again...
Except for cake, because shop bought cake is never as good.
Never.
Unless it's like a posh bakery.
That's right.
But no, but it looks, it's one of those touches with this that you don't have to do, but does take it to that next level, doesn't it? And it's not difficult.
Well, Shane, it's so quick and easy to do it. I mean, even the posh apron to make will take you a couple of hours to do. So again, if you nice presents for people, if you're doing craft fairs and things like that,
no, that's true.
so easy to do.
Well, again, like you say, it's a good idea about cutting out your...
Yes, just do it, and then you've always got that template. So every time you do it, cut out another 2, and you've always got a template there. So I'm going to take this over to the machine. Now I've only got just a white cotton in here, so it will only just quilt it a bit. But on here, did I use the white one on here as well? I did, but you could use a fancy thread on this as well. And again, a fancy stitch. You know me and my fancy stitches. But I'm just going to do. I'm going to put it up to about a 3. And then start in the middle. Oops, you can tell my foot goes down, can't you, on the sewing machine? Oops. There you go. Just get it past that corner because it can be a bit bulky with the all the interfacing in it. And literally just follow your squares. But if you start in the middle and work out rather than go along, if any of the material, it just sort of smooths the material out of it, doesn't it? So it's easier to start. I was watching Wendy Orlando on Saturday's show, and she had the Bosel form.
Oh, okay.
And they were talking about making sewing machine covers, I think, and also for mixers and things like you said, bread makers and things
or
like that.
Toaster.
So this material with your Bosel foam would make lovely covers.
Oh, it would. I think it'd be really nice. And they're fairly simple to make. Yes. But yeah, they would for. I love the idea of a toaster cover.
Yes. because sometimes you've got it on the side. You don't want to put it away, do you? Because you use it most of the time, but you don't actually want to see it sitting there, do you? We've got our slow cooker on the side as well, and we use it a lot, but there's days we don't, so it'd be nice to just have...
yeah, just cover it up.
Yeah, absolutely. So won't take too long with this.
I used to have a slow cooker years ago, and I don't think I ever got the right recipe, so I gave up on it. Maybe I need to come back to it.
Yeah. And then we're going to bind this. We're going to bind this pocket.
So I was listening to Charlie with his slow cooker recipes.
Oh, right, yes.
He's really into his slow cooker.
We are as well. Love a slow cooker recipe.
Yeah, but you see, I think when I had mine years ago, they just weren't, I don't know, maybe the recipes weren't any good, but everything I made was a bit watery.
Yes. And I don't know if the slow cookers were as good, but they're so good nowadays.
Okay. So maybe I need to refine it. Have another go. I wonder if I still got it. Probably in the loft. You know, you put things and I'll put it in the loft.
That's right, put it in the loft.
I'll use that again one day.
You need to bring it down, make a nice cover for it.
Yes.
Because it's so nice, especially in this weather, when you come home and if you've been out at work and you can smell your dinners cooking for you. Isn't it lovely? I mean, I work from home, so I just smell it all day, which is which is too tempting sometimes.
Well, it depends what I do. Sometimes I try and make things at the weekend and then just put them in the freezer, then I can heat them up.
I'm never that organised, I'm afraid.
I got into the habit of it because I absolutely hated coming home from work and then having to cook. I would rather spend all day Sunday cooking than doing that.
I think the worst question is, what's for tea? Isn't it?
Oh, I know. And the best thing is when you find that no one else is going to be in that evening, so you don't have to cook tea.
Right. Beans on toast.
I know, honestly, if I lived on my own, I would live off crumpets, beans on toast.
Yes.
That'd be it.
Cheese on toast.
I don't think there'd be any green vegetables in my life. Butter beans, quite like them.
Oh, I don't like
a tin. But I wouldn't cook meals.
Do you know I wouldn't either if I lived on my own?
I think I'm actually overcooked. I think I've overcooked.
Yes. I like cooking if you've got a dinner party and you sort of plan a meal and you've got the day to sort of sort it out.
I don't know, I guess because I've had 3 children and I've just spent my life cooking tea. I'm actually over it now.
Yeah. But when it comes, I'm very lucky my husband does most of the cooking. Because he goes,
well, yesterday we went out for a Sunday roast because 2 of the boys were at home. And I said, I feel really bad, I should be cooking Sunday roast, not taking you out. They went, yeah, but Mum, you just be moaning. I went, no, you're absolutely right. I would just be moaning about the washing up and the cooking.
Yes. It's terrible, isn't it?
I thought, how miserable. Some people have a roast every Sunday, I can't be bothered.
If we have a roast, it's because we've gone out for a roast.
Well, yes, it was, oh, I'm glad you're the same.
Or my husband's made it. Right, so we've got it.
It's all cooking lovely.
It is, it's all
about roast. Oh, I love lovely roasting yesterday.
Love a roast.
So you quilt the pocket.
Quilt the pocket, and now we bind it. Now I think you've got something to show me.
Oh yes, I've got something to show you. The binding maker.
So you can make your own binding, and it's great to make your own binding because it really sort of it blends in with everything, doesn't it, rather than just buying it. So
yes.
You can make your own. I cut out a strip from one of the strip panels that we had here.
Does this still come with all the free gifts, Ben? Because they're all in this box.
Free gifts as well.
Oh, so if you get the Bias Binder Maker today, you get all these free gifts. They're all Simplicity. I think they changed differently, but they're all Simplicity notions and patterns. And a free advent calendar. Oh, look, there's all my strips. Somebody's put them away beautifully. Right. You haven't used this, have you?
No, can I come over?
I'm going to come over.
Come over to me and show me.
Come on over to my side. Right, I need to just get the plug because we have to plug it in. So how wide are your strips?
They're 2 inches.
Okay.
So I've cut, normally they're 2.5-inch strips that you get on the panel, but I've just cut it down a little bit so that they're a 2-inch strip because I wanted about a 1/4-inch binding around the pocket.
Right, so you need the 1-inch thing.
Right.
Oh, I don't know which one you've got plugged in.
I've been dying to see how this works.
Brill. Yes, all the lights go off because I've just unplugged something. Oh, where's the... Oh, there it is. Right, so you have to plug it in first. That's sort of important. get a bit of power. Right, we'll turn it on. Now then what you do is you wrap your strip around this thingy, like this, and this will wind it. So you wrap your strip round here. Lovely.
Does it matter if it's sort of all together, or does it is it better going
no,
up and down?
I don't think so. I kind of spread it out because I think, I don't know. Because you guide it anyway.
Yes.
So I don't know, it didn't say that in the instructions. I made that bit up. So you pop that one in there and then, oh yes, it does, because you know, I haven't used this for a while. Going mad. Yes, the roller actually goes in that section. That goes over there. Right, then we need, so that's the 1 inch. So what that means is that it will be 1 inch when single folded.
Right.
Half an inch.
Right.
When double folded. So
right.
the 1 inch you have to have a 2 inch strip with.
Right, yes.
Which will end up 1 inches
yes.
and then half an inch.
Brilliant.
Once you've worked that one out, it's easy.
Yes.
Right, now you have to trim this into a little diagonal. And have you got a pin?
Yes, I have.
Oh, let's make sure that's nice and hot. Right, if you you push this through here, and then if you get that pin, then just push it all the way through. Look at that. This doesn't really take two people, but you know. It is on, isn't it? Right, now this is where you're not supposed to turn this on until you've done this, but I'm saving a little bit of time because that's really hot now. So pull this through so it's sort of, can you see it's sort of going through evenly?
Yes.
And then pop that back on. When it's ready, the green light will go on. Let's see how far off it is. Oh, it's nearly there.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there's different things, so you can do it with nylon. So you know when you use satin, you can get that lovely satin bias binding. Don't do it on the cotton one, that one. I tried that and it all melted. But you can use different ones. So now it's ready. So you just have to press the button to run it. So if I press run, it will just come through. But you need to sort of
guide it,
sort of, just to make sure it's going through centrally.
Yes.
You see what I mean?
Yes.
It tends to, but I always like to keep a little, particularly with the wider one. Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
Da, da, da. So just make sure it's...
That's brilliant.
And it does tend to on its own anyway. But you can just... you think how long that takes?
Because you need a really big ironing board, don't you, to try and keep folding it and doing it.
So if we go all the way through...
That's fantastic.
And then when it's finished... You have to turn it off. Look.
Look how neat that is.
Can you see that on the overhead? Oh, my hand's in the way. Look at that. Perfect.
That is amazing.
That is amazing, isn't it?
I think I'm a bit in love
I
with it.
know. It's just the best thing, isn't it? I absolutely love that. And it looks like shopboard. Oh, it does look nothing like shopboard.
Really
it looks
handmade.
really couture bias binding. And then when you fold it over, you see you've got your...
That's fantastic.
I know. And it's just, like you say, making bias binding is just matchy-matchy, isn't it?
Because how many times have you got something that's a lovely colour and you think, oh, I've got to try and find a bias binding to match it, and it never quite matches what you want.
Why do you ever get a bias binding with spatulas
you
on?
Don't. Or rolling pins, you just don't, do you?
Spatulas on this one and whisks. See, some people buy this and then they use their scraps of Liberty and then they sell it on Etsy.
Really?
So you could sell this, couldn't you?
You could.
Designer spatula bias binding for sale.
All these people that love cooking, they love it.
Because also what you can do is you can join them all together and the seam will go through.
Really?
You have to, when you get to the seam, just
help
it, but it goes through fine.
That's brilliant.
And if you get one of these, free advent calendar today.
You don't get an advent calendar and get this free? No.
Sadly not. Sadly not. But if you get one of these, you do get a free advent calendar. But it's genius, isn't it?
It's not too late to get it on my Christmas list, is
No,
it?
no, it's not too late. You can have that one.
Yes.
And the iron.
And the iron as well.
Yeah.
My bag's going to be bulgy.
It is, isn't it? I'll take my bias binding away with me.
That was absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Becky.
Right, so yes,
now,
we've got 20 minutes.
Oh, right, okay. Shall I bind this or shall I carry on and
What do you think, Ben? What would you like us to do?
Would you like me to carry on and line this and just put the pocket on as it is?
Yeah, no, let's just do the pocket. Let's do the pocket because we need to talk about all these other fab things that you've made.
Okay, so I'll just do the pocket because the other bit's very similar to
I'll show you. Yeah, that's fine. Because we want to talk about your other lovely things.
Right, so with the lining, putting the lining on, open it up after you've just ironed it so beautifully. And then start about a couple of inches from the start and put a couple of pins in it. And what we're going to do is just pin it up to almost, I mark where the end is here, and then I want to do a little diagonal at the end there. So I'm going to sew along here, leave a couple of inches, sew along just to here, and then sew a diagonal up to the corner. There's so many ways of putting binding on, aren't there?
Yes. And once you find the way you like, I tend to stick. I've got that one. That's what I'm doing.
Yes.
I'll stick to it.
So
yes, there are many ways, aren't there?
So I'm sewing along the first crease here up to that little triangle. Turn your project round and then just sew up to sew off. There we go. And when you get to here, we fold the bias up. So you've got the right angle there. And then bring it back down again.
That is how I do mine.
Is that how you do yours as well? There we go. And do it, and then I put a little clip at the top to hold it. And then you want to butt the binding up to where your project is. Just put a couple of pins along it. And again, I'm just going to mark the edge here with the pen and draw a little triangular mark there. So then we need to start, if you feel where the line is, you can feel where the sewing's gone up to. So it's about here, and I tend to just pop a little mark there so you know where to start your sewing from. So again, then just lower here, and then just sew along that line again. Till you get to the end. Just keep a check because sometimes the binding can sort of stretch a bit, so just make sure that the mark's in the right place, which it seems to be. Go up to where you've marked it for the edge. With your needle down in the project, then put your foot back down again and sew just to the corner again, and then cut. And then we'll do the same here. So we flip it up, so you've got your binding coming up. Then bring it back down again so it's flush with the top here and flush with the bits at the side. And this is where we'll get our seam in as well, the open bit of seam where we turn the pocket over. And then again, just take it right down to the edge. I think binding something just makes it shop bought looking, doesn't it?
No, I think we need to swap shop bought for couture.
Couture, it makes it look
couture. Shop bought. In fact, probably doesn't, because often if you bought a shop bought apron,
could you?
It'd be rubbish anyway.
Would. So
it would all be thread ends coming out.
Absolutely.
No. Couture.
And then sew down to this one. I think binding can be quite a daunting thing sometimes, can't it? People see it and they think, oh, I can't do that, I can't put the binding on. But once you've learnt how to do the corners, it's and so easy to do.
This is the most reliable way. I think I've tried lots of ways of doing it, and I think this is the neatest, most reliable way, because it's easy.
Yes.
And I mean, you do have to keep going from the sewing machine to the ironing board stuff.
That's
right. But trying to fold binding over and get a mitre
is really difficult, isn't it?
But this is more reliable.
Yes. So again, fold it so that it's up. Make sure it's up properly, and then bring it back down to just butt it in there. Clip on the top and then clip around the sides. We're nearly done. It's that extra sort of 20 minutes to do this just really finishes it off, doesn't it?
I think also when you practice things like binding, if you haven't done it before, on something like a pocket, it's a really good place to practice, because then when you do on something bigger, then that that it matters more maybe.
Because if you had a big quilt, you can do exactly the same binding, isn't it? That's right. So if you haven't done it on a big quilt, start it on something like this first. So is it the final tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night, yep. Yes. I know, because now I've got a Bake Off and I'm a Celebrity. It's just too much. No. Loving I'm a Celebrity. Are you watching that?
I'm useless.
It's brilliant. I know, and I don't normally watch, this I say Bake Off, I don't normally watch these things like Love Island and all of that, but I love I'm a Celebrity. A little bit obsessed with it.
I normally do watch it, but do you find then, as you say, you get obsessed with it, don't you? So every night
I know.
you have to go and watch it, and I
only
sort of think
3 weeks.
we normally always do, and we didn't start.
I know
this
you
time.
either have to commit to it
You
from
do,
the beginning,
don't you?
or
And
not at all.
And I'm just so busy at the moment that I thought I can't commit to watching.
I know, and then I end up shouting at the TV.
Yes. I do watch Strictly though.
No, see, I don't watch that. There's one that I don't watch
I'm
because
a big Strictly fan.
Once you commit, you've got to commit.
This is it. So I've committed to that one, so I can't commit to
have it
any
all.
more. That's it. Once enough.
I don't mind the Bake Off because that's easy, isn't it? It's like once a week, isn't it?
Right. So when I come to join it up, you've got a couple of inches left here, and I'll just put about 1/4 inch seam allowance, and then we fold this one over the top. And just sort of see where your seam allowance is, and just mark the top piece as well. Smooth it out. And again, you can do it a lot neater at home than I'm trying to do it here.
Okay.
And then cut the spare bit off here. Then you want to get the two pieces right sides together, match up. Just put a little, I'm going to put a pin in this one. If you put a pin in the front line and just make sure it's the same on the back, so you've got the right measurements, so then put it in the back and you can bring it through to the front. Then take it through to your machine and just sew that straight stitch just across. Because even joining it once you get used to it is so easy as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's just, all of these things are just...
They're just daunting, aren't they? So fold this out.
And that's
just sort of finger press it, there you go. And then I'm just going to sew along.
Okay, and then
we can, there we go. And I'll finish the
10 minutes, so we've got to move on.
Oh, sorry.
That's
I'll
all right.
just, there we go. And then literally you could just flip this over and you've got lovely mitered corners on the front.
That's so neat.
Isn't it?
Very haute couture.
Look, isn't it?
Yes, haute couture apron. No, that's lovely. And then you just sew that to the apron.
Then at the back, you just sew down, put that to the side with your clip, and sew it over, and you've got lovely.
Beautiful. So
then,
if you want the apron panel, we have that here. Remember, the only way you can get this is on its own. This is not in the mega bundle. So to buy the apron panel, you can either go for the simple version, all the instructions on there, or just watch back today's show to see how Sandi has lined it and also quilted the pocket. So instructions, everything you need for if you've got a star baker in your life, which may be you need this apron. $14.99. Everything you need is on there. Right, now, all the other panels.
Yes.
All the other panels. So we talked about the mega bundle earlier, where you get the panels of the design rolls. You get a design roll. There's a picture of it. 4 fat quarters, 40 charm squares, hexes 60. I can't remember now. They're 2.5 inch hexes and the jelly roll strips. Now, if you buy all of those together, that is so much fabric. You get one free, basically, $14.99 off. So it's £54.97 for all of them. And they're all available individually. So what did you make with yours then?
Right. Oh,
shall I pass them over?
Thank you. Yes, I made.
So Sandi just said, "Here's the panels. What can you make?"
That's right. So I thought a little bread basket. So
I love that.
Or a cake basket, croissants for in the morning.
So you've used the panel.
I used the squares.
Right, the charm square panel.
And just some some nice plain fabric to
Yeah,
go
now
with
we've
it.
got that. I'll show you
Which
that
yeah.
fabric in a minute. We've got the plain blender fabric.
So I literally just cut a square out, 2 squares out.
Okay. Oh, that's, yeah.
Quite easy.
Yeah.
Sewed them together and I put wadding on both of the pieces.
Right.
Like we did with the pocket, sewed it down, but then before I sewed it together, I used a stiffer interfacing, which I sewed on the square here and on the panel here, here, and here. And I just sewed that onto this piece.
Ah, okay.
Then I sewed this one on, so you made like a sandwich, sewed it on. Then I quilted it all, sewed it round the edges. We added some tape into it, so you can either fold it in.
Yeah, it looks lovely on the
or
outside,
out.
doesn't it? What a lovely thing.
And again
Beautiful.
with this, we just did the fancy stitches around the outside, so it looks like it's all been sewn together.
Yes, it does. It does. But that's
When it
just
wasn't.
off the panel
That's
because
purely
the
just a 9 squares from the panel, from the square panel. I think
where's
was
the square
there.
panel?
There we
Yeah.
go.
So if we open out the square panel on here, look. So if you look at the square panel, you can see there is a small gap between them, so you don't
That's
even need
right.
to cut them apart. But if you do a decorative stitch,
So I just used one that was slightly larger, which is really pretty.
yeah, it's amazing.
And then just sort of went across and across. So it doesn't matter if it goes over, you've got sort of a bit of double
Beautiful.
where it meets.
Okay, so that was one.
So that was one that we made very easily.
And then I love the placemat. I'm going to put that over here.
So this was the hexes. So I just cut out a panel, and then I put some interfacing in it. I also put a bit of thermolan in it as well, so that the heat from the
okay.
plates, if you've got really
Yeah.
hot plates going on a nice table, it won't sort of mark your table. And I thought it'd be quite nice to have a little knife and fork set inside.
And
So
then this is what the panel
that's
looks like, just so you can
Yeah.
see. So I said to you earlier, oh, let me turn around.
Yeah.
I said earlier you could use this for EPP if you wanted, or you could not cut it out, and this is it not cut out, because that's how it comes.
Because again, if you leave it, you notice the white in it if it's just plain. But when you've suddenly added the back stitching,
and that
in it
looks like
here-
you've actually sewn those in.
I did. I spent
Hours
hours and
cutting
hours.
it
You
all
won't
apart.
believe how long I
I
spent
know, it's
sewing that together.
really clever, isn't it?
Yes. And then again, we used just some plain fabric that I had in, so it looks just as nice on the back.
Yeah, that's true.
We made some matching binding, so bound it exactly the same as we did for the pocket.
And that was from the panel with the strips.
Yes, that's right. And then I did the same. We got some and it wasn't quite long enough, so if you notice, there's different coloured
Okay, yeah.
binding going around, but it looks just as nice. And then just cut a little strip out here again, wadded it,
Love
lined
that.
it, and then you can put your knife and fork in. And I thought what you could also do is you could put somebody's name on it, so
Oh,
it's like
you
a
could.
place setting as well.
Yeah, oh, they'd love
and then
that,
you could
wouldn't
take
they?
it home as a present afterwards. How
I was
nice would
watching
that be?
Escape to the Chateau, must stop talking about
So
the
was I.
telly.
I know, I like that one. I
And,
do watch that.
For the wedding, they gave everyone an embroidered napkin.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Well,
I
what
saw
a
that
great
one and I thought,
idea.
how lovely is that? So I thought if you had a dinner party and you had a lovely placemat out with everybody's name just
Yeah,
embroidered on the
nice.
side, and then said you can take your placemat home.
I know.
How nice would that be?
I know, but they'd expect it the next time. You'd say, that's it now, end of gift.
But you could also use this as, instead of just a placemat, you could make it slightly bigger. So you had a bowl in here, say like a salad bowl, and then just put your salad servers in
Yeah,
the little
that's
side
true.
bit.
That would be
So
nice,
and
wouldn't
that
it?
could be in the centre of the table for you as well.
Good for like outdoors.
Yes.
Remember those
Barbecue.
days?
Vaguely.
Sun out the doors.
I know, it's
That's
got-
fab.
And then there was an oven glove.
Where have I put
somewhere.
it?
There it
Oh,
is.
there it is. Then the oven glove. So the oven glove
That was
is
the-
using this one.
That's right.
Now this is massive, isn't it? So you've got 18 fabric strips
it really
on here.
is a massive piece, this one. And it's such lovely cotton as well, it's beautiful.
There we go. And I love this because you've got rows of rolling pins, bakers.
I mean, if you cut
utensils.
that as just strips, you can make such a lovely quilt out of that.
Yeah, you
couldn't
could,
as well?
couldn't you?
Yeah.
It's just gorgeous. I like the idea of a little curtain underneath a cupboard,
sink, yes.
underneath the sink in that. I mean, how
Do you remember when
lovely.
people used to have the little open sink and they
Yeah,
had
they
a
did,
curtain?
yeah,
didn't they?
gorgeous. Dress.
Yes, a
I
skirt.
I
like
would
a
so wear
skirt.
that as a dress.
You know, like a big 50s
Yeah, I
style
so would.
dress would be fabulous. wouldn't
Gorgeous.
it? You'd only need a couple of those panels.
I know, you would, wouldn't you?
Because there's so much
Yeah,
material
and it
in
would look
it.
amazing, wouldn't it? People
If
go,
you
what?
use that as a skirt,
You go, what
and
have you
then
got in your dress? You go, rolling pins, rolling pins.
Whisks.
Whisks.
You could
Whisks.
use the top panels as the top of your dress and the squares, and look at that skirt. That would be
Yeah, that's
fab.
amazing. So I'm just trying this on for size. So how did you make this?
So again, very easy. put my hand on a piece of paper. I've got quite tiny hands. So I put my hand on a piece of paper, drew around it, and I like it quite long because I'm forever, you know, going when you go in the oven and you catch yourself at the back. So I always make it quite long and literally cut it out, and one for the back as well. I used a plain piece for the back. And then I put the thermalan wadding on each side to make it sort of more heat-proof. I don't know how strong it would be to actually get something really hot out of the oven. You can get some really special things.
Yeah, I had a long conversation with, I remember the Bosel people once, and they I think you just have to maybe use a couple of layers.
I was going to say you could always use a couple of layers on it. And so again, I've just wadded it and put fancy stitching down it. Same on the back. Then cut 2 out for linings.
Right.
Little tab on the side so you can hang it up. Pop that in and make it a bit like a bag. So you sew up the one, sew up the lining.
Okay. Now we have got some of the plain fabric. So we've put together a bundle. Is this a bundle? It is. Well, I'll stay here. We've put together a bundle that actually goes with this. So if you want to make your panel...
Sorry. My knife supports fell out.
If you want to make your panel go further, and don't take your cutlery everywhere, this bundle, can you see?
They go so well.
Look at that. So 4, you get 2 metres, so half a metre of each of these colours. They go together. So that's a rolling pin, that's food mixer, that's the bacon, that's the peach that Sandy's used quite a lot. So if you want a bundle of fabric to go with this, or if you just love this colourway, $14.99 for that. And those are the fabrics that Sandy's used. Yes, and the sewing machine that Sandy's been using today is the Elna Excellence 680 Plus.
I think this is going in my bag as well.
That's coming with you as well. It is a beautiful machine.
It's a beautiful, beautiful machine to use. It really is.
So have you used it before you've come here?
No, it's the only time I use it here. Okay. I just love it.
That's
amazing. It's so easy to pick up. That's what I said. You come in and you just know how to use it.
Which is great, because I know a lot of people, when I bought mine recently, you think, I can't get that out of the box.
Yes. It's scary, isn't it? But especially sort of like a computerised one, if you've been used to it not being all computerised. Yes. But it's so easy. I just lifted a lid up today and you've got all your stitches inside and you just literally tap in the number. And I thought, I'm going to try that one. And that's where I did my little samples from this morning. So it's so easy to use, so very easy.
But it does give you that professional look, doesn't it?
Couture look.
Couture. definitely not shop bought. And if you buy the sewing machine today, or if you buy 2 of the bundles of fabric, you get a free advent calendar. Now, don't forget, because I know a few people have asked, the advent calendar will be added on at midnight. So you can buy as many times as you want. It doesn't have to be in one checkout. You can check out as many times as you want. And when you get to midnight, if you've topped £100, the advent calendar will be added on. So if you machine... So you could get a sewing machine. You could then you'd get a free advent calendar. If you bought 2 of the bundles of all of these panels, you'd get the advent calendar.
The binder.
Perfect. Have a think about it.
Binder machine.
Buy a binder machine. Free advent calendar. It's amazing. Well, thank you so much, Sandy. It's been lovely being with you today. We'll see you soon.
Yes, December the 17th, a week before Christmas.
Ooh, nice.
So hopefully I bought some Christmas presents.
Yes, let's hope so. I know I'm getting slightly... one of my sons said, but Mum, it's only the middle of November. I know, but I've got loads to get. Slightly panicking.
It's getting close, isn't it?
It's getting close.
It is.
Brilliant. So we'll see you back then.
Yes,
Thanks so
absolutely.
much.
Thanks so much, Bex.
So thank you for joining me on Sewing Street today. We have got Sam Sabido Yarn Lane in just a moment. It's all about the crochet. We've got crochet gnomes and crochet draught excluders. So put the kettle on, go and get your crochet hook. Check out before she comes on air. It's all on the Sewing Street website. Otherwise, it'll sell out. And I'll see you back in here in just a few minutes' time.
Thank you.
Yay!
Hi, I'm Sam from Adventures in Crafting. I'm a craft and crochet teacher based in Tring in Hertfordshire. Since lockdown, I've moved all of my classes onto Zoom, so I now have customers from all over the country. I teach lots of crafts, but crochet is my specialism. I became passionate about crochet when I was pregnant with my 4th child and in desperate need of some me time. Crochet became my sanctuary and I've crocheted every day since then. I'm a qualified teacher and 8 years ago I began teaching crochet. I love sharing my passion with other people. I design patterns, sell kits and teach lots of classes. My classes range from beginners to next steps, specific makes and clubs. I also like to design crochet alongs. My most recent one was my Autumn Granny Square crochet along, which resulted in me designing this allotment jumper, which I love to wear when I'm out gardening and looking after my chickens. My crochet tip for you is to enjoy it. Crochet should be about taking part in a hobby that brings you pleasure. My claim to fame is that I met Kirsty Allsop at the Handmade Fair and I gave her one of my crochet sunflower brooches. I'm so excited to be taking part in Yarn Lane and I hope you'll enjoy my demonstrations.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Afternoon, welcome to Yarn Lane. I put my crochet cardigan on. Sam's just come in with her crochet cardigan. I said, well, I was wearing mine this morning. When I got up halfway, it was freezing. So I put it on. Isn't this lovely? And I think I've had this for about 2 years now. I wear it all the time. This is one of Sam's patterns. Casual, what was it called? Casual Granny Cardi. So if you want to have the same as me, I think we might even still have some kits. Anyway, morning, Sam.
Morning.
Love yours.
Thank you.
So yours is mine without the hood.
It is, yeah. Just and super bright as usual.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? So I felt a bit jealous and had to put mine on as well.
We're matching too.
So today is all about, well, I was going to say toys, but it's not. It's home decorations.
It is, yeah. So we've got the Gonks and the Draught Excluders.
Or gnomes. What's the difference between a gonk and a gnome?
Well, I suspect probably a gonk doesn't have eyes, but I couldn't bear not having eyes, had to put eyes on them.
Oh, okay.
So I think probably that's the difference.
Right.
But I kind of think of it as the same, maybe someone will know, but...
No idea. Gnome idea.
Same thing, different names.
So
might be wrong.
We'll start with the gnomes, because we've got 3 different kits, so you need to know which is which. Right, holly, I reckon, is the red one. Yay!
That's right, yeah.
So that's this one, because it's the only one that's got a ball of red in it. So in the kit, well, I'll go through what's in the kit first, and then we'll talk about what they actually do. So in the kit, you get the full pattern. As always, Sam's patterns are fab, easy to understand, really good. So you get the full pattern. You get, so what's the, is this chunky?
Chunky.
Nice, like a bit of chunky.
I love doing amigurumi with chunky because it's easy. So it's a great one for beginners to amigurumi.
So if you haven't amigurumi'd before.
Yeah. So amigurumi, it just describes the technique of shaping. So it's a Japanese crochet technique, and it describes the technique of shaping your work. So you go 3-dimensional.
Right,
so you grow it, then you make a 3-dimensional shape, a cylindry type shape, and then you decrease it.
So if you've not amigurumi'd before, not only is this chunky yarn, so it'll be easy, but Sam's going to show you how to do it in a minute.
Yeah.
So in this kit, you get 100 grams of red. It's probably not called that. It's probably called something really funky, isn't it? Like wine, 100 grams of wine, 100 grams of caramel, 100 grams of white, and then a little bit of pink.
Yes, for his cheeks.
Cheeks.
We've all got pink cheeks.
And then a little bag, look, with the eyes in. Which you could keep your sweets in, Ben, but this has got his eyes in. You don't get many sweets in there. And so that's everything you need. You will obviously need some soft toy filling as well, but other than that, that's all you need to make that one. Then we've got Rudolph.
Snowy.
So this one is, which is that one? Because we've got the orange. So in Snowy, you've got exactly the same. You've got the full pattern. You've got the white chunky that's for the body and the arms. You've got the grey, which is called charcoal. Charcoal for the hat. You've got 2 white because obviously he's got that same beard. You've got the orange. Look, he's got a carrot nose.
Yeah.
Is he a
based
snowman?
on the snowman? Yeah.
He's the snowman
based on Christmas characters. Yeah.
And the little eyes. And you've got the pink for the cheeks. Love that one. Gorgeous. So he is a snowman gnome. That's that one. And then the final one is the one with the green. Is that one? No, it's that one there, isn't it? I couldn't see over the top. The final one is called Rudolph. So this one has this is like a little bit multicoloured. Look, he's got a lovely green hat, but both his body and his hat are...
Yeah, so it's bracken, it's sort of browny green for a reindeer for the body.
Gorgeous.
And then, obviously he's got the Rudolph nose.
So again, full instructions. You get this lovely, is that one bracken?
Yeah. Which
is a sort of a variegated brownie. It is kind of a reindeer colour. This lovely sea spray, which is variegated greens, works really well on the hat. And then you get the caramel that's for the beard, a little bit of red, because obviously his name's Rudolph, so he's got a red nose, pink for his cheeks, and you get the eyes as well. So that's all of the gnomes. So what was your inspiration behind the gnomes then?
The gnomes?
Gonks, sorry. The Gonks.
Well, yeah, I just keep seeing them everywhere. They're everywhere.
They are.
Just in all the shops, not crocheted ones, obviously, just sort of as fabric ones.
Yes, loads of them.
The garden centre, Christmas centre selection is full of them. So I just thought, well, surely you can crochet one. Surely.
But how did you decide, like, the different, like, you've got a snowman one?
Yeah, I wanted them to be based around the Christmas characters. So you can make them for your children or your grandchildren, or they can sit on your mantelpiece. They just look so cute. They look lovely all together.
They do actually. It'd be nice to have the set of 3 because they are lovely little characters.
And you can make them so that the hats come off, or you can sew it on. So Terry Ann made
so that
Rudolph,
one's sewn on.
And he's sewn on.
That one is hat comes
off.
They
look really cute without the hats as well.
Huge.
So you could have, they'd be great for kids to play with. Really lovely.
Becky's laughing.
Really sweet.
It looks like a bowl.
Yeah, very
bowl.
Cute. So, you could put in one of them. I've put a bag of rice in the bottom. So, and that could be, if you put more rice in, it could be a doorstop. So
yes, that's
so much
true.
you could do with
them.
Yeah. So I just wanted a really fun Christmas decoration or toy.
I think they're lovely. So for $23.99, you're getting all the yarn to make it and the full pattern. So once you made it, you can even make another one because you've got the pattern. You obviously will need more yarn, but you can then get inspired and make more, make a whole collection. So
right,
$23.99, which is fantastic value when you look at the cost of other kits, whether they're sewing kits for gnomes or ready-made ones. That's everything you need. And if you've not amigurumi'd before, now is the time. I'm just going to run through the other kits today, and then we'll get on to the
demonstration.
We'll get on to the tutorial. And if you've got any questions for Sam, do message in, because particularly about amigurumi. So should we do the cat doorstop? Now look at this. Now over half of the stock of this is already gone. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
I'm so pleased with it. I shouldn't say that really, but I was like, oh, it's so gorgeous.
You can be pleased with it, that's fine. Well, because sometimes things just work, don't they? Look at his little face.
I love the way the camera was looking at the dog's bottom a minute ago,
No, staring at that.
No, I was, this so obviously we're all trying to keep warm this winter.
Yes.
Everybody's trying to cut down on their energy bills, so these are Draught Excluders with that in mind. They can be a gift for someone or for yourself.
Yeah, and I love the fact that he's sort of splatted, isn't he? If you look, he's like, his legs
laid out.
And then he's got his tail there. I mean, it's just charming. It's the sort of thing you come in the house and make you smile, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
Beautiful.
Face. Yeah.
So, again, this is chunky yarn.
Yes.
And there we go. And in it, you get 2 balls of grey.
Yeah.
And 1 ball of charcoal. And you get the little eyes. And obviously you get full instructions, and they all come in a little bag. So if you're going to buy this of somebody as a gift, as just a kit for them to make it yourself, it does come in a nice little bag that's really lovely to be able to gift for them. Or you can make it for them. And what did you stuff it with? Just sort of
that is stuffed with toy stuffing.
Okay.
Yeah. And I considered lining him, but he didn't need lining. So
he's quite solid, isn't he?
I was thinking you could use like a tights leg or something.
Oh, that's true.
And just stuff that before you put it in. But and that was what my plan was, but I didn't need to in the end.
But you didn't need
stuffed really well. Yeah.
But he's gorgeous,
he's lovely,
isn't he? Right, once everybody who's got this in their baskets checked out, it's sold out. So if it's in your basket and you really want it, you need to check out. You are in that danger zone. But if a sausage dog is more your thing, look at that. I love that. And again, look at these. Well, he doesn't have to have splat legs because he hasn't really got legs, has he?
Yeah, he's got
tiny
little upright legs to stand on.
And then look at his little tail. He's gorgeous, isn't he? He's got so much character. I love him. The gonks are so cute. Are they in the doorstep doable for beginners, please?
Yes. I think these are going to be, if you've not done amigurumi before or even crochet, these are a really good starting point because it's the chunky yarn. You will need to record this demonstration.
Yes,
I'm going to demonstrate all of the techniques used in amigurumi, so I would recommend it for a beginner if you're looking for a starting project for making a toy.
Well, it's also not too big a project. You're not committing to full-on sweater.
Because it's chunky, it comes out quickly. A lot of amigurumi projects are made with double knit and a tiny hook.
Yeah.
And they come out, they take a lot of dedication and time and patience. But these ones, you'll see it shortly when I demonstrate it, but they come
Well, you've
up
done
really
so much, you do so much
quickly.
teaching that you know what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, the cat is a brilliant starting point because he's very straightforward amigurumi.
Okay.
And the dog's got a slight shaping around his nose, but other than that,
love him.
Yeah.
So in the kit for him, exactly the same as the cat, you get your 3 balls of yarn. So you get 2 of this bracken, which work really well with the dog. And then what's this one called? Is that?
I think it's called Spice.
Spice, yeah of course. Because he's a spicy one. And he comes with little eyes.
Yeah, the little should be there somewhere.
I think the little bag. No, it's inside. He comes with a little bag of eyes and full instructions, obviously different to the cat instructions. And then finally is the granny square one. So if you want a Draught excluder but you love a granny square, look at this. gorgeous. You could make, I guess you could make
all
more,
of them
couldn't
can
you?
be longer. Yeah,
Right.
all of them can be longer. So there's plenty of yarn. So I've done them for my little doors at home, but any of them
If
can
you've got
go,
really wide doors.
you can definitely make them longer. I had almost
Okay.
a ball left of yarn for the dog and the cat, and plenty more for the
Oh,
granny
wow.
square one.
Okay.
So you can, and it's really simple and repetitive. You just keep going until it's the length you want.
I think that's lovely, though. This is the sort of thing you see in a bit of a designer store, though, isn't it?
I just wanted to do I mean, obviously we've got the fun characters of the Gonks and the Draught, the dog and the cat Draught Excluder, and then I thought, you know, a sensible grown-up
A
version
grown-up
too.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
something
these very on trend.
tasteful.
This is very designer,
Yeah.
isn't it?
And a lot of, I know grey is very popular at the moment in
Yes.
houses. A lot of carpets and walls.
Well,
We've
it's
got
not. Yeah, it's not too bright. It's nice and
nice,
subtle,
and you've got a
but
little
pretty,
bit of
isn't it?
tasteful pink in there. Yeah, so hopefully people will like that. And I think it would be a lovely Christmas present for
Oh,
someone.
gorgeous, isn't it? And then in the
Yeah.
kit for this, you've got full instructions, and again, chunky. Now, this is brilliant for a beginner. So if you've got someone who wants to learn to crochet, or if it's you that wants to learn to crochet, starting off with granny squares and with chunky yarn, perfect. So you get a ball each of blush, grey, and cream. That's the granny square one. So all you've got to do is decide which one you want. Or if you're thinking again, Christmas presents, get a few. Everyone loves a kit.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love a kit.
Yeah.
Right, so what are we going to start? We're going to start with just amigurumi
So I'm going to go
itself.
through, I'm going to go through the techniques of amigurumi, which is all of them except for the granny square one, they're made using amigurumi. So the way
Right.
I'm going to show you the skills, the starting off, the increasing,
Okay.
it's identical starting point for all of them. So
And what size hook do we need? So we've got...
a 5mm. So I've put in the kit, to use a 5mm.
Right, we have got
the hook's
5mm.
not in
So
the
if
kit.
you've not crocheted with this yarn before, or if you haven't crocheted, you will need one of these. Just $2.99. Obviously, they're not in the kits because lots of you have them, and then you'd all have too many hooks. So if you're buying it for someone else, you will need a 5mm hook. There you go. Right.
Okay, so I'm going to actually demonstrate in the blush because I was trying to find a colour that would work well for a demonstration. The white and the greys, sometimes it's hard to see, and the darker green for the Rudolph.
Okay.
So I chose a colour that hopefully will work really well for when you come to follow the demonstration.
Okay.
So I'm going to start with a magic ring. You'll see this often. It's also called an adjustable ring or a magic circle. So you often see that as a starting point, and in other projects also, but always in amigurumi. So amigurumi, remember, is just a name to describe a crochet technique. So I know it sounds a bit daunting.
It does, because you
but
think,
it's
oh,
really
amigurumi.
not. Yes,
oh.
it sounds
if
way
they
more
said
technical than it
crochet in the
is.
round,
Yes.
it wouldn't sound so bad, would it?
And quite often people say, but what stitches do you use? And I say double crochet. It's stitches you use all the time. It's not new stitches or anything, it's just a different way. So for your magic ring, you put the tail in the palm of your hand and make a loop over the top. So for those that have watched me explaining how to start crocheting before, this is also how I make a slip knot. And then you're going to put your hook through from the front, hook onto that yarn behind that's going over your fingers, and use your hooky bit of your hook to pull it through to the front and up in the air slightly. And then, so it looks like this at the moment, and then you're going to make one chain. So that means you just hook onto your yarn with your hook. So grab the yarn and pull it through that loop, and that secures it. So this ring here becomes this is your magic ring. This is where you're going to put all your stitches. So it's right, because sometimes people wonder, to have these two pieces here. Don't untangle them. So it's right to have these two strands of yarn tangled around each other. That's where you're going to later on pull this tail to tighten it up. If you're left-handed, this bit where the two strands of yarn are tangled around each other will be on the other side. So just so you know. Okay, so you're now going to work some double crochets into this ring here, and you're going to work under the two strands of yarn. So for a double crochet, you just put your hook into the ring, grab onto the yarn and pull it back through and up in the air, so you get two loops on your hook, and then grab the yarn again and pull through both of those. So you've made one double crochet in the ring. I want to make 6 double crochets, and where I'm right-handed, it's going to go anti-clockwise around the circle. For left-handers, it will be clockwise. So I'm going to sit another double crochet next to this one. So hook goes into the ring, under those 2 strands of yarn, hooks onto the working yarn and pulls it back through, which gives me 2 loops on the hook, yarn over through them both. So you see these little knotty bits are your stitches. On the top they've got V's, and hopefully you can see where I'm working with chunky yarn, it's quite easy to see what you've done. So I'm going to keep going until I've got 6. So this is 3, 4, 5, and then one more, 6. So at this stage, you've got those little 6 stitches, those 6 double crochets all sitting in a line around your ring, around your circle. If you look at the tops, you do have to twist it to look at the top, you can see these V's, so those are the tops of your stitches. And when I say V's, mine are lying sideways, you'd have to hold them, whoops, that way up to see that properly that they're V's, but like, chain link is another word I sometimes use. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So just make sure you've got your 6.
I'm making 32 snowmen hats and scarves for my grandson Buddy for his school class. 4-ply yarn, 2.5 hook. From Linda.
Oh my goodness, Linda, you are very dedicated. Did you say grandson? Yeah. What a dedicated grandma. Wow, that is amazing.
I don't think I'd want to do that.
I think you need to buy one of these projects so you can work with some bigger yarn for change. 2.5 mil hook.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that.
Okay, so I've done my little line of 6, so do check, because with amigurumi, it is the number of stitches matters. And something that it's worth doing is marking your last stitch with a stitch marker. So I've got this interlocking stitch marker, which is like a little safety pin.
We have got stitch markers on the website if you want them, because it does make a big difference.
It's very hard to do amigurumi without a stitch marker. Yeah. It's possible, but it's very hard, especially if you're new to it. So if you can't get hold of these little interlocking stitch markers, you can also use a bit of yarn, or I've even known someone use an earring or something like that. But the stitch markers are brilliant, and you won't regret it if you get them, because they're useful for so much. So this is going in.
They've sold out now.
Last stitch. So if you haven't got any, don't panic. You can use a piece of yarn, anything at all, a paper clip, a safety pin. You just want to put something underneath that last stitch that you made, and I'm just going to clip it. So that was stitch number 6, and I've put it under the V. So I took my hook out just to show you what I was doing, but if I just leave it like that, you can see where it's marked it. Some people mark the first stitch of the round, that's also fine, but you'll see when I'm demonstrating I do the last stitch of the round. So if you're brand new, it's probably worth doing it this way, just so that you get the consistency when you watch the demonstration. And now we need to work the magic, so we need to pull this tail. So I just put my fingers on where I've got the stitches, pull the tail, and it all tightens up into a tiny little circle. So by doing that magic ring, you'll have no hole in the centre of your circle. So don't be afraid to just give that a bit more of a pull just to make sure it's tightened up. So one feature of amigurumi is that you don't slip stitch at the end of a round. So we're going to start work straight into the first stitch that we made when we did that row of 6. So you don't, often with other techniques, you'll slip stitch to close the circle up, but effectively you don't close the circle up, you leave it open, and it's only when you start the next round that it closes up.
Okay.
So for the next round, we're going to do 2 double crochets in every stitch around, so that's an increase. So sometimes when you have an amigurumi pattern, they write the word or the letters ink. So that just means increase, put 2 in each stitch. So if you're not sure where that first stitch of the round is, you can count backwards. So you want to go back all the way back to number 1. So this was our 6th one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's here. And it's got 2 little strands, which are the 2 strands of yarn that make up the V. And where we're always working on the right side, they're slanted towards us. So if I put my hook under, you can see those 2 strands of yarn. And then pull the yarn back through that stitch, giving you 2 loops on your hook, and then grab the yarn and pull it through both of those. That's 1 double crochet made. And now you need to go back in the same place that you made that one and do a second one. So hook's going back in here, pull the yarn back through, yarn over through them both. So you've now got 2 stitches sitting in one little hole in one stitch from the previous round. So you've got your 2 V's there, but just one stitch that you made it into. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah, definitely. Definitely makes sense.
Okay, so now you're going to work around into every stitch. You're going to make 2 double crochets. 1, 2, and that will double the number of stitches you have. So where we started with 6, we're going to end up with 12. Okay, so I've come to the last one, which is marked with a stitch marker. So I'm going to take the stitch marker out and put the last 2 stitches in that one. So that's why it's useful to have marked that one, so you know you're at the end of the round. And then put the stitch marker back in that last stitch that I made. And hopefully also you can see how quickly that's growing. So that's a bigger circle now.
Okay.
And it's got 12 stitches in it. So you need to just have a quick check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It'd be funny if I haven't 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Phew. I have got 12.
So it's worth double checking.
It's worth double checking. Don't panic too much if not, but what will happen is as you get used to the technique, you will start to recognise where you've worked 1 double crochet or 2 double crochets.
Right.
So we're just working in a pattern of 1 and 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, okay, so for the next round...
So 6 going into 12.
Yeah, so we started with 6 and now we've got 12. And so for the next round, the first stitch is here.
What did Buddy say? I've done this different each year. Now I've bare 6 and blue ones, so will keep me occupied for a few years.
Oh, lovely names.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Oh,
Buddy,
really
Bear and
lovely.
Blue. You're going to be... I think, Linda, you need to swap to chunky yarn.
Yes, I think a project that's faster to make next time. You are going to be busy. Okay, so I've got my 12 and I just want to point out that the first stitch of the next round is lower than you might anticipate. So this is where we've worked into, and the first stitch that we're going into now is here. So sometimes that can be a bit confusing, so hopefully you'll have this to look back on now. And in there, on round 3, we're putting 1 double crochet, and then in the next stitch we're putting 2. So you've got your increase in the second stitch. So you're doing 1 in the first, 2 in the next, and that is a pattern that you repeat all the way around. 1 in the next, and then 2 in the following. So you're only increasing every other stitch. So you have this pattern of 1, 2, or single, double, 1 double crochet, 2 double crochets. And you repeat that all the way around. So every round you increase by 6 stitches. So this round we should have 18 at the end. And then 1, and then it's always a relief when you're going to end on an increase because you know you're probably going the right direction. So I'm going to put 2 in here. 1, 2. So you can see where I said that you basically work in patterns of single double crochet, so 1 double crochet and then 2 double crochets. So as you work, as you're going around doing your stitches, have a look at what it looks like when you've got 2 double crochets in a stitch and when you've got 1. It looks slightly different, and as you get more familiar with the amigurumi and start to identify that, it really helps with when you're trying to work out if you've got the wrong number at the end of a round, you might have got the pattern a little bit muddled up.
Oh, okay. So it's worth going back and counting and seeing where's 1 and where's 2.
I would definitely, yes, exactly. And I would definitely recommend counting at the end of the round. So I should have 18 now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
Brilliant.
So, but don't worry if you don't, because it's easily sorted out. You just need to have a little look back at your stitches and work out, maybe you've put 2 singles next to each other when we didn't want that. So Or you can just think it doesn't really matter because shape-wise, it's going to end up the right sort of size. I mean, it
So
just
you can either go
depends.
back and undo it,
Yes,
or just cut
continue on. Yes, it doesn't matter at all because no one's going to pick up your gonk and inspect his head and think if this is the right way or not.
I think what I did was that I always got the wrong number of stitches and always fudged it. And then one day I thought, I'm just going to sort this out and count and work out why I keep getting it wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it just depends.
Yeah.
It didn't matter either way.
Yes.
But I just got it wrong every time.
Yeah, and it's frustrating.
And I think
then,
it was just it was because I wasn't counting, like you said, 1, 2, 1.
It's all about the counting. So it's worth. It's something that's probably not worth. It's probably worth doing it on a quiet day where you can sit.
I'm actually going to
not mid conversation with your kids or something, but just it's one of those ones just to get the hang of it. Especially when you're working the increase rounds, allow yourself to have some time where you can concentrate on that pattern because, like you said, once you do concentrate on it and it clicks into place, you think, oh, right, okay, I can do this now.
It is nice.
So it is, and it's very satisfying. When I teach groups of people how to do amigurumi, you get this, yes!
Really, when they've actually,
you get
that's
end of the
true.
round and they count and get this sort of nervous moment, and then if around the room you hear, yes, because it's worked out. Okay, so I'm on to round 4 now. And this is another increase round. And for this one, you're going to do a pattern where you do 2 singles in a row and then a double. So you're going to go 1 into the first, 1 into the next, and then 2 in the following. So single, single, double, 1, 1, 2. So it's 1 in the first, 1 in the next, 2 in the following. And again, 1, 1, 2. And I almost lost concentration then and just did a single. So it's really worth saying it to yourself. Because I'd said out loud 2, I reminded myself. So then 1, I hope I got this right now. 1, 2. So your 2 is your increase. 1, 1, 2. And then looking ahead, few, you've got 1, 1, and then where the stitch marker is going to be 2. Let's take the stitch marker out, put the 2 in there, and put the stitch marker back in. So if you're making a gonk, this is the crown of the gonk's head. Okay, so this is you'll see that pattern on the top of his head.
Every time I take their hats off, they
I
laugh.
love their hats, they're just hilarious. And then if you're making a cat draft excluder,
right,
it's his face.
Okay.
So it's the centre where his nose is, a dog, it's his nose again.
Okay, so this is the beginning part.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the body, the sort of body of the cat and the dog is started with amigurumi. So you can, so that bit there, and then it grows out.
Oh, okay.
And then all the little limbs are exactly the same. So at this point, see if I've got how much time I've got. So from this point, if you started growing it, which perhaps I'll do, you'll see it starts to form a little tube. So it could be a leg or a tail or a nose for the gnome, for the gonk. So what you do is I'll tell you what, I'll do one more round of increases because hopefully that'll help to make it make sense.
Yeah, well, it's the repetition, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. So we've just done round 4 and we did 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. So for round 5, it's 1 double crochet in each of the next 3 stitches and then 2 in the following. So every round you put 1 more single in between your increases. So where before we went 1, 1, 2, we're now going 1, 1, 1, 2. So 3 singles in a row, single, 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 and then double increase. And we had an interesting chat about this on a recent Zoom class actually, about how people count them. So where we're on round 5, I tend to count in the 5 times table. So I'll go, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4 and 5 went in the same stitch. And then 6, 7, a single, 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 9 and 10 go in the same stitch. And then we had this really interesting discussion. There's so many different ways that people do it. So some people do say to themselves 1, 1, 1, 2, and some people do the single, 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 double. So it's just so many different ways.
I think I do it the same way as you. And then I forget when you get to like 8. Oh God.
Well, then you have to try and remember your times table, which is a little bit distracting sometimes when you get higher up. But so we're doing 3 singles and then an increase, and that will give you 30 stitches at the end of this round.
Pamela says, I love your crochet cardigans. Would like a pattern for a tank top. Well, Pamela, I've got a pattern for a tank top.
Come to the right place.
Yes, come to the right place. I was wearing mine last week, actually. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
We may still have some kits.
Yeah. There was one, I think I called it the How You Doing tank top.
Yeah, that was the one I was wearing.
Based on Friends.
So go on to Sewing Street and How Are You Doing tank top kits. That was the one I was wearing last week, or the week before. Gorgeous, and it's lovely.
Really lovely. Yeah, I contemplated wearing mine with my dress this morning. I put it on. It was a lot of colours, even more so than this one. I was like, that is a lot going on there.
Yeah, I did wear it. It is lovely, and it is really nice to make and quick as well.
Yeah,
highly recommend the tank
good
top.
Fun. Okay, so we just did a round with 3 singles and then an increase. So for the following round, you do 4 singles and then your increase.
Yes.
So you do 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. So in my mind, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. So those are all your singles, and then 5, 6 in the same place. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But this is all written in the pattern. It's all written really clearly, so don't worry. So let's just whiz around, do one more actually. So you're going 1, 2, 3, 4 singles, and then your double. So 2 in the next one. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4 singles, and then a double. So in the pattern it's written, make 1 in each of the next 4 stitches, make 2 in the following. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then your double. So you can see, you can keep going with this pattern. So every round you add 1 more single crochet in between your increases. So the next round you do 5 singles and then your double, and the following round you do 6 singles and then your double. But it's all written down for you, you don't have to remember that, it's all there. So let's just...
Until it becomes a table mat.
Exactly. It can be as I have lost track of this one now where I'm chatting, but never mind, I'm going to fudge it to the end. Okay. So you can see that you've got this flat circle that's building up. So if everything's going to plan, it should be flat. So we're looking at being 2-dimensional at the moment, and actually it's a little bit more of a hexagon where you've got your repeats of your increases, the way it's laid out. So with all of the patterns except the granny square Draught excluder, this is how you start. So all the little limbs, the nose, the ears, they all start, but some of them stop earlier than this. So they all start with a pattern of having an increase up to a certain number of rounds, and then to make it 3-dimensional, do you know what I'm going to do to get a quicker, I'm going to take some out. I was just thinking I could be here sometime demonstrating that. I'm going to go back to there. Okay, so then to make it 3-dimensional, you then just put 1 double crochet in every stitch around, so no more increases, literally 1 double crochet in every stitch around. So you can hopefully see it's already starting to curl up. So you start to get that shape, so whether it's a body for the Draught excluder, or a leg, or a tail, or a nose, or the top of the Gonks head, or the hat.
Or the hat, yeah, I was going to say the hat is that, isn't it?
Yeah, they all start, the hat's a different number of stitches to start with, but the same principle. So once you've got the hang of this technique, you've got the idea for all of them.
Yeah, perfect.
So you keep going around and around. So you can see, look how much that's curling up already.
It's becoming a bowl.
It's becoming a bowl, exactly. And so this is actually the right side, where the tail is the wrong side. You can see you've got your stitches that look very different if I turn it over to the inside. So I always say, just flip it at this stage. So you want to make sure you continue working on the right side. You don't need to turn your hook or anything like that. You're continuing to go into the V's, but where it had shaped itself like that, you just push it so you can...
So that end of yarn is always on the inside?
Yes, so that tail is always on the inside. And I must confess, I don't really weave ends in with amigurumi. I tend to use them as part of the stuffing.
Okay.
But you can
But I
obviously
think it's
weave
hard
them
to
in.
sometimes know, when you say the right side and the wrong side, sometimes people say, well, how do you know the difference?
Yes. So
is it just the tail?
It's with this, yes, the tail is a really good indicator. The tail is going to sit inside. But also, again, it's just familiarising yourself with it. If you have a look at the work, this is the back of it, and it looks almost... you can't see any V's, you can just see the little knots. If I turn it over, I think it looks neater, you get more ridges. So it's about having a look at the work and familiarising yourself with it. But the most obvious thing is the tail goes on the inside.
But you can watch this back and you'll know. So when you get to this point, just look at it and you'll know immediately.
Absolutely. So you can see, as I'm going along now, it's really shaping up. So this is, this is going to be a leg or a body or a hat, a nose. And so the more you go around putting one double crochet in every stitch, the longer this tube gets. So it will tell you in the pattern how many rounds to continue for. So I've taken my stitch marker out, but I would suggest continuing using the stitch marker. And then you can just, every time you get to the end of a round, you can tick it off on your pattern. So just to give you that idea. So I just go a little bit further just to show. So this has gone bigger than the Gonks nose, but it gives you the idea it could be the Gonks nose. And then all you do when you come to sewing it on is you fasten it off, leaving a really long tail, and then you can just sew it onto your work.
Oh, okay. So when you're doing like the nose or the cheeks? Or...
Yes, so cheeks are just a couple of rounds, so you can see that there. So there's just one more technique to show in terms of amigurumi. Okay. Is that okay for me to do it now?
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely fine.
Okay, so we've done the shaping of the circle. We've done the making it three-dimensional, working into a cylinder shape. So with amigurumi, it's all double crochets. You have your increases, you have your rounds where you just do one into every, where it shapes it. And then to close it up, you need a decrease. And that follows in reverse a similar pattern to what we did before. Right. So you might, for example, do 3 singles in a row. So 1, 2, 3. And then for a decrease, you're going to go into the next stitch, pull the yarn back through as if you're starting a double crochet. And then don't finish that double crochet, go into the following stitch and pull the yarn back through. So it's like we started 2 double crochets but haven't finished them yet. And that will give you 3 loops on your hook. Grab the yarn and put it through all 3. So the pattern will tell you how many singles to do. It might be 1, it might be 2, it might be 3. So to demonstrate, I'm doing 1, 2, 3 singles and then a decrease. So into the first stitch, pull it back through. Into the next stitch, pull it back through, which gives you 3 loops on your hook, yarn over, through them all. I also obviously haven't put my stitch marker back in, but it is useful to also continue stitch marking. So then when you come to the end of the round, you'll know. And again, you can have a count. So 3 in a row, 3 singles, and then a decrease. So it's double crochet 2 together is technically what that stitch is called. 3 in a row. And then a decrease. So into 1, pull it back through, into the next, pull it back through, 3 loops on your hook, yarn over through the 3.
Brilliant. It's now
and you can see it's starting to come in a bit now. That's it, exactly. So that's what there is to amigurumi. You've got the increasing to make it into a certain size of flat circle, 1 into every to make a tube, and then a decrease to make it smaller again. So you can, sometimes a pattern will ask you to continue decreasing until it's closed up and then you'd have a ball, or it might just ask you to stop at this stage, so you've got a slightly smaller shape, or it might say now to do 2 in a row, 2 singles and then a decrease, and it will get tighter again. So it depends what you're making.
Okay.
So it gives
but those are the basic
Those are the
principles,
basics.
so
That's all
great.
there is to it. So I'm just going to, if I just do a little bit more, you can see that's pulling it in much more. So it just all depends. So for example, with the Gonks feet, there's a bit more shaping. Hello. He's got very bright orange nose, hasn't he, on there? So there's a bit more shaping around his foot. Can't see because of my dark clothes.
Yeah,
which,
I can see that.
you know, you can see he's got a big foot and then a narrower bit here.
Yeah.
So you've got that shaping there, which it just uses the decreases I've just shown you. So yes, so those are the 3 main
Right, now
techniques
that's
to
really, and
amigurumi.
also, like you say, you could just keep practicing that.
Yes, exactly.
Just do something small like that and then undo it.
Yeah, and so I've done it with chunky yarn. You can see how quickly that grows.
It's much easier.
You always use a smaller hook with amigurumi than you normally would for the yarn weight.
Right.
So on the wrapper for the chunky yarn, it says 6mm, and I've gone down 1 hook size to the 5.
Right, but then you get that nice dense hat.
To give you the density of the stitches, because you don't want gaps when you're stuffing it. So that's why you do that with amigurumi.
Oh, okay.
So I've done that with all the amigurumi projects today. They're all a 5mm hook and a chunky yarn.
But then, like you said, you didn't need to stuff.
No,
you
so then I didn't need to line it. So I didn't
did you?
line the Draught Excluders. Yeah, so it, you know, it worked really well.
They're gorgeous.
Yeah, and so with the body of the Draught Excluder, you can see it's just a long tube. So that was where you're putting 1 into every all the way around.
Yeah.
And you can, you know, keep going longer if you want to.
Oh, so if you've got a longer door,
yeah,
you just keep going.
Yeah, exactly.
More stripes.
So, or you can make it shorter if you want him to be just a toy.
Oh, that's
Have
true.
a
Yes.
little shorter
Yeah.
toy, couldn't he? So,
Oh, yes, that's true. Yeah. So if it was just a toy.
Yeah, if you stopped after 2 stripes or 3, it'd be a very cute toy.
It would, wouldn't he? He is gorgeous. I love him.
Yeah. So that's you know, that's the basics for
Yeah,
all
no,
of
that's
those
great because you've
projects
shown
now.
like how you start, increase, straight, decrease.
Yeah, and those are all the techniques you need for amigurumi. So.
Brilliant. Should we do a quick recap and then you're going to do hair?
And then I'm going to do
not hair, but beard. Beards.
Beards.
Beards. Right, the cats are sold out. No more pussycats. That's really sad. Oh, I'm going to keep it here though because it's so lovely. But the pussycat is sold out. Dog, sausage dog. I feel like I want to put it under my arm. I don't know why. There's the sausage dog. Oh. In the kit for the sausage dog, you get the full. Remember, all the kits come in the lovely bag, so they're very giftable. You get 200 grams of the bracken yarn in chunky, which makes it super easy to work with. And you get 100 grams of the spice, full instructions, and a little bag with eyes. Look, just the little eyes that you need. So all you need is a 5mm crochet hook, which is on the website, and something to fill it. Now, we've got more people that have the dog in their basket than we've got kits. So if you really want the dog, you need to get him checked out, because otherwise you're going to miss out. So please do check out the dog. Gnomes, Gonks, because we haven't decided yet which is which. Holly. This one is Holly. So in Holly, you get 100 grams of wine, wasn't it?
Yeah.
100 of white, 100 of caramel, and then you get the pink, a little bit of pink for the cheeks, and you get the eyes, and you get the full pattern. $23.99, you could make your very own Christmas gnome. This one's called Holly. I love that one. They do work really well together, so if you get one, I would suggest you get all 3. If you want to make Rudolph, this is the reindeer gnome. You can sew the hats on or not. This one has got his hat sewn on. So he has got this beautiful bracken yarn, which is a really sort of browny reindeer colour. Look, that's the body. Then there's 100 grams of this lovely sea green, was it seascape? That's for the hat. And then you get 100 grams of caramel that's for the beard. And then there's a little bit of red for the nose, because it's called Rudolph, obviously. And a little pink for the cheeks. And again, you get the eyes and you get the full pattern all in the little bag. And then the final gnome that Sam's got over there is Snowy, because it's the snowman gnome, Gonk. And that comes with 100 grams of white, 100 grams of this, where are we? Here, charcoal. 200 grams of white, sorry, because it's obviously got white beard and white face. 100 grams of charcoal. And then you get a little bit of orange because it's got a carrot nose and a little bit of pink for the cheeks, and you get the eyes and the pattern. So that is all of them. Right, so beards.
Okie doke. Right, so beards. So this is using loop stitch. So I've brought a little beard to show you. So you can obviously be as creative as you like with these gonks. You can have a bigger beard, a smaller beard. You can put the cheeks in different places. You can not have eyes. A lot of gonks don't have eyes. So don't be afraid to sort of adjust it a little bit as you go. So for the beard, you're going to start, now you do a bigger chain, but I just want to get through demonstrating it to you. So I'm going to start with a chain of, look at that tangle, 9. So start with a chain of 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then I'm going to do 1 double crochet in the second chain from the hook. So you've got your one that's near the hook that's got the yarn coming out of it. And then the second one is right next to it. So you skip the first one and go in the second one. Just under 1 loop is fine. Pull the yarn back through, gives you 2 loops on your hook, yarn over through them both. So that's 1, 2, keep going all the way along, making 1 into every chain now. So it's just a little row of double crochets to start with. And when we started with the chain of 9, we'll end up with 8 stitches because you skipped the first chain. So all the way along, I've got my little row of 8 double crochets. Okay, and then I'm going to chain 1. This is where you do the loops and turn it. And I'm going to very slowly go through how to make a loop. So the way I hold my yarn is really helpful for this because I do this position where I wrap the yarn over my little finger and up over the next, and then I turn my hand where my thumb is pointing up at the moment. I turn it over and I push back with my middle finger, or you could use your first. If you don't do that, it doesn't matter, but you are going to need to push back with a finger, so that's a different thing. You're going to need so some people will have just their working yarn behind the work ready to use, which is absolutely fine. And just in this instance, to make the loop stitch, you need to push it back so it's hooked over one of your fingers. Can you see there? So you want it hooked over one of your fingers, and you need to try to keep this length consistent because this is going to be the size of all your loops. So if you want a shorter loop, again, you can play with it. You can keep your finger a little bit closer, or a longer loop, push it out a bit. Put your hook through the first stitch as if you're making a double crochet. And now where your fingers are holding the yarn out like that, you've got that loop. You want to go over the first strand, which is nearest to you, and hook on to the one behind. So I've gone over the top of this one, hooked this one behind, so I'm just hooking one piece of yarn and put it back through the stitch. So leaving that loop there, but when I let go of that loop now, it remains. So I've got a loop behind, I've got 2 loops on my hook, and then let that loop fall, leaving your 2 loops on your hook, and finish off your double crochet. So grab the yarn and come through both. And you do that all the way along. So the key thing is to have your yarn around one of your fingers. So hook into the next double crochet as if you're starting a double crochet. You want to go over the top of the first strand, the strand that's nearest you, and hook the one behind and bring that back through. And that secures that loop. Let go of that loop, make sure it's tucked down, grab onto the yarn again, yarn over, finish off your double crochet by coming through both.
Okay.
So you've got your loops hanging about down there. Again, into the next one. So I just want to, getting back in position so I can demonstrate where this loop is so you can see it. So into the next double crochet, into the next stitch, go over the top of the yarn nearest to you, hook onto the yarn behind, pull that underneath the V, the stitch, so you've got 2 loops on your hook. Let go of this loop so it sits down here, and you don't want to get it tangled up in your work, so that's why I'm saying let go of it. grab the yarn and come through both loops.
And that just secures it.
And it
that
just
last
secures
little bit.
it, yeah. So you finish off your double crochets. It's like you're making a double crochet. Have a go. If you've ordered the kit and you're waiting, have a go following this demonstration,
Yeah,
because
that's worth it.
it's way simpler than it looks. Okay.
Yeah,
so
because somebody says, I've never done amigurumi, I can make a granny square. Can I do it? That was from
oh,
Stefania.
definitely, absolutely,
'Cause it's
most
the same
definitely.
thing.
Granny square, yeah, it's way harder than amigurumi, honestly. If you can do a granny square, you can do amigurumi.
Right.
It's the same sort of principle. You're working in the round, but it's with double crochets rather than trebles.
And this is double crochet.
This is double crochet also. It's just that you're leaving this loop. So, and once you get into it, honestly, it works up so quickly. So this is the bit, it's just a little bit, you have to get your fingers used to holding out that loop.
Okay.
So into the double crochet, hook onto the yarn, pull it back through, let go of the loop, finish the stitch. It's such a lot of fun. Don't be daunted by it, because it does grow quickly and it's such a lot of fun. So into the double crochet, hook onto the yarn, pull it back through, let go of the loop, yarn over through them both. And if I just, so I'm looking at the back of the work right now, turn it over and you can see.
And it's a messy
first
beard.
row of his beard.
Fantastic. And then you just sew that bit on.
Well, have I got time to demonstrate any more? Or are we
How long
running
have I
out?
got, Ben? Yeah, you've got a couple of minutes.
Okay, so then you continue, it's all one piece. So chain one, turn it, double crochets all the way back down. Pay attention to the pattern because it will tell you how many stitches to do, but all you're doing to practice is double crochets all the way back along, so as if you're working rows of double crochet. Into the stitch, pull it back through, yarn over through the two. Okay, and then yarn over, so make one chain, turn it, and then you repeat your row of loops. So just be careful not to pull these loops into it. So go into your first double crochet, pull the yarn through, drop the loop, yarn over through both of your strands.
Oh, so there's a double crochet row between every
So there's a double
loop
crochet row between every loop row, which just
Right.
puts them on the right side. It's really fun. So into the stitch. Make sure you've got your yarn looped over a finger, over the front strand, hook the strand behind and put it back through your stitch. Gives you two loops on your hook, let go of the loop, yarn over through them both. You just repeat that all the way along. Before you know it, you're doing it without thinking anything of it. So let me just get to the end of this row, if I've got time, and then I can show you. And in the pattern, there are loads of pictures. So this particular stitch, when I got to that part of the pattern, I stopped and described the stitch and put photographs and talked you through it step by step.
Okay, so
you've got that support as well.
Fantastic.
Just in case you're a bit daunted by it. But when Terry-Ann made the Rudolph one, I was waiting for her to message me to ask me to do a video, because obviously I hadn't been on here and demonstrated it yet. And she followed the instructions and she said she loved it and it worked really well.
And she didn't even need a video.
And she didn't even need a video.
Wow.
So.
Marvellous. I think it's wonderful. And like you say, it's really good for beginners. So if you're looking for sort of maybe a kit for somebody for Christmas, ideal.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
So have a look on the website. Now the cat has sold out. Do we have any dogs left? Yeah, 3 dogs. And there's more in baskets. So if you want a dog, you need to check out. The stock of all of the gnomes, the gonks, is very limited. So you need to get checked out. But they, pardon? But they're really good to make for presents for people, but also gifts as well. So thanks so much, Sam.
You're welcome.
It's been lovely being with you.
Me.
So quick, just went too fast.
Yes.
When are you back with us?
I'm back on the 8th of December.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, nice.
With something to wear.
Oh, lovely.
Right.
I think I might be in that day. Fab. Thank you so much for joining me on Sewing Street today. Tomorrow presenting will be John Scott will be in at 8 o'clock. He will be talking about needles and threads. At 9 o'clock, Catherine Wright will be with him doing the Dan Morris Valencia quilt. Joe Carter is in tomorrow with the elf toy. I've seen that on the socials and it's gorgeous. Looking forward to that. Catherine will be in at 11 with the Positive Perspective quilt. and 12 extra wide fabrics and backing fabric bundles. Perfect to finish off all those quilts that you haven't. Don't go anywhere. Hobby Maker's up next at 1 o'clock. It is Bert and Gert's Mixed Media with brand new Zila products. At 2 o'clock, more of the same. At 3 o'clock, Crafters Companions Leanne Chivers Takeover. And at 4 o'clock, again. And at 5 o'clock, Crafters Companions Leanne Chivers Takeover Super Savings. Oh, Crafting Essentials. So that's what's coming up on Hobby Maker. Thank you for joining me today, and Sam as well. Lovely time on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. I will be back with you next week. See you then. Have a great sewing day.